Your safety is important as well.
Okay.
If you're handling too.
Good afternoon, everyone. If I could please call this meeting to order. Please have a seat, everybody, and let's bring the noise down. I need silence in the room so we can proceed, please. Good afternoon, and welcome to this continuation of the Budget and Finance Committee's consideration of the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2018-2019. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the Committee, joined by my colleagues, Council Members Bonin, Koretz, Blumenfield, and Englander, and we are ready to begin today's meeting. Members, yesterday we produced 35 budget memos, so we're doing pretty well in terms of our report backs, and we stayed on pace to conclude yesterday by 7, which I thank you for, and hopefully we'll be able to do that today as well. Today we'll be considering the budgets of the Housing and Community Investment Department, LASA, including HACLA, the Bureau of Sanitation, the Board of Public Works, the Bureau of Street Lighting, and the Bureau of Contract Administration. And I would ask you each to go ahead and have a look at the budget memo report. Has that been distributed yet? We have an open phone line if we could.
Paul, you want to phone a friend?
There we go. Thank you. So if you could please consider the budget memo list as it comes around, that would be terrific, and we'll go ahead and consider that after we have taken public comment. So we're going to begin with our comment cards now. This is, for those who have not been to the Budget and Finance Committee before, this is a special meeting. We won't be taking general public comment. We'll only be considering comment that relates to the budget that's under consideration on our agenda today. So, and each speaker has 1 minute. So I'd like to start with Robert Newman, followed by Hillary Norton, followed by Jaylee Credos. And sergeants, there's audible noise coming from outside. I'd like that audible noise to be removed from the building if it's possible so that we can concentrate on the work that we're doing.
Here, here.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, committee members and council members. My name is Robert Newman, Vice President of Administration for the Downtown Los Angeles Neighborhood Council, also a budget advocate for the Neighborhood Council system, and I also run a homeless outreach project here in the historic core of downtown. The reason I'm here is that to thank the mayor for proposing a significant budget increase for homelessness, including $20 million for shelters. But I'm here to make a couple of asks of you. We need more. We need more money than $20 million for the whole city. Also, specifically, an additional allocation for Skid Row. So we would greatly appreciate considering upping the ante and more, way more than $20 million to cover the shelters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Hillary Norton, followed by Jessica Law.
We're just going to switch the order.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Law. I'm President and CEO of the Central City Association. We represent approximately 400 businesses who employ about 350,000 people in the region. Through advocacy, influence, and engagement, we enhance downtown's vibrancy and increase investment in the region. We appreciate the mayor's $20 million allocation for interim housing, but we need to understand this program more comprehensively. How can this program be scaled citywide and complement existing efforts underway? We could use the $20 million just in downtown to house the unsheltered homeless population. The mayor's budget contains funds for increased Clean Streets LA and Hope teams, but that funding will not be available until January 2019, which could mean no new staff would actually be realized until January of 2020. We need this increased funding and hiring to start immediately. Homelessness is a citywide issue, and we do not have a clear picture of what the baseline level of services currently are. We need this information and structure to make sure we are allocating resources effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Hillary Norton, followed by Jaylee Quiros.
Thank you, council members. I'm here on behalf of Central City Association as a board member to add to CEO Jessica Law's comments to ask that not only we increase the amount from 20 million to much more, but actually to hire the staff earlier for clean streets. As a board member also of the Orthopedic Institute for Children, we need to be able to move on our streets and to have healthier streets for everyone, because especially in downtown, the more we can make sure that, that the healthy and homeless are housed, that we can increase our ability to raise the sales tax and to have more people experience downtown LA, which then contributes to Proposition A and Measure M. We want to make sure that we increase the livability and desirability of downtown and make sure that we are housing and caring for the homeless that we need to so richly take care of. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jay Lee Quiros.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thank you so much. My name is Shaylee Quiros, and I am from the UCLA Labor Center. And today I'm here to support funding for the LA Office of Wage and Standards and the CBA. The CBA originally estimated a $700,000 need and has again requested this amount. We encourage you to meet or even exceed that. This especially is necessary because given the increase in BCA's mandate, for example, including the Fair Chance Hiring Initiative, it needs funding support. So what do we do with this funding and money? We use it for personal stories and also experiences of workers and also to outreach to these workers. Again, we are here to support the workers and their needs, and in order to support that, we need this funding. Thank you. Thank
you very much. I'm going to take just a break from cards for a minute because I see that we have with us today the chairman of our Homelessness and Poverty Committee, Councilmember Marquise Harris-Dawson, who I'd like to invite to come up and share any comments he may have. And I think we also have the chair of the Planning and Land Use Management Committee, Mr. Councilmember Jose Huizar. Councilmember Dawson, Harris-Dawson, you don't need to stand at the podium because we're not going to put you on the clock, so it's okay.
We're not?
Come right up to the table.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and members and staff for accommodating us. We wanted to come before you to make a couple of requests and highlight a couple of issues that we raised to you all in a letter that was distributed to all members and the mayor and CLA and CAO staff on two issues. The first is on homelessness and sort of the management of our homelessness problem. We have a C3 program in Council District 8, a collaboration between Los Angeles City and the county. We want to keep that program going, and when we made our first round of asks, we actually neglected to put that on there. So that is in a letter that's before you. The C3 program would continue without city support, but it would become SPA-wide, which for me goes down to Compton, Linwood, and doesn't give the concentrated services in Council District 8 and 9 that we need to see in order to manage the problem. The second request is to a couple of departments, transportation and engineering, around a project that in our district is called Destination Crenshaw, and that is where the Crenshaw LAX line will run at grade on Crenshaw for about 1.1 mile. We have a very exciting project that is underway there that has tremendous private financing that we want to make sure we're able to see through. In order to do that, we need some support for the Department of Engineering, Department of Transportation, which again, the details are in the letter that we sent to you. So again, thank you for the opportunity to come before you on that matter. I see Councilman Bohan looking at me. Yes, you might want to take a look at your C3 program too on the west side, because it's we need to have the concentrated services in the city. Thanks.
You want to ask? Yeah, Mr. Englander.
Just question. Looking at the, I only got, maybe there's more than one letter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, I only received one.
Okay, we'll make sure you get the right documentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Huizar,
Thank you very
welcome.
much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this opportunity to comment. And as we all know, every year we have to grapple with the many competing demands on our limited city resources. And under your chairmanship, Mr. Krikorian, this committee has done an excellent job on that difficult work, so thank you, and to the committee members. And today, as you know, we are facing a homelessness crisis unlike any other time before, and it demands immediate action like we've never taken before. I very much appreciate the enhanced budget that the mayor has proposed on homelessness, and we are proud to have worked with all of you to make so much of that budget possible through the passage of HHH. And as we work to build long-term supportive housing through Measure HHH, we must do more to address the conditions on the streets today. And so I come to you today as the representative of Skid Row, the largest concentration of homelessness in America. But as you know, Skid Row is only the center of a citywide crisis. The challenges radiate away from Skid Row throughout the city. So I'm here to talk to you on two items. One is on the $20 million proposed for emergency housing, and the other is on the additional cleanup crews that are proposed to clean up encampments. I am excited about the $20 million proposed by the mayor to fund an expansion of emergency shelter. As you know, we are currently building the test case at El Pueblo. The shelter at El Pueblo will house 60 people every 6 months when it comes online this summer. The estimate to ready the site and install the trailers at El Pueblo was $1.3 million. We are currently learning about those estimates. This will benefit all the shelters as we learn more from El Pueblo. But the $20 million, if we split that evenly across all our districts, that is $1.3 million per district. So that means we will serve between 60 to 70 people every 6 months, about 120 people a year to shelter them if we use El Pueblo as a model. That is simply not enough. We've done the estimates at the back of the envelope estimates, and to house the 2,000 people that sleep on the streets every night on Skid Row, that will take us to about $20 million. So we need to see if we could have more funding for this so that we do it throughout the city where it's necessary, but at the same time, focus on the epicenter at Skid Row, where we continue to say that those are some inhumane conditions that we shall not allow. If we are serious about taking this to the core and saying we will not allow these conditions to exist anymore, let's address those 2,000 people at Skid Row, increase the amount of the $20 million so that we reach the rest of the city and not just sprinkle $1.3 million per district that only get us about 120 million people to shelter every year. The second thing I would ask for is that we not only address emergency shelters, but also to address something that's a public health crisis, and that is to better sufficiently address the encampments that we see out in the street every day. I support the mayor's proposed expansion of sanitation teams to help improve conditions on the street, to protect all our residents, including those who are living in encampments. We need to double the number of crews that are available for encampment cleanups, but we cannot wait until 2019 to do it, as proposed by the mayor's budget. The current proposal offers only 6 months funding for these teams, but we need them on the streets now. The backlog of service requests is 6,200 and growing by 200 per month. And on top of that, 60% of those are in just 3 districts, CD14, Mr. Price's, and Mr. O'Farrell's. We must prioritize this existing need and backlog and then later support the areas where we need new shelters and they are established. Hiring the new teams sooner would help deal with this backlog while shelters are in development. I want to thank Enrique Saldivar and his team for doing a wonderful job, but they need the resources to do additional work and not let the backlog increase by 200 per month. So thank you very much for your attention. I know you have a lot of trade-offs to do and with limited resources, but again, we need more money for shelter with an extra set aside for Skid Row, and we need the extra cleanup crews in areas to begin now and not in 2019 while focusing on areas with the greatest need and the greatest backlog. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We don't do applauding during budget and finance. Thank you. But Mr. Huizar, thank you very much. Mr. Harris-Dawson, thank you very much. Thank you for your advocacy, and thank you for taking the time to visit with us personally today. It's a demonstration of your commitment to our homeless population. We very much appreciate your being here. All right, we'll go ahead and resume our cards now. Thank you both. Our next speaker is Jane Dion, followed by Carl Cade.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm here to speak in support of the line item for domestic violence shelter operations, for the proposed expansion of the program, and for increases in funding to general homelessness solutions. Specific to domestic violence shelter operations citywide, our network of shelters uses these funds to provide safe shelter for individuals and their kids, and I'm emphasizing kids here because consistently 2 out of every 3 beds in our shelter is occupied by a child or a baby who is not sleeping in a car, who's not sleeping on the street or on their parent, and is not under the same roof as an abusive adult because their victimized parent was able to get them to our safe shelter. With expanded funding, we can increase access to a paralegal, to on-site advocates that help these families identify education, employment, and housing resources, and for counselors that help them address the victimization, the trauma that is caused by victimization, and the traumatic experience of being homeless. I know that these strategies are effective to end homelessness and end domestic violence because we have volunteers and donors and even staff at our agency that come back after being in shelter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Carl Cade, followed by Suzanne Smith, followed by Pablo Cardoso. Good afternoon.
My name is Carl Cade. I'm a resident of the 13th District. I'm also a board member of the Central City Association. I come to thank the mayor and his team for devoting the $20 million in the budget for the interim housing program. I really hope, I know that took a lot to get to that number, and I really hope the council members will meet him and exceed that number and find more to go to this important area of need in our city. Additionally, we'd like to see additional funding for additional Clean Streets teams and HOPE teams here in LA. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Suzanne Smith, followed by Pablo Cardoso, followed by Tulane Smiley.
Good afternoon. My name is Suzanne Smith. I'm a Social Justice Director of the Eagle Rock Neighborhood Council, and I'm here on the Council's behalf. We'll be filing a statement on the entire budget, but I want to address the homelessness budget in particular. While we're very happy to see an increased amount of funding for homelessness, as Councilman Huizar said, $20 million could and should be directed strictly to Skid Row to improve conditions there, as well as implementing specific shelters for elderly people, women, and people with special needs and families. We particularly need an increased funding to establish city-funded shelters in every district. There is not one permanent shelter in Northeast LA, and the only shelter we have in the winters houses 35 people a night, which is not sufficient. Finally, we appreciate all your efforts, but we want to see you continue to treat this as a humanitarian disaster, because it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pablo Cardoso, followed by Tulane Smiley, followed by Eve Sheedy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Budget and Finance Committee members. My name is Pablo. I'm with the LA Conservation Corps Clean and Green Program. We just want to thank you for continuing to support the growth and development of over 200 youth this past year. The city's investment in our future workforce is worth celebrating, and I'm here today to ask for your leadership in recommending to the mayor that an additional $190,000 be added to our current Clean and Green project budget for next year to cover the cost of the city's increase in minimum wage. This additional funding will ensure that our current service delivery levels stay the same as they have over the past few years. Our Clean and Green members clean over 600 alleys, collected and properly disposed of over 400 million pounds of bags and trash, maintained nearly 1.4 million linear feet of sidewalks, and kept over 500 medians clean last year. Our Corps members are trying to break the cycle of poverty in their communities and families. Please invest in our work preparing them for the workforce and their futures while they create a lasting connection to our communities. Consider allocating for next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Tulane Smiley, followed by Eve Sheedy, followed by Jerry Jones. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tulane Smiley, and I'm a director at Center for the Pacific Asian Family. We are here to thank HCID for their continued support of the domestic violence community and to urge this committee to pass the budget that supports the domestic violence victims in our city. CPAF has provided services to survivors of domestic violence for 4 decades in over 30 API languages and dialects. Our shelters provide more than warm beds and food. While they are staying with us, victims and their children receive a whole array of services, including legal and medical assistance, counseling and peer support, as well as education and life skills that will help them to heal and transition back to the community. We cannot hope to end the domestic violence and sexual violence in our city neighborhoods without the financial support the city offers us. Our domestic violence shelters are operating at capacity near all the time, and we appreciate the continued funding as we look for new and innovative ways to expand our services, increase our bed count so that we can continue to serve the increasing number of victims in our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Eve Sheedy, followed by Jerry Jones, followed by Rachel Kassenbrock. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name's Eve Sheedy. I'm the chair of the city's Domestic Violence Alliance, formerly the Domestic Violence Task Force, which represents all the DV agencies and the public agencies in the city. We're here in support of the HCID request for $5.2 million for DV services and for the creation of a human trafficking shelter. I've been here each year asking for funding. This is our first increase. So our thanks go out to Abigail Marquez, to the mayor's office, and to all of you. Our need is clear. There are 48,000 calls for service to LAPD. My office, the city attorney's office, reviews 11,000 at least DV cases a year. Approximately a third of the homeless population has experienced domestic violence, and 10% of those people are fleeing domestic violence. This will add about 70 beds to the 473 beds the city has addressing that population, which is very high. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jerry Jones, followed by Rachel Kassenbrock, followed by Patricia McCallister.
Hi, I'm Jerry Jones with the Inner City Law Center. We strongly support the mayor's $430 million budget request for homelessness. Inner City Law Center is based in Skid Row. We support Councilmember Weezar's request for additional money on top of the 20 for shelter in that part of town. And we support the incentives that are built into the budget request to see that this shelter initiative reaches all 15 districts. So we commend the council for the 222 commitment that was made on permanent supportive housing. This committee appropriated money a few years back for storage facilities that weren't spent because of resistance in individual districts to having those resources placed there. So it is up to each of you to help bring shelter that's desperately needed to every part of Los Angeles so we can deal with this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rachel Kassenbrock, followed by Patricia McCallister, followed by Eric Previn.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Kassenbrock, and I'm here from the Downtown Women's Center. We also are in full support of the mayor's $430 million for homelessness, and we completely recognize the need for more emergency shelters in Los Angeles while permanent housing is being developed. But until that housing is available, plans for shelters really must take into account the specific needs of vulnerable subpopulations like women, who also happen to be one of the fastest growing populations in Los Angeles. One way to do this, is by allocating women-specific shelter beds based on need, which is currently 1/3 of the homeless population. We also recommend that Skid Row receive an additional funding allocation to build and maintain shelters for this population without competing with the $20 million allocated to the rest of the city. Another way to do this is by requiring shelter staff to receive training in trauma-informed care, which is a vital standard that's been proven to be particularly effective for women who've experienced the trauma of homelessness and gender-based violence. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Patricia McCallister, followed by Eric Previn, followed by Eva Espinoza.
Hi, I follow budgets, and I make sure that you do what you say you're going to do, and you're not doing it. This budget for 217 and 218, you're not following it. Now, Weezar gave a nice speech, but he has $100 million to spend on Skid Row for 3 developments of Section 8 housing. He hasn't done a doggone thing, nor has the rest of them. Only one I've seen so far is O'Farrell. So I want to know where the money is going. See, I follow budgets. I don't just come to these meetings and let you run off at the mouth. Also, I want to see a black man on this committee, all 5 whites. And I don't like the way you all are running this budget committee. Now, another thing, LASA. I don't think LASA's doing their job. On Hackler's website, it says, if you want to get some of this HHH housing, contact LASA. Well, I talked to one of the LASA representatives. And she said they have nothing to do with it. Well, I talked to an HHH representative, and she says they do. They have the database that you're going to use. Well, I know that database is full of black people because that's who's in the shelters, black people, and I want to see them in that HHH housing.
All right, folks, I got to ask you again. There's not going to be booing. There's not going to be applauding. I've got about 50 cards to get through, and we can't do that if you're going to interrupt as speakers are speaking or between speakers. So please, I can't have that. Our next speaker is Eric Previn, followed by Eva Espinoza, followed by Alan Greenlee, followed by Jeff Katz.
Thank you, Councilmember Krikorian. It's Eric Previn. I live in Studio City. And I would say, nice budget, do no harm. One of the concerns is that regularly we're putting up and wiring the neighborhoods so that vehicles can't park. And then, you know, there are very limited options for people who are not bad people but are living in their vehicles. So I know you have your safer parking program. I think it needs to be radically expanded, and we need to hold off on the 8502ification, which is making it so there's very little space. 10% of the city is a place where you can park at night, even if it's quiet and not in someone's neighborhood. So I know you're focused on getting people citations, unfortunately, but we don't want that. And therefore, like with the texting and driving, the big issue is alcohol on the road. So we should try to figure out a way to limit the amount of alcohol that's served in some way, or prevent that, not go after people who are, you know, using their phones at a stoplight. They got 108 citations for people. I'm not advocating texting and driving, obviously, but I don't think that that's really what is causing the road death that everybody's yammering on about, to the tune of $90 million, which is heartbreaking, but do no harm. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eva Espinoza, followed by Alan Greenlee, followed by Jeff Katz. Good afternoon.
Good morning. Oh, I'm sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Eva Espinoza. I'm from ASME Local 3090, and I'm representing the sanitation workers. So as you may know, that the Bureau of Sanitation has a horrendous practice of hiring exempt employees and contract workers to work alongside regular civil service workers in the call center. This practice creates 2 to 3 tier labor force for the same work, with some employees having substandard pay with no benefits. We notice and support that in the budget, the Bureau is requesting 41 positions to work in the call center. However, this is not enough. At its height in staffing, the call center has had 150 plus call takers serving the city of Los Angeles 24/7. The request in the budget still leaves a workforce with workers with unequal pay for the same amount of work. The Bureau will need additional 60 plus regular authorities added to the request to right the wrong where they have created and to meet the demands of Recicla.
Thank you very much.
Streets.
Our
Thank
next
you.
speaker is Alan Greenlee, followed by Jeff Katz, followed by Jason Robinson.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Greenlee. I'm the Executive Director of the Southern California Association of Nonprofit Housing. We are 250 member organizations that build and operate affordable housing in the city of Los Angeles and throughout the region of Southern California. I'm here representing the private sector part of the public-private partnership. This body has done some extraordinary things like passing the linkage fee, the voters passed Measure HHH, all putting money in the system so that we could build housing that was affordable to residents of our community. And today I'm asking the Budget Committee to consider an additional contribution, which would be to make sure that the Department of Housing and Community Investment has the necessary resources to hire the staff, to underwrite the deals, to make sure that that money flows out as quickly as possible so that we can get to the business of housing people affordably. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Katz, followed by Jason Robinson, followed by Frank Romero.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Katz. I'm the development manager at My Friend's Place, and I'm here representing my organization as well as my colleagues at the Hollywood Homeless Youth Partnership. My Friend's Place works to assist and inspire homeless young people to build self-sufficient lives. And in the last year, we saw nearly 1,400 youth ages 12 to 25 and through nearly 20,000 visits at our facility in Hollywood. We are here in support of the mayor's $430 million budget request, which maintains and expands the city's support for LAHSA, ramps up spending on permanent housing, and also makes investments in emergency resources, including shelter. This funding is especially important for transition-age youth experiencing homelessness in Los Angeles. We must prioritize funding for our most vulnerable and at risk on the streets, including unaccompanied homeless youth who deserve a safe, decent, and affordable place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Robison, followed by Frank Romero, followed by Mel, I'm sorry. Tillikaratni. Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Jason Robison. I'm the program director for Shaye, the Self-Help and Recovery Exchange. Shaye Collaborative Housing is an innovative housing program that housed 472 people in 2017 for just over $300,000. When you compare that to the cost that Councilmember Huizar mentioned to shelter 120 people, it's a very cost-effective program. Councilmember Bohan has a pilot program in CD11 where we've housed the number of people contracted to house. While we support the city's efforts and the mayor's budget, and we recognize the need to shelter people, we urge the council and the budget committee to supplement the shelter request with programs that actually house people. We need to go beyond sheltering and connect every shelter to programs that can house people permanently. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Frank Romero, followed by Mel, and Claudia Perez.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and the committee members. My name is Frank Romero, and I'm the Public Affairs Officer at the United Way of Greater Los Angeles and a representative of the Everyone In campaign, a powerful coalition of people who embrace the common goal of ending homelessness across Los Angeles. First off, we want to thank you for your leadership on this issue and continue to deliberate a series of solutions not only that will put a huge dent in homelessness, but hopefully with a vision of finally ending it. I'm here representing United Way's strong support for the additional dollars needed to provide immediate solutions for our neighbors living on the streets of Skid Row. Representing about 10% of the total homelessness population, the community of Skid Row needs more resources, more attention, and more personnel to preserve existing non-covenanted affordable housing. There needs to be a much more aggressive approach to preserving affordable housing and preventing homelessness that results from evictions and loss of affordable units. We also want to stress the importance that the money used to fund temporary shelter are operated with the bridge housing best practices, and they are connected to permanent housing solutions. United Way supports this use of interim beds and shelters, but we need to go beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mel Tillikaratni. Sorry about that. Followed by Claudia Perez, followed by Joan Malloy.
Thank you, Councilmember Krikorian, members of the audience, Councilmember Bohan. We're here from the She Does movement, and what we're here is to advocate for more women's shelters in LA, specifically for women over 62, women with kids, working women, and domestic violence victims. We want you to not only allocate $20 million, but more if possible, and we are also here to give you our word, and we have other speakers behind us, that we will be there at community hearings to support you when you need to open a shelter. We pledged this to Councilmember Mike Bohan. We pledged this to Councilmember Huizar. If you need to open a shelter in your community for women and you need community support, we will be there. We're from the She Does movement, and we say she does deserve shelter and protection. So again, please accommodate and make sure that we establish exclusive shelters for women. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Claudia Perez, followed by Joan Malloy, followed by Lanella Eny.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm here with the She Does movement. I volunteer in South LA, and I see more and more homeless women on the streets. Please open exclusive shelters for women, women with children, working women, and domestic violence victims. This will help protect our thousands of women who are in the streets. We are here to support you because she does deserve shelter and protection.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joan Malloy, followed by Lanella Eny, followed by Brent Page.
My name is Joan Malloy, and I'm here with the She Does movement. Council members, we're here today as advocates for the homeless women living on the streets of LA without shelter and protection. We're here making use of our power by reminding you to make good use of yours. In the words of C. Wright Mills, the power elite is composed of men whose positions enable them to transcend the ordinary environments of ordinary men and women. They're in positions to make decisions having major consequences. Whether they do or do not make such decisions is less important than the fact that they do occupy such pivotal positions. Their failure to act, their failure to make such decisions is itself an act that is often of greater significance than the decisions they do make. Council members proudly make the decision to allocate budget funding for 6 shelters specifically for homeless women. We will support you at community meetings all along the way.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lanella Eny, followed by Brent Page, followed by Emma Zander.
Lanella Eny.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not
Yes.
a problem. I'm here representing the South Los Angeles Alliance of Neighborhood Councils. We're made up of 15 neighborhood councils who believe the city of LA still has a long way to go in providing resources equitably within our community. To do that, city staff needs to be increased now. Additional funds being allocated to departments need to go to target local hiring, where our community members can earn a living wage, not only living and playing in our communities, but working to provide cannabis enforcement, which we're still waiting on, sidewalk repair, tree trimming, and all the other basic services our communities are not so patiently waiting on. We need these jobs and demand better services. Please focus on targeted local hiring and making sure departments, especially our public works departments, are providing equitable service in all parts of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Brent Page, followed by Emma Zander, followed by Stephen Matoya. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Brent Page. I'm a resident and chairman of the Southwest Area Neighborhood Council. And I just want to say we're excited about the additional funds, but we want to make sure that those additional funds translate into real jobs. We want to make sure we advocate for this target local hire program, as well as we want to make sure that these funds are spread equally across all council districts. You know, it's a shame that I have to organize and get community members out to clean streets when we have those street services. So please make sure that these funds are spread equally among all the council districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emma Zander, followed by Stephen Matoya, followed by Leonard Delp.
Hi, I'm Emma. I'm here with the She Does movement. Our message is really simple. She does deserve safety and shelter, and too many women are living on our streets without safety or shelter. When I volunteer in West LA, I see more and more older homeless women, and that's a group that's become really prevalent in our lines during our feedings. So we are calling to open exclusive shelters for specific groups of women because they all need very different services and resources. Thank you guys for your support. We are here to support you at community hearings, and I appreciate your time. She does.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Stephen Matoya, followed by Leonard Delp, followed by Khalid Alalim. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Like you said, my name is Stephen Matoya. I'm here with the She Does movement. I'd like to remind everyone here on the council of Dr. Martin Luther King's last speech. He spoke of the parable that which compared the Levite and the priest, and as they passed the person in need on the Jericho Road. And as they passed the person on Jericho Road that was needing help, it was a wonder. And so Jesus asked in the wonder, why did they pass? The person who did stop to pass, Jesus asked that person, said, why did you stop to pass? And the question that was asked and asked you here is not just what will happen to me if I don't help them, what will happen to them if we don't.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leonard Delp, followed by Khalid Alalim, followed by David Bermudez.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Leonard Delp. I am the board secretary to the Empowerment Congress, Central Area Neighborhood Development Council in Council District 8. And some of the questions that our stakeholders are actually concerned about is why is it so hard for the city of Los Angeles to have jobs filled when they were actually budgeted for? So we have two problems. One of the problems we have in CD8 and within our neighborhood council districts is the lack of city services and the need for more jobs. So our intended goal today is to deliver an urgent statement for these additional funds to translate into real job opportunities for the stakeholders within our communities. Our neighbors are struggling to find ways our neighbors are struggling to find living wage jobs to be able to afford the cost of living in the city of LA. And the mayor and the council plan to hire 5,000 additional people through the Target Labor Hiring Program is a much needed program with our community that would take care of some of the quality of life issues that we're faced with and a lack of some of the repairs that actually need to be repaired. So we're looking for increase in hiring. We want to find out why the city departments are, when they're budgeted for, they're budgeted for
We got your message. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Khalid Alalim, followed by David Bermudez. And I'm sorry, folks, but I can't take any more cards. We have more than enough for the allotted time already. Mr. Alalim, followed by David Bermudez, followed by Juan Carlos Torres. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for your time. I want to thank the staff of CD8 and especially our beloved councilman, Marquise Harris Dawson. Appreciate this time. My name is Khalid Alalim. I am the president of Park Mesa Heights Community Council. I'm here to tell you that the phoenix has risen from the ashes, but we're still dealing with the dust and the dirt. It is imperative that these city departments get the money that's necessary to do the training and the outreach so that our residents can feel like they live in a place where it is dignified and healthy. So we really appreciate any and all attention that's necessary for the South Los Angeles area to make sure that we get those services. And also, we need to think about the targeted hiring program. We have a lot of individuals who can take care of our own community if they were given the chance. So we can't stress that enough. And the housing issue, we are taking on as much housing as we can, but if we do not get the support and services, it will not work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is David Bermudez, followed by Juan Carlos Torres, followed by Rogelio Flores. And folks, if I call your name, just come on up and be ready to speak, please. Mr. Bermudez.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Juan Carlos Torres, and I'm the Executive Director for the Gang Alternatives Program, also known as GAP. We're a graffiti contractor for the City of LA in Council District 8, 14, and 15. The reason I'm here today is to request more funding for graffiti in the upcoming year. For the last couple of years, it's pretty much been stable. There was a slight increase last year, but this upcoming year, there's a prevailing wage that will be going into effect. And if it does, which means that our graffiti services in the city will reduce by half. If prevailing wage goes into effect, I will have to downsize half of my crews and all of Council District 15, part of 8 and 14. And not only me, but my cohorts too. So I'm just asking to take a look at a graffiti contract budget for the upcoming years and think about prevailing wage. And if you want to continue the same level of service, it will have to be increased. If not, expect to see less graffiti, more graffiti in your area, more calls, and more complaints. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Rogelio Flores, followed by Cathy Wang. And is David Bermudez here? Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council members, committee members. My name is Rogelio Flores. I'm with Northeast Graffiti Busters. I'm here to speak on the issue of prevailing wage. If prevailing wage were to pass, it would affect negatively the city's graffiti removal program. At the moment, we work 7 days per week. If prevailing wage were to pass, we would have to bring our crews down to 4 days per week. And doing that, it would virtually be impossible to maintain our areas. As it stands now, when we close for 1 day, it takes us 1 to 2 days to catch up on our requests. As you know, graffiti left and not removed causes gang violence. I urge you not to pass prevailing wage within the city's graffiti removal program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Cathy Wang, followed by Maria Vasquez, followed by Manuel Villanueva. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Cathy Wang, and I'm the director of the Restaurant Opportunity Center. And I'm speaking in support of increased funding for the Bureau of Contract Administration's fight against wage theft. Rock LA is a community-based organization, and we're also a member of the LA Worker Center Network, which represents workers from construction to car wash, restaurant, domestic work, and garment, among others. And we're here to support successful enforcement of labor laws and that really depends fundamentally on building trust between workers and the government. And community-based organizations like ROC, we train worker leaders to actually do the outreach, to talk to workers about their rights, and encourage them to work with the city to file claims when they experience wage theft. Often workers face a lot of retaliation when they're exercising their rights, and community-based organizations employ strategies to support workers, showing community support to help in fighting that. And so we support that the enforcement agencies can actually work hand in hand with community-based organizations to really successfully fight wage theft and make a dent on this huge problem. So the BCA originally requested $700,000, and we hope that you'll be able to match that.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Maria Vasquez, followed by Manuel Villanueva, followed by Erika Lee.
My name is Manuel Villanueva, and I'm going to be the translator for Maria Vasquez.
Okay.
Buenas tardes. Mi
One
nombre
moment,
es María Vázquez.
One moment, please. We have an official translator.
May I start? Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Vázquez.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Vasquez.
Trabajé en restaurante por más de 12 años.
I have been working at a restaurant for more than 12 years.
Soy miembro de Rock LA.
I am a member of Rock LA.
Estamos aquí para hablar del presupuesto de BCA.
I am here to talk about the ABC budget.
Para enforzar la ley necesitamos reconstruir la relación entre agencias del gobierno y los trabajadores.
In order to make the law work, we need to establish a relationship between the city offices and the workers.
En este clima político, muchos trabajadores no hacen reclamos y no denuncian los abusos.
In this political climate, many of the workers do not denounce abuses.
Muchos trabajadores lo confían a las organizaciones de la comunidad.
Many of the workers confide in the organizations, in the community organizations.
Gente con la que conviven día a día.
People that they know on a daily basis.
El hacer el alcance nos ayuda a llegar hasta donde está el trabajador.
So that we do the work doing the outreach with the workers.
Cuando miro las caras iluminadas del trabajador que dicen, gracias, esto lo estaba necesitando, les digo, hagan buen uso de ello.
It is really rewarding when you see the faces of the workers when they thank us for the help that we provide them.
Estamos unidos al centro de labor que representa a muchas industrias.
We represent many industries.
Estamos aquí para que sigan financiando por completo al Buró de Administración de Contratos para combatir al robo de salario.
We are here in support of the administration that takes care that the workers are paid and that their salary is not stolen from them. Basically, it's the wage theft. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Manuel Villanueva, followed by Erika Lee, followed by Myrna Bohan.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the help with the translation. I am a member leader and a lead organizer for the Restaurant Opportunity Center, also a member of the Workers Center Network. And we're here to talk about the budget for the BCA. Currently, it's $450,000. The original budget, the requested budget was $700,000. And this is very important because to be funded, because we see the problematic that is a wage theft among the workers. We see it on their faces. We see it on their families. We understand the workers, a lot of members, and a lot of the workers like me came out of the industries we organized. And it's very important that we give them the support that they need, especially with the retaliation and the political climate. It is really hard for them to address these retaliations. And the percentage of retaliation we've seen in the workplace increased to 60%. And this is unacceptable, and we really need to heal this relationship between workers and the government agencies, and we can be that link that heals that relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Erika Lee, followed by Myrna Bohan, followed by Amparo Ostohis. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name's Erika Lee. I am a Venice resident and also work at Venice Community Housing, and I'm here in support of the mayor's proposed $430 million budget. I'm particularly here to strongly support the $20 million allocated for emergency housing. Venice Community Housing works primarily on providing and increasing supportive and affordable housing, and we're here to understand and support the need for more short-term housing while people are forced to continue to live on the streets. I also am here to be hesitant about the sanitation department and HOPE team budgets. It's a public health issue for all residents to clean up our streets, but I've personally seen, especially in Venice, a lot of cleanups and sanitation efforts that do not keep people's 60-gallon items. My regular grocery store is currently power washing the streets, and as people move their stuff onto their grass, they're turning on the sprinklers. So I want to make sure that we are not using these efforts for punitive issues, but for positive resources and proven solutions.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Myrna Bohan, followed by Amparo Ostohis, followed by Justine Sofia.
Good afternoon. I'm Myrna Bohan. I'm from Venice Community Housing also, just like Erika. And first, I'd like to thank the City Council and specifically Mike Bonin for leading the efforts in support of building affordable housing in Venice. We strongly urge this increase in general fund resources for homeless services. Like Erika said, we do understand we focus on affordable and low-income housing, but understand the need for supportive emergency shelters, temporary housings, and other things to serve those that are still living outside and living in insecure housing. So thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Amparo Ostohis, followed by Justine Sofia, followed by Bridget Kelly. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Amparo Ostohis, and I'm here with the She Does movement also. And I wanted to speak about allocating specific funds for women's shelter, specifically women that are older, women with children, women that are working. When I volunteer with the Monday Night Mission at Skid Row, I am constantly seeing elderly women that get abused because they are so vulnerable to, basically not defending themselves. We see a lot of women that show up in our lines with a broken arm, after being attacked. So we would really appreciate specific shelter for elderly women, women suffering from domestic violence, and working women with children.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Justine Sofia, followed by Bridget Kelly, followed by Suzette Shaw. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Justine Sofia, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of women and children. I work at the Union Rescue Mission as the creative director of Mondays at the Mission, and over the past 5 years, I have seen hundreds upon thousands of mothers and innocent children suffering homelessness. This is a crisis that needs to be addressed like a FEMA natural disaster. Skid Row is no place for a child. As of today, May 1st, there are 767 mothers and children on Skid Row. Please allocate $20 million or more towards creating exclusive shelters for single moms with children. Our former student, Kenneth Chansey, and his sister, Stephanie Costello, would share headphones and blast music to turn out the chaos and fear on Skid Row as they went walking to school. Kenneth went on to work for Marquise Harris Dawson of LA Council District 8. His sister, Stephanie, at the age of 21, passed away from a drug overdose. Not all of our kids make it off of the streets or systemic poverty. They are smart and talented, and I wish you could meet them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Bridget Kelly, followed by Suzette Shaw, followed by DeAndrea Kotler.
Good afternoon. My name is Bridget Kelly, and I'm with PATH. With our roots here in Los Angeles, we are committed to ending homelessness for individuals, families, and communities. Our programs are committed to helping the most vulnerable individuals living on our streets, and since 2013, we've successfully helped more than 7,500 individuals experiencing homelessness move off the streets and into their own homes. But the truth is, we as a community need to do more because we have more than 34,000 neighbors experiencing homelessness in our city. The budget request reflects the important sentiment that more must be done and more can be done for our neighbors experiencing homelessness. By increasing the city's investment in the fight to end homelessness, we will be able to support more Angelinos experiencing homelessness through access to supportive housing, interim shelter, and support services. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Suzanne Shaw, followed by DeAndrea Kotler, followed by Povitamu Bryant.
Good day. Suzette Shaw, Skid Row resident. This morning I witnessed someone in the concrete community of Skid Row sleeping with a makeshift toilet by their side, attempting to make humane in the midst of humane conditions. That's not right. Older and older, with more and more grave mental and physical conditions only being further exacerbated by more and more trauma and terrible conditions. That's not right. Skid Row is a community, and I'd like to stress that. Skid Row is a community. There's some good people who live in Skid Row, and I'd like to consider myself one of them. What is not okay is to allow people to live in dire situations on concrete and let that be considered a bed. That is not what is okay. What is not okay is to allow people to make makeshift toilets when there's so much richness and a value around that could be allowed to help support the needs of the community. That is not right. I ask you to do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is DeAndrea Kotler, followed by Povitamu Bryant, followed by Symona Wright. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello all, my name is DeAndrea Lotier, and I'm here with the Black Workers Center, and I'm also a part of the Workers Center Network. And I wanted to say thank you for supporting the minimum wage ordinance, and I wanted to ask that you continue to allocate resources to that ordinance and also expand those resources to include resources for Title VII and anti-discrimination protections, specifically for underrepresented workers. They face so much as they're trying to navigate the workforce, and these protections will go a long way in ensuring that they can have long-term careers that will support themselves and their families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Povitamu Bryant, followed by Symona Wright, followed by last call for David Bermudez. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I am Povitamu Bryant, the Managing Director with the Los Angeles Black Workers Center. And I want to applaud and thank the Council for supporting minimum wage outreach and education. And I want to lift up that discrimination is the ultimate form of wage theft, and it prevents Black workers from being employed or retaining employment. We are often the last hired and the first fired. As a city that stands against discrimination and for the protection of workers, and as a member of the Workers Center Network, we really want to make sure that our outreach and education efforts around the minimum wage protections are expanded to include Title VII and FEHA protections as well, so the Black workers who are experiencing discrimination as the ultimate form of wage theft are also understanding their rights and protections around discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Symona Wright, followed by David Bermudez. Mr. Wright, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Symona Wright, and I work for the City of Los Angeles, so I'm very proud to be part of this family. I represent sanitation. I work for sanitation, but we represent public health, the environment. We protect the environment. We're firsthand. We are the environmental department. And as you know, like I said, I work for sanitation, but I work for wastewater. We have the largest municipal wastewater system in the nation. Actually, if you stretch our sewer pipes out, it will reach Rome. We're asking that we have a north and south division. We're growing. The buildings are going up. More sewage is going into the pipes. More sewage is going into the treatment plants. So we really need a north and south district when it comes to wastewater. Right now we have one wastewater collection system division. Like I said, we're growing. We need staffing to handle all of the wastewater that is flowing through. Like I said, we protect the environment. You guys like to go swimming? That's us. You like to eat fish? That's us. So please, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is David Bermudez here? All right. That will conclude our public comment for today, and thank you all very much for your participation, for coming down and expressing your views. So, members, next will be approval of the budget memo list. So, does anybody have any revisions or additions to make? Mr. Englander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd ask that item 217 under Recreation and Parks, that one is listed as a special study. It should actually be a budget impact.
217. Oh, yes. Okay. Without objection. Any other changes? Mr. Blumenfield?
Wanted to request that we also include a report back regarding the controller budget to read that it appears the CAO miscalculated cost of 4 positions in controller's budget for number 11, special funds and analysis, a senior management analyst 2 and a senior management analyst 1. For number 15, the PACER replacement, a senior management analyst 1 and a senior management analyst 2. The total additional amount for the 4 positions is $98,637. So the report is to report back on how to make this technical correction and to see if there's any funding.
Okay, and those are new requests, right? So if you could provide those.
April 27th.
Yeah, so if you could provide those, the writing that you have to CAO, that'd be great.
And then 2 other minor things. On Rec and Parks, number 222, it's reporting back to the Arts, Entertainment, Parks, and River Committee, also to report back to the Budget Committee. This is on the possibility of doing a ballot measure with the cost of electric, because that would have a substantial impact on the budget. And then on item 223, it currently reads what options are available to require the land adjacent. If you could strike require and change to acquire. So what options are available to acquire, and then insert LAUSD in front of land to make it clear. The LAUSD land adjacent to the Woodland Hills Recreation Center to increase the, and strike availability of parking at that facility and say increase the size of the park and what immediate options are available to lease some of the space for additional parking for the park.
Okay, so just to make sure we have it clear for the record, can you read it through as you would like it to be written?
Okay, what options are available to acquire the LAUSD land adjacent to the Woodland Hills Recreation Center to increase the size of the park, and what immediate options are available to lease some of the space for additional parking for the existing park?
Great, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Blumenfield? Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few things on question number 237.
Which department is that?
I believe it's planning. I believe I asked that the report back to the department on climate change that they include climate scenarios if we continue business as usual, if we continue slow environmental incremental progress on emission reductions, and if we drastically ramp up our efforts and even inspire other cities to join us. Now, if I didn't formally ask that, I intended to, so I'd like to ask that to be added.
237.
237.
Okay.
I also, let's see, wanted the department to report back on their efforts and activities to reduce the impacts of climate change and the scope and cost of those activities. And for questions 237, 174, and 186, I'd like to ask that they be referred to the Energy, Climate Change, and Environmental Justice Committee as well. On item number 211, I'd like to ask that that be...
Can you tell us which department first? By department.
No. 211. I'll come back to Rec and Parks. I'd like to ask that that be listed as a budget impact item and not a special study. On 282, the good food purchasing policy and sustainability packaging, and that's under aging. I asked for a number of questions and report back, so I'd like to have my name reflected under that also. And the cost of complying with sustainability packaging should be separated out, and the report back should cover the anticipated and actual cost of complying with sustainability packaging. And under the library, I'd like a report back on what it would cost to open a Encino branch library.
Want to add one for planning?
Is that it? I'm not sure if staff caught all of that. If you could make sure that they get it in writing, that would be helpful as well, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. Mr. Bohan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My staff provided most of the comments earlier. There was just one we just caught. In item number 141, which is a report back on potential LAPD properties to be used for safe parking or bridge housing. Totally cool that it goes to public safety, but I'd also like it to go to homelessness and poverty as well. And in preparation for today's discussion, I was reading through the comprehensive homelessness strategy, and there was a question I should have asked planning yesterday. I wonder if I could add a report back to planning. One of the tasks they had in the comprehensive homelessness strategy was to be working on facilitating micro units for people who are homeless. And I'd just like a special study report back on that. That would go to Plum and H&P. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Anything else, members? So with those amendments, is there any objection to approving the list? Seeing none, the list as amended will be approved. All right, so that brings us to our first department of the day, Housing and Community Investment. Mr. Cervantes, welcome.
Thank you, sir.
We've all received your thorough and detailed letter, for which we thank you. But feel free to go ahead and open up and introduce your team. We'll jump right in.
Well, thank you very much, Councilman, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. It's always wonderful to be able to speak to the mayor's proposed budget on HCID. I'd first like to introduce our executive team: Assistant General Manager Lou Santiago, Sean Spear, Abigail Marquez, Executive Officer Laura Guglielmo, and Assistant General Manager Roberto Aldape. As other general managers have, and it is heartfelt that we do thank the mayor himself as well as his team for the budget we have before you that we're discussing this afternoon, as well as the hard work the CAO put into preparing this budget. I really want to acknowledge this budget relative to the amount of resources that have been placed into addressing the homelessness crisis, as well as funding specific initiatives that support the homeless crisis as it is. Certainly as it relates to staffing positions relative to the development of city land that resides within HCID, as well as the expansion of the rent stabilization ordinance that has proven to be very successful over the last 2 years and has created a tremendous amount of increase in inquiries from tenants to ask what their rights are. You know, as we know, power is knowledge. We are also appreciative of the continued funding of the Family Source Centers, the social safety network for the City of Los Angeles, as well as the expansion of the domestic violence shelters, as well as a new program for victims of human trafficking. We're going to be going from 8 domestic violence shelters up to 10, and then having 2 centers for purposes of the human trafficking victims with unique services, and those also serve as homeless prevention programs. So we're very appreciative of that. I do also want to thank the HCID staff, and as we've been struggling to be able to meet the needs of the operations with limited staff, we've placed placed them in different locations, and they've rallied and continued to work hard where we put them to ensure that we're able to get the product out. Again, we're pleased with the budget that we have before you. However, there are a couple of things we did want to bring to your attention and basically have this discussion in two parts, one of which is the HHH support, which is not in the mayor's budget. And just to be clear, that's not the mayor's office fault or the CEO's fault. The city as a whole and HCID had to wait for at least 2 rounds of calls for projects in order to determine what that workload is before we could come forward with realistic numbers as to what the actual demand would be and then the staffing thereafter. But I will come back to that in just a moment. First, I really want to discuss a couple of key items that are in budget or actually not necessarily in the budget. 2 years ago and last year, we discussed a structural deficit associated with the administration of the federal consolidated plan. That includes the emergency solution grant dollars, community development block grant dollars, home funds, and CDBG. Those 4 items, over the years, the federal budgets have gone down, the entitlements have gone down, while the administrative dollars also gone down. Cap rates have gone up, and of course, then we had a structural deficit over the last 2 years. This Budget and Finance Committee, along with Council and the Mayor, addressed that at the mid-year with an infusion of general fund dollars that was very significant for the department to be able to move forward. The only caveat that was, at that time, that helped the department with the positions it had filled at that time. And as you can imagine, with a structural deficit, we created a lot of vacancies to try to live within our budget, even notwithstanding the fact that we were operating on thin margin. We were operating as best we could, but we still sustained additional vacancies. So the actual general fund infusion was significant, and then subsequent to that, we received a small portion of monies, $250,000, that enabled us to fill up to 11 positions. But I just want to characterize this. It's important to note that the number of vacant positions we do have, because we'll have that discussion when we talk about the need for HHH additional support. And it's important for us as a city to determine what level of services that we need to provide for the existing services before we just start discussing new programs. Our staff did an extensive analysis of what the needs were. They came up with a minimum of 30 positions. We whittled that down to 19 positions, and that's what's in the budget before you, 9 months of funding at $1.4 million. A couple of other key things that I do want to mention about some of the key programs that we support. The domestic violence shelter, as I've mentioned, there's additional resources for that, so we're very appreciative of that. However, we don't necessarily have a staff person to support the additional increase of work. We have 1 person authorized for the DV shelter program who also administers the task force as well. So we're asking for a management analyst position to support that. We also are requesting support for our cap and trade program, or it's called Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities program. We've been successful over the last 2 years in bringing in resources from the state. Last year alone, we brought in approximately $63 million. We have an application this round for $107 million. And the reason why we think it's important to have this position, because HCID is the lead agency working with the Bureau of Engineering as well as Department of Transportation to bring in these additional resources, and now we are actually the co-applicant. And the reason why that's important is now we're able to get 10% admin off of the sustainable transit infrastructure. So last year, as I mentioned, $63 million, $20 million of that was STI, or sustainable transit infrastructure. That would be $2 million to admin to cover a position. This round, we've got over $40 million in STI work. So if funded, even if we got a quarter of that, that would be more than sufficient to be able to cover an administrative position that would be enabled the city to even target even more dollars. And this is all on a competitive basis, so it behooves us as a city to be able to have a point person that can that actually take the lead to bring in these resources. So again, I bring that up just because of the issues of the need for supporting the programs, but also the vacancies that we need to have ongoing discussions about. Now HHH. We have a significant ask for the committee and council, and we're in a difficult spot because, again, we had to submit this post deadline for the budget. Again, we had to wait for 2 calls to at least get a sense of what the workload was going to be. So just in the first 2 calls, I'm going to back up. We're going to do 3 calls per year just to make sure that we've got product on the street and get it out as quickly as possible. Within the first 2 rounds, we're going to admit 31 projects in 2 rounds within a 4-month period of time. You're going to see, going before committee and council here in the next month, is the next project expenditure plan. That is the bond sale for HHH bond proceeds. That's going to basically include 24 projects totaling $238 million. It's a huge lift that's going to be coming to our doorsteps here shortly relative to the staff needing to do all of the loan execution and then on in through construction. And then once it's in construction, then of course we have to do the monitoring thereafter. The analysis that the department did was a true cradle-to-grave analysis of what the true needs would be for HHH to implement it based on the amounts that we anticipate we're going to be allocating on an annual basis. Based on the first two calls, we estimated to be about $200 million per year. That's an average, just like the average would be based on 27 projects per year. That would be 9 projects submitted per round, or 27 over the course of a 3-year cycle, or 3 cycles per year, I say. We think that's conservative, and we want to be conservative because we just don't want to overextend ourselves, but at the same time we have to make sure that we actually have staffing in place to usher these projects through. It's important to note some of the vacancies that I mentioned that were the 19 we're asking for. Those are also vacancies within our Housing Production Bureau as well as Consolidated Plan Bureau. So it's a combination of things. We've got to make sure that we've got staffing to do the here and now, our traditional managed pipeline with bond financing, as well as HHH. So it's like I said, it's a rather enormous ask, but it is unfortunately the cost of actually providing the services. And it's actually, if you look at it based on $200 million per year of total development cost, the average is a little higher than 4% admin cost against the overall bond sale or the overall total development cost. So reasonable as it relates to that. We do understand that we're going to have to work with the council, the CLA, CAO's office, and the mayor's office to try to figure out exactly where we can find these resources post-submission of the mayor's balanced budget, because we know that these are tough decisions to make, but the fact of the matter is that these bonds that are going to be coming forward in July, they're going to have to hit the ground running, and that's on a parallel with all of the other pipeline projects we do have. So with that, open to discussions. We have our team here to answer any questions you may have, and thank you, Laura. I do want to mention to you, just for your own edification or interest, we did hand out, if you're for reading perusal, just a kind of a spreadsheet. I'll just kind of show you the production we do have. We have a total of 40 projects in the pipeline under HHH, as well as an additional 40 projects that we have in our managed pipeline as well. So actually, it's a total of 80 projects that are actually in the queue right now under production. So it's a huge volume of product that's hitting the street. And those are the people that are watching in the audience or on TV. I think it's really, we hear you, and I hearkening Marquise Harris Dawson, the councilman, saying we're coming. Housing is coming. It takes a little while for the housing production to get out on the street and actually have a actual true ribbon cutting. It takes 2 to 2.5 years. We have expedited the time frame for us to be able to do this. We have 2 acquisition funds that is helping developers take down land early and then taking out through our 2 sources of financing, or two mechanisms to get product out in the street. We are moving at a record pace, and now we just need the resources to be able to now, once the projects are financed, then we can take them through to fruition. So we've got the machinery in place. Now we're just ready to continue to produce the housing. And so with that, myself and the rest of the team are here to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield, would you like to start us off?
I'll go second. Give me a moment.
Okay. Mr. England.
Well, thank you very much. And one of your tasks, your department, and your responsibility this year is probably one of the most important in the city. And trying to move these projects where the voters actually put their money where their mouth is to say we need these projects is Herculean. The volume is tremendous, and the workloads are incredible. And I think one of the most difficult positions that you've been put in is timing and not knowing what those were. As you know, I've got a motion in to look at and work with the commission on ways that we can even come up with a streamlined process, and even something that might be a little easier than biannual call for projects, something that can happen every day. and applications reviewed on an expedited basis, and in a way to do that. Now, there are some models for that, as we're well aware, and I don't know that those are more policy in nature, and this is a budget hearing. And so I think it is appropriate to have those discussions with Commission. I'm happy to talk to you offline about some of those ideas. But also, if we go down that road of working with consultants to do some of that work, even in the interim, until we can staff up, because this is 9 months of staffing, not 12, which means we don't hit the ground running in July, and we're anywhere near July yet.
Right.
And then now we've created a backlog. And my biggest concern with the backlog, too, is that we lose the projects quickly, because there's tremendous carrying costs. Most of the applicants that are coming in for these funds don't own the land, and they're paying holding fees and carrying costs, and those keep going up, and they don't have a guarantee of approval either. And those are cash out of pocket. Those are hard dollars. To me, that doesn't work, and 9 months isn't fast enough. But the reality, too, is that we couldn't hire people fast enough even if it were tomorrow, because we have a backlog and a bottleneck at personnel, too.
Right.
And so I think we have to look at ways to move these things even faster. So I would keep an open mind towards that, and maybe with the idea that we could have some kind of fee, where it be a application waiver fee equal to but not less than what they'd be paying for the processing fee to go to a consultant to process, as an example, bonding, and then also to continue paying the oversight, because ultimately you're the ones managing the oversight and compliance.
Right.
So you don't lose a minute, a heartbeat, or a dollar, and we process more, and we do them faster, and while we grow the department to right size what's coming in the door. So that would be my suggestion. I'm not sure if that's something, again, it's a little more maybe policy, although it is related directly to the budget and hiring and the process. But if you want to talk about any of those points, that would be great.
I'd be very open to that, Councilman. We are looking at all options available, or don't even appear to be available right now, to figure out ways to expedite this. And even when we talk about hiring, are there ways that we can bring on consultants to, at least in the interim, to assist underwriting, whatever the case may be, to be able to get the product out as quickly as possible? There have been ongoing discussions about having open table submissions for projects. You got to keep in mind, though, that there's only one bond sale per year for HHH, and that's why we have patient capital with our 2 different acquisition funds. But there's many different options that perhaps we could look at to expedite this as quickly as possible. Certainly, city land is always something we're looking to develop as well.
Well, of course, there's that, but that's not what's coming in the door so fast. And the city land issues are complicated at best. What I might do and suggest to you for these budget deliberations and discussions at this point in time is a way to fill the gap between the second quarter hiring and what's being proposed in 9 months, and that consulting part, and maybe structuring a fee waiver. So I think on average, they're paying $15,000 to $19,000 to process for a bond, for example. Is that about
Sean,
the
do you know the
cost?
Do you know exactly what amount?
Do we know?
Sean Spear, Assistant General Manager for Housing Development. Typically, there may be a upfront issuer fee, approximately about $30,000 for each transaction, and then there are ongoing issuer fees after
Right.
deals have closed.
Sure. So around 30,000. Okay, I was figuring about 20. I guess it depends on the size,
That's
right?
correct.
So okay, so 20 to 30,000. If you can come up, and only if you want to bring it back, this is a great opportunity. So I'll put back a budget impact report request back if you so want to weigh on it, which is rare. Usually it's this committee asking and demanding it come back.
Sure.
I'm going to ask you if it makes sense in this process.
Certainly appreciate that.
To come back with a proposal for example, a fee waiver equivalent to the exact same fee to go to outside consultants in the interim time and see how that works, even as a pilot, to get these things done and not have to wait for 2 openings like Prop K a year. It just as they come in and they find land, we can just get them out the door and get them funded.
Sure.
But you guys are made whole, and the department doesn't skip a beat and get all your fees, and then you still do the compliance piece.
Right.
Just a suggestion.
It's worthwhile looking at, Councilman. And I will mention also, to address some of the heavy burden of the general fund to support the positions that have been asked, the department is undertaking several fee analysis for potential placement in the subsequent fiscal year. So whatever general fund ask is now, it would be offset by future fees that we would impose. And just be able to have to keep in mind, as a city family, if we impose fees, of course, the total development cost is going to go up. So
and that can come later when that study's done,
Sure.
right? Okay, then if you do support that, then I will ask that for a budget impact report to come back and outline, a quick analysis of, and happy to talk to you offline, and I've certainly given a lot of thought too, and how we can come up with something like that to streamline these projects and get people sheltered.
Great.
That'd be
Thank you
great.
for the recommendation.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'm very supportive of your new naturally occurring affordable housing program, which can save existing units and keep people from being homeless. The way the staffing for the program is funded is a reminder of sort of a backdoor cannibalization approach to budgeting that we often use and have sometimes been complained about during this hearing. Paying for the staff requires taking authority from another part of your department. Is there a better way to deal with this staffing issue? And do you have other staffing issues relating to this program that you could use help with?
Well, the department is, as I mentioned in my opening comments, Councilman, we're struggling under the same structural deficit that we've discussed over the last 2 years. We just don't have that debt behind us now, and still with limited ability to hire new positions. So any new requirements is basically going to require some additional staff. The staff is pretty well tapped across the board. We've shifted everyone as best we can to be able to address the emergency of the hour while still trying to plan strategically on a go-forward basis. I think it's imperative, as we're talking about a large sum of positions that we're asking for HHH, is that I think that it would be helpful for the city to basically decide ultimately within HSID, these are the core functions, what is the bare minimum staff that we need to operate with? And if it's 100, great, it's 100. If it's 50, so be it. And then thereafter, if there's positions left over, and we need to utilize those vacant positions for HHH, provided that they are the correct classification, we can repurpose those. But I think that, and that's the reason why I brought this up at the beginning, is because we still need to address the here and now with the programs we've got now, including NOAA, we're including the USC program, including a variety of programs. And then on HHH, again, understanding that we're not going to get every position filled, and we acknowledge that. And there's no reason to have every single position, although we'd like it. But the fact of the matter is that when we start looking at some of these vacant positions that are left over after that analysis, then let's look to see what's left over of the authorities that we're not going to fund, and then see what's appropriate for HHH. And if they're not appropriate, then we can decide what we're going to do with them at that point and ask for new positions where appropriate to support HH on the long term. And I will add that the analysis that we did will be very helpful for the linkage fee programs that are going to be coming forward. We're right now going through our stakeholder meetings and coming up with strategies that we're going to be recommending to the council for utilization of those dollars. And a good portion of those dollars, not to tip my hand, but a good portion of those dollars will be going into the trust fund. So that same analysis that we did for HHH is the same model, essentially. Well, we're going to utilize that for the linkage fee. So it was very helpful. So, but I think that for linkage fee, whether it be HHH as well as all of the con-plan funded programs, we have to clearly decide what that funding level is, what position authorities that we actually need to be able to legally meet the mandate of those federal entitlements.
And another area that's been raised certainly prominently and appropriately by the She Does movement is women's housing. women's shelter and domestic violence housing. We obviously have a program in that regard, but could go a lot further, and we want to make sure that's functioning as well as it can. Can you tell us a little bit about those needs and whether there are options for us to help the department out?
Certainly. I will ask our AGM Assistant General Manager, Eva Marquez, respond to that.
We hope to be able to add 70 additional beds under the expansion of the domestic violence shelter program. We've been doing a lot of work with internally to actually verify the bed counts that have been submitted through the various agencies. We'll be coming before you with a transmittal that has a list of all of the agencies that are being recommended for funding. At minimum, we know that we will be able to commit to the minimum number of beds that were included in the transmittal to request the RFP, which is 70 beds, that will translate to serving approximately 400 additional domestic violence survivors. Again, because a bed is not tied to a person for the entire duration of the year. But we are anticipating to serve even a greater number of individuals and have an increase in beds beyond the 70 that we committed to. And I think moving forward, what I would add is that we will be working very closely with our domestic violence providers to continue to identify gaps in service and keep the council and the mayor informed as we move toward implementation of this redesign.
And presumably, we also want to do this through our temporary shelter program, except it's a little quirky to do that because it's divided into 15 council districts. And so each person might have a little piece of that, but as opposed to us setting aside a chunk and just saying, okay, we're going to put a women's shelter here. So is there a more intelligent way to tie that part of the program into women's sheltering?
We would be happy to come back with recommendations. I know the county and our homeless coordinator has been working very closely with the county, and we've also been working with LOS and LOS is here. There are some efforts already in place to support additional crisis housing for women. They're not necessarily domestic violence shelters, which are confidential in nature, but there are efforts underway currently that is expanding homeless crisis and shelter-based homeless crisis for women specifically. So I think there are some strategies currently being implemented that we can expand upon.
And in my district, we have a certain concentrated population of homeless transgender women, and I'll be looking to try and find at least a partial solution to that, both in the temporary sheltering and the permanent housing. So I'll be looking for some assistance from your department and giving us some guidance on how to do that. Also, a couple reoccurring issues in my district, and I'm sure all over the city, are enforcement of our rent stabilization ordinance and management of Ellis Act implementation. A lot of the complaints come from our constituents' misunderstanding or lack of education of the laws and their abilities to protect them. Some others just seem very valid, from landlords ignoring the RSO or Ellis requirements, or blatantly harassing tenants to get them to leave so that they can raise their rents. Obviously, the majority of landlords are not engaging in this, but there are a good scattering of them that are doing it. I know there's a motion working its way through to strengthen anti-harassment provisions of our code. And so I guess I would ask, number one, do you need any particular resources to make sure that the RSO and the Ellis Act aren't being abused? And also, when can we expect the anti-tenant harassment work to come back to council?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Roberto Aldape, Assistant General Manager for the Code Enforcement and Regulatory Bureau. The tenant harassment is projected to be set in housing. We plan to transmit a transmittal sometime in the month of May. We're currently meeting with the advocates, both landlords and tenants, to get their input. We're also studying other jurisdictions that have the anti-tenant harassment, West Hollywood, Santa Monica, San Francisco. And so we're talking with those folks to see how how they implement their tenant harassment ordinance, but we expect that to happen in May.
Very good. And also, I understand due to problems with HUD that our CDBG monies have been held up for last year and this year, including programs like the Freedom War Center in my district and the Healthy Neighborhood Markets program. As I understand it, there are some participants in that program that may have to fold up their tent because they're not getting the money they need to support them. Is there anything we can do in the interim to help prevent that from happening?
Again, Abigail Marquez, Assistant General Manager, Housing and Community Investment. HUD did impose some special conditions on the City of Los Angeles that were due to areas that relate to tracking and reporting on delivery charges for program delivery. Also looking at additional policies that would identify how we as HCID are monitoring other city departments, which is also a responsibility that we have as a comp plan administrator, which is a challenge that Brushmore spoke to, and the limited staffing resources that we have had in place. And then also looking at some additional policies and procedures from our city's Economic and Workforce Development Department. We have been corresponding with HUD since December when those special conditions were released. We feel that at this point we have provided HUD with all of the documentation that they require to address all of the special conditions that were included in their letter to us in December. We're currently just awaiting final confirmation from HUD. We've had several conference calls and meetings, and again, a lot of correspondence has been sent with all of the policies and procedures that they've requested. So at this point, we're waiting for final confirmation from HUD, which we anticipate will come in the next couple of weeks, which will then allow us to move forward with all of the projects that were approved in the comp plan. In addition to that, as you may or may not recall, this year's comp plan did approve an increase in reserve fund loan that also covers capital projects and neighborhood improvement projects and economic development projects. That was intentional because what was happening is that we were only approving a reserve fund loan to cover the public services, and the other projects were on hold until we receive our federal allocation from HUD. We're hoping to accelerate the construction or the implementation of those projects now with the increase in the reserve fund loan, which is already in place. So we're working as best we can to improve our relationship with HUD, to close all of the outstanding audit issues, and also to make sure that we're working very closely with departments to make sure that they understand what their requirements are in managing CDBG projects, and really also emphasizing how important it is to execute contracts as soon as possible, not just because we want to make sure that services are being implemented, but it impacts our timeliness, which has been a challenge that we've had over the years as well.
So do you think all of that gets us caught up in a timely fashion so that some of these groups won't wind up going under in the interim?
We are optimistic that these issues will be resolved very soon, and I'm happy to talk to any of these agencies in your district if you would like for me to speak to them to give them some additional detail as it relates to their particular projects.
Okay, and one other last question. About the Cash for Keys ordinance. As we've observed it, it seems like it's not really set up to be that successful. It's meant to keep uninformed tenants from being lowballed by unscrupulous landlords who don't want to pay the full required relocation fees. But most of the tenants don't know what their protection is under the law, so we usually find out about the violations of the law after the fact, and it seems like once it's after the fact, we don't go after them. I know in one case, one of my staff members was told by both HCID and the city attorney that once they've accepted the money, we can't protect them, even though if it was a illegal underpayment. That seems to be an outrageous approach and a mockery of the law. If someone got shot, we wouldn't say, well, there wasn't a police officer there to witness it. We found out after the fact, so we're not going to prosecute. But we appear to do that with these kinds of violations. And I don't know if you can explain why that is and why we can't prosecute people that have blatantly disregarded our law once we find out about it.
Thank you for the question, Council Member. As you know, the prosecution lies within the City Attorney's Office. When we receive complaints, we investigate through our Investigation Enforcement Unit. As you know, this tenant buyout agreement was effective in January of 2017. Since then, we have had over 1,400 tenant buyout agreements filed with the city, with our department. Of 260 of those 1,400 buyout agreements resulted in complaints. As you know, this buyout agreement is to promote fairness during the vacation of the unit. The tenant has a right to rescind that buyout agreement within 30 days. And part of the buyout agreement is to require the property owner to inform the tenants of their rights under the rent stabilization ordinance. We think it's too early to determine whether or not the effectiveness is, but it certainly has made a dent in terms of the bargaining power during the LS vacation of properties. We have had several workshops throughout the city of Los Angeles informing the tenants of their rights under the buyout agreement, and we are looking forward to enforcing that more vigorously.
I'd also add that the mayor's initiative to fund the rent stabilization ordinance outreach campaign once more is vital, because we saw a significant spike again in the number of inquiries to the hotline and to their counters asking what their rights are, both landlords and tenants. So the information is powerful, and we found that outreach, certainly RSO, as well as the Cash for Keys and any other programs associated with tenant and landlord rights, is certainly very helpful. So what Mr. Aldape stated, along with the outreach, will certainly help.
Yeah, and I certainly, even if you can point to the city attorney, I'd certainly encourage the department to be more aggressive in seeking prosecutions when it happens after the fact. I know there's a tendency to be hesitant, but I think we should err on the side of aggressively making people comply with our laws rather than otherwise. And sometimes these are cases where no buyout agreement is filed. We find out about it, 2-3 months after the fact. We shouldn't let them get away with not filing what they're supposed to file and not following the law. So I hope you'll look at doing that more aggressively.
We will continue to have our discussions with our housing city attorneys to that effect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple different questions for you. Thanks, Rushmore, for, I know you guys have been doing an incredible amount of work in trying to process the Triple H applications, as well as deal with an incredible affordable housing crisis with too few resources, and I appreciate the work you do. I missed part of the first conversation that Mr. Englander was having. Have we specifically asked for a report back on the Triple H staffing they were requesting?
No, it was looking at potential short-term consultant assistance to be able to, at least while we're waiting for staff to be hired up,
right,
that we are able to expedite.
So let me make a
processing.
specific request for the
Yes.
for the broader ask as well, with perhaps some analysis given to CAO. I know this came in late, so I don't think it's been particularly scrubbed by the mayor's office or CAO or anybody for that analysis, but also to look at perhaps phasing as we go through the year. Because we can't have the holdup. I don't know if your request is the right number. I'm hoping it's much larger than is actually necessary, but we need to be able to move these. How many staff are currently working on the Triple H projects right now?
Right now, we have a total of 7 position authorities funded under HHH last year, along with 1 city attorney. We currently have, I believe, 2 of those 7 positions filled. And essentially what happens, Councilman, to ensure that we get the product out, We have upwards of 15 people dropping everything else they're doing in the managed pipeline bond side to review applications and get them through the process. So we're just hitting the pause button on one side to make sure we get the HHH dollars out. When we look at land development and processing disposition development agreements, we're prioritizing those projects that have HHH money. So that is the number one priority. So we're just allocating staff as best we can. Again, we do have 7 authorities, but right now we only have 2 of those filled for a variety of reasons. I'm certain you've heard from other departments as well some of the issues.
Sure. Thank you. Wanted to turn for a second to domestic violence shelter beds, because I want to be very clear that I think what we're talking about in this discussion is very different from what the She Does activists are talking about. These beds, the 70 additional beds, are more or less for women who are currently in a bad situation so they can flee that situation. And what the She Does movement is talking about, and what we have such a pressing need for, is a way to help and shelter those who weren't caught by that system, who are now living on the streets and are being abused and beaten and raped and getting sick and all that. Of what we have now, plus the 70, do we have any estimate on what % of our need that really addresses, of those who are currently housed or sheltered who need safe housing?
We have the data that was revealed through the loss of homeless count that I believe identified 35% of women who were homeless became homeless because of a domestic violence related incident. We also started tracking the number of calls that were being reported into the DV hotline. It's really hard to gauge. What we do know is that we were turning away, even if you consider a number of women who, or men, individuals who are calling repeatedly, we're turning away approximately 17,000 people who are calling, or 17,000 people were calling the hotline for domestic violence related services. Of those, close to 11,000 identified as DV survivors seeking shelter, and of those, because of the 473 beds, we only were able to enroll 7% of those callers. So again, it's hard to factor in because there's no way for us to measure how many of those women or men or individuals called 7 times, but even if you consider that factor, it's still an overwhelming number of individuals who are seeking shelter who we were not able to serve because of our limited capacity. What we are doing, I will share, is we are going to be implementing a new data tracking system that currently does not exist, which is the same system that LASA is currently using. It does have, it's the HMIS system through bit focus clarity. It does have a case management component that's built in, again, that we don't currently have. We're hoping to be able to, that system will go live in July, which is aligned with the beginning of the program year. We're hoping to better coordinate with LASA, since it's the same system that they're using, to better track the number of individuals that are coming in. We want to build in real-time bed availability into that system and work with our providers. So we're moving in a direction that is going to be more data-driven, again, to continue to identify gaps in services, how many people are truly being turned away. But again, we know that the number is much higher than what we're able to support at this time. Our request that came before you, we felt was a reasonable request, considering how, I'll say it, how little was allocated to support the DV shelter program. So it is a significant investment in moving in the right direction, we feel. And we'll come back to you with additional recommendations as we continue to see, the challenges that continue to persist.
Yeah, well, I'll definitely ask for a report back on what is a very, very modest request. It's just that, that number 7% just hangs in the air.
Right.
To think that,
right.
Potentially 93% of the people who call are either staying in an abusive relationship or winding up on the streets is, it's gut-wrenching.
Right.
Do we know how, and I know the federal government has cut all sorts of money for this, and the funding model is not one that's preferred by a lot of agencies and stuff. Do we know how we compare to other major cities in dealing with this?
We probably invest the least amount from other cities. We did do some analysis, and we looked at how much San Francisco was investing. New York City, it's hard to compare, but much, much higher than what the city of Los Angeles is allocating. And again, I think this is a step in the right direction. It's, again, hard to compare. Some of these jurisdictions are city counties, so they're able to blend those resources the way that we can't. So we do have to consider the county's investment to support DV shelters, but I'll say their shelter investment is actually lower than the city's shelter investment, the county's shelter investment. So, but we did look at that. The controller, Ron Galperin, also did an audit of our DV shelter program, I believe back in 2013, that does outline the comparison of funding that's allocated across various municipalities.
So that'll make my next ask a little bit easier for you. I'd like to get, as a special study, an analysis of how we compare with other jurisdictions, whether or not we've improved from 2013, and you can include in that the county money and do it both ways.
I think it's also important to note, Councilman, with this recent RFP that we let, and we're going to be bringing back the recommendations here shortly to Council for consideration to award new contracts. Not only did we expand the program, but in addition to that, we increased the dollar amount per bed and increased the professionalism of the staff at each of those shelters. So it's not just a bed. It's about the services that go along with that. So we've professionalized the staffing requirements at each of the shelters as well. So I think it's going to be a combination of, yes, increase in beds, but also increasing the overall support for those individuals that are in these beds or these shelters, and therefore creating a path for success as well. So it's a two-step process, and I think that as we go through this 3-year cycle of contracts, and each year as we review that, we're going to see the impact of not only the additional beds, but also the impact of that professionalized staff.
How much is it per bed?
Currently, $13 per night per bed.
$13, that's less than we pay for motel vouchers, isn't it?
Correct.
It's probably the cheapest bed we pay for, I would imagine. Okay. I'd also like us to tell me if this would help. I mean, if we own residential properties, and I know we do in my district, we own some residential properties that we've had to purchase for one reason or another, that some of them are occupied, some of them I don't think are occupied currently, and I'm looking at them for a variety of shelter purposes. Having a facility, does that help, or is it really a matter of the cost for the actual services for the providers?
I think we need to do both. We needed to increase what's allocated per night per bed to be able to provide this comprehensive level of service, but we also need to increase the number of shelters that we have available across the city.
All right, thank you on that. I may have some stuff to talk about further then. Let me switch over to the concept of shared housing. You heard Jason Robinson from Share in my district talking earlier today during public comment, or maybe you did. We did a pilot project in my district where I think we gave them $50,000 to house folks, and what they do is and I've seen it happen, is they'll find someone who is homeless. If they have Social Security or general relief, if they have some minimal income stream, they can actually get them into a roommate situation very quickly. And as he said, they housed over 300 people last year on really a shoestring budget. And one of the problems in addressing homelessness is it's sort of like religious wars, as everybody becomes attached to their one particular solution, whether it's PSH or shared housing or bridge housing or whatever, and we need to be ecumenical, I think. But I haven't seen shared housing really grow as a solution that the city has done. Why aren't we doing more, and what are some of the impediments that we can remove? I know some of them are voucher related.
Right. We haven't explored it extensively, Councilman, but it's a very good question. First, I'm should tell you that the county, through the Assistant Living for the Aging, has a program right now. And ironically enough, HUD contacted me last week about potentially pursuing something in the city of Los Angeles for the aging as well. And what they have found, ALA, working with the county, is they have plenty of people that are signing up to become roommates. It's the difficulty is finding the individuals that are willing to offer up their rooms. So that's one thing that we'd have to work with them. I think it's a model that we may want to look at as a potential option, but also with an extension of the outreach to potentially would-be roomers that have an additional room to show that as an opportunity, to one, ensure that the individuals are compatible with them, they've got a clean background check because there's some level of liability, and then that it's also going to help them financially remain in their homes. So that's certainly an option there. And another option would be is we have city land, rather than necessarily looking at going exclusively just supportive housing for the homeless or affordable housing. There's potential to open it up to developers that can create shared housing models like they do in other large cities, whereby they get you get the land provided to them, and they will build a structure fully equipped and furnished, and still be able to provide AMI levels at 80% or less. So that's a potential option as well. So again, with the linkage fee, being able to provide the steps, if you will, all the way to home ownership. So we're addressing the homelessness, the chronic homelessness at the HHH level. The idea that what we're going to see as we go forward and coming forward with linkage fee and having a tiered system, a tiered approach to be able to enable people to get out of the low income status, potentially become a homeowner as well. And that shared housing could be definitely a possibility, and we'll be exploring that as part of our innovative piece of the linkage fee.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a couple who live in Venice. They own a bunch of income properties, and they just bought 2 fourplexes in CD9. And they are on their own housing 32 people who were formerly homeless, within a matter of months. They rehabbed, they got donations for furniture and stuff like that, and 32 people are being housed for probably the cost that we do a couple units of PSH.
We need to talk to you then.
And so are there funding streams available for that? Is the linkage fee a potential source for stuff like that?
We think that would be the source that we can actually utilize most effectively. And just like we'd look at preservation, and that wasn't a question, but certainly having that flexibility of linkage fee dollars is certainly helpful when we're looking to preserve units. We're stuck extending covenants for 55 years, and market rate developers aren't necessarily interested in extending their buildings to 55 years. They may be interested in something less than 10, 15, 20 years perhaps, but certainly not that long. But that linkage fee source is certainly something that could be very helpful for the shared housing component as well.
Okay, great, yeah. Is there something in the works on that, or do I need to ask for a report back?
No, actually, it'll be coming forward to you. Basically, part of our report back will have 4 identified buckets of primary sources or programs to utilize the linkage fee dollars for. There will be 1 bucket of innovation, and within that innovation bucket, there'll be several programs, and this would be one of them. So it'll be teased out, and we'll be reviewing potential options for that over the course of the year as dollars come in. As you know, Councilman, linkage fee kicks in June 17th, and it'll be a third and a third and a third. So by the June of 2019, we'll be fully in full collection mode for the linkage fee dollars. And by that time, we'll have a pretty well teased out set of innovative programs. But that innovation bucket is not intended to be a moment in time. We'll continue to look at other innovative programs.
Okay, that leads me into what is one of my biggest frustrations. I know you've heard it from, I think, every member of the Homelessness and Poverty Committee, which is just the startlingly, ridiculously high cost of a unit of permanent supportive housing. I shudder to ask, but what's our latest average cost?
Sean Spear from the department again. Our project costs are varying by the type of project. So we, in this last round, did receive a project that was a motel conversion. That one came in actually as the lowest, around $403,000 per unit. We have seen some that have been coming in north of $550,000 per unit.
For folks who've been talking about the motel conversion, I mean, I think everybody assumed, well, the motel conversion is going to be
the easiest in the world to do. I think naively, a lot of us thought, okay, it's a paint job and maybe some ADA handles in the showers and stuff. Why?
I think some of the challenge that the developers that are looking to try and purchase motels, they're challenged by both the value of the property physically as well as the business itself. So the sellers are often looking at it in terms of pricing their sale of the project, assuming the value of the business alongside it. So it comes in fairly high.
All right, well, this will be a special study report, but I'd ask for the department's analysis of what the biggest cost drivers are and any recommended strategies to find any efficiencies.
Certainly.
Because it's getting very hard to justify to the public how expensive this is.
Right. There's many factors that we don't necessarily control, Councilman, and this is a question that comes up all the time, whether it be the Citizens Oversight Committee, Administrative Oversight Committee, Housing Committee, Homeless Poverty, you can imagine, as well as Budget and Finance Committee. But I think that one thing we do have some level of control is in maximizing our resources. So we have over a 3-to-1 leverage just on our HHH alone. So we work with the developers to ensure that they're bringing other sources of monies to the table. We had a cap of $220,000 per unit for supportive housing for the homeless, chronic homeless, and the average was about $165, $170 per unit subsidy. So we were actually able to fairly effectively get the developers to bring in other sources of money. So it's again, those are things we can control. Others, we can give you a report back and show you where the pressure points are, but there's some things we do control, some things we don't.
That'd be great, thank you. Last question is regarding LASA. We give a lot of money to LASA. We have been giving them bucket loads of money over the past couple of years. You're primarily the agency responsible for oversight of that. Do you have enough resources to do the kind of oversight you need to, given how much we're allocating?
We did add 2 positions to our department, specifically in my bureau, since my bureau is responsible for working with LASA to administer. So we have now one person that is working with them to oversee the single adult system, the family system, and the youth system. So we have 3 people now. We lost our most seasoned person who has been working with LASA for a number of years. Daryl Booker retired just about a month ago, so we're hoping to backfill that position. It's making its way. We are surviving, is what I would say, as part of that response. We're doing the best that we can. But it does involve a lot of my own time, as well as our chief of operations, in working with the council and the mayor and responding to the various motions, working very closely with the CAO, CLA. I probably spend more time than assistant general manager should be spending, but again, it's to be able to backfill and to provide immediate response to the magnitude of questions and comments, and also staffing a number of meetings with LASA. So there's a lot of work. That's probably not giving you the answer that you're looking for.
So, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if I could sort of characterize the looks on your face and interpret what I think the thought bubbles said, it was, dear Lord, we don't have nearly enough to be managing the amount and scope of the money that is going to LASA.
Just to give you a comparison, last year the budget that was allocated by the general fund was, I believe, $16 million. This year it's $30 million. That does not include the ESG money that we also oversee, that is allocated to LASA, and the monitoring that is required there, and also the CDBG funds that are allocated.
Do you want to add anything, Rushmore?
No, I think Abigail stated it perfectly.
Okay, you guys would do very well testifying before Congress. Let's get a report back on what you really need, because we did the strategy, we have the funding, we're giving LASA money. Nobody is happy with the pace of what's happening, and as I told Peter and the members of the LASA board when we approved the strategy and approved the funding, the next candidate for an LA Times Pulitzer is going to be some story on the money we've given to LASA. I don't think LASA has the resources to manage it effectively, and clearly we don't have the current resources to oversee it effectively. So let's get something back that gives us sort of an honest assessment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. I have to admit, I lost about 5 minutes of what you were saying after you said $430,000 for motel conversion per unit. My mind went blank for a while. I am just mortified by that number. I mean, I knew the number for permanent supportive housing was large, and I sort of got that. But the motel conversion, as Mr. Bonnet said, we all thought of as this is the cheap, easy way. You know, I'm thinking the order of $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 a unit or something. You can buy a condo in LA for $430,000. That's pretty nice. And all we get is a lousy motel room that's in a, you know, I mean, you get a room. We should be buying people condos for that. I'm having trouble thinking after hearing that, and I'd like for us to, and maybe I should have known that, I don't know, but that number really shocked me. So I'd love for us to think of all, I mean, you always hear about the creative solutions for the modular housing, and we saw something here that was in front of the city. They talk about 30,000. We have to get a way that's a lower number, either for the motel conversions or for some sort of small housing or something, but it's just, it's not sustainable. Even the motel thing, which seemed like a Band-Aid, not a great way to house somebody. Anyway, I got very distracted on that, and I lost half of what you said after that. I did want to say, you know, we talk about putting all the resources toward homelessness, and I get that, and you mentioned putting a pause on everything else. But of course we need housing just as much, and you all know that, and I worry because I worry that all the emphasis on the homeless issue with your department, we end up potentially losing out. I'll give you an example. We've had a project, I have a senior affordable housing project coming online in my district. It's on a former CRA lot, and the funds have to be encumbered by council recess in order for us to otherwise we lose the property, and we lose the potentially lose the funding that goes along with it. When we were waiting for a response from HSID, we find out that the assigned staff was working on another disposition and development agreement, and this kind of thing is happening because we're prioritizing, understandably prioritizing, but it's having consequences. And I say that not as not to scold anybody, but we're in budget season. We need to fund you at the levels so that you can chew gum and walk at the same time, because both are incredibly important for this. And I very worry about how this budget's going to affect the pipeline of affordable housing if we don't get you the funds that you need. And I guess I can put that out as a question, but before I put that out as a question, I'll add to it. I mean, I look at the other ways that we're risking potentially monitoring the compliance of the consolidated plan, complying with the accessible housing lawsuit, getting our housing projects through the pipeline. How can we do this? Can we get a report back on how many additional positions we need? I mean, you know, both to support the HHH and the consolidated plan, and to make sure that the budget does not affect our affordable projects like the one that I mentioned. Certainly. We've sort of talked around it, but I wanted to just put a finer point on that. Also, specifically, the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Community Program position is funded, and that's, is proposed. That seems to be one of those things that pays for itself, right?
History would dictate that it is self-funding, and then some.
So how long before it pays for itself?
Well, as soon as, I'm not certain the timing, Councilman, as to when the Sustainable Transit Infrastructure Award is made, coupled with the affordable housing piece, when the actual admin dollars would be made available to the city. I would venture to say that would probably be on a reimbursement basis, but again, based on what we've seen as far as the last round, $20 million of STI work, That's $2 million right there. So again, we've got a request of over $40 million for STI this round. We think that would be worthwhile to front-load a position to be able to emphasize the city's efforts on that front, working closely with DOT and Bureau of Engineering to bring in even more resources.
Yeah,
Because
and
this is good through 2030, Councilman. So this is going to be a long-term program.
So I certainly would recommend that we look at that and figure out how to fund that. And on some of these positions that pay for themselves, if there's ways to literally make them pay for themselves by getting administrative cost out of the grants and financing it in some way, creative way. I know that's very difficult for some of this stuff, but if there's ways that we can look into doing that, I would ask as part of our report backs that we look into those creative funding solutions, both because we have to do these positions because it's penny wise and pound foolish not to, but if there's ways to literally get it to pay for itself, we want to take advantage of those. Anything we can turn from a policy question to a finance question is one that we want to take advantage of. Also, I wanted to get you guys to talk a little bit about the federal funding, not just the burdens from all of the new conditions, but I want to make it clear to the folks listening. You know, we're in this crisis, and we would hope that the federal government would be our partner and would be actually providing more and more funding for us. But it's my understanding it's just the opposite, that money that would go to housing and would go to homelessness is being cut and has been cut year after year, and that we're losing millions of dollars this year, not just on the special conditions and the audit situation, but literally on cuts to programs. If you could speak to that in terms of how many millions of dollars are we being shorted by the federal government?
Well, for a change, I actually have something positive to say.
Okay.
We just received notification earlier today. The allocation for the city of Los Angeles was posted, and the home funds in particular went up. I think they went up about, I think last year our entitlement was about $19 million. It was $27 million if memory serves. CDBG went up as well as HOPWA. I'm not sure about the emergency solution grant dollars, but 3 of the 4, I believe, went up a small percentage.
It's stable.
Stable, great. So 3 of them actually went up, but this is certainly an odd trend. The trend has been a precipitous drop year after year after year. So this is the first time we were actually seeing an increase. And it really, 15 minutes before we came to the table, it was posted. So we didn't know it until that point. So we actually had a little bit of good news.
So that's good. But over the course of the last 5 years?
It's gone down significantly. It's been a precipitous drop both on the home funds that we've been utilizing for development of affordable housing and homeless housing. It was north of $40 million. It went down to about $17, $18 million. CDBG was hit dramatically as well. Ironically enough, the only program that really maintained, it actually went up, was the housing opportunity for people with AIDS. But the other 3 programs, year after year over the 5-year period, went down about 40 to 50%.
So compared to where we were a decade ago,
well, if you factor, let's say for instance, if you throw in CRA, community redevelopment dollars associated with affordable housing. At one point, we had close to $100 million. Last year, going into this budget hearing, we had about $19 million to speak of, plus some program income to support affordable housing, not including HHH that was just coming online.
Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you.
Members, anything else for HSID? Mr. Kratz.
Yeah, one thing I was thinking about as we were having this discussion about roommates. I wonder if it might sound a little crazy, if we've looked at some way to market to Airbnb hosts, because I would say there's a subset of that market that are senior citizens that are now living alone and have a couple rooms in their home and not adequate income, and so they lease them out on short-term rentals as a supplement, but might be perfectly happy to rent those instead to senior citizens on fixed incomes to supplement their income and be able to survive. Might not necessarily be of the greediest type that want every last dollar they can squeeze out, and might be happy with less work associated with that activity. Okay. So I don't know if there's any way for us to to market to that group, but one might be able to find and work with groups like ALA to do roommate matching and find some nice, appropriate roommates for them, and you know, maybe find 100 or 200 sites like that where we could make that connection.
We'll explore that, Councilman.
I appreciate that. And also, I'd like a report back on what funding could be identified to fund a regular position for the naturally occurring affordable housing program staff per your earlier request.
Thank you.
What was the acronym for that? Hard for me to pronounce it, the Naturally Occurring Affordable Housing Program. Tongue twister.
All right, anything else, Mr. England, or did you? Okay. All right, very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Cervantes, I'm going to ask you to stay, but we might need to slide you around a little bit because the next section of our discussion is going to surround homelessness issues across departments. So I'd like to invite up LASA, including HACLA. I'd like to ask Mr. Szabo to come on up too. And if we could have Mr. Zaldivar come on up. This is principally going to be directed at LASA HACLA, but I think it's important to have the other departments nearby just in case we need to. Yeah, and I'm sorry, we may be short some chairs. You can be on both sides, it's all right. All right, thank you. Thank you all. Good afternoon. Oh, Mr. Zaldivar, if you could be nearby too, just in case. All right, thank you. You're in the bullpen over there, I guess. All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chairman Concoria, members of the committee, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to discuss LASA's 18-19 city budget. I also want to thank Mayor Garcetti for the proposed funding increases for homelessness overall and for increases to funding for LASA in specific, and acknowledge the hard work of the mayor's team and the CEO staff in this process. I want to introduce LASA's team at the table, which is obviously we're a shared table, one big happy family. Our Director of Finance, Christina Dixon, our Director of Policy and Systems, Sarah Mahan, Director of Access and Engagement, Nathaniel Vergao, Associate Director for Program Performance, Paul Duncan, and Interim CFO, Terry Matsumoto. Maybe Carlos, you'd introduce the HACLA team just to...
Yes, hello. I'm Carlos Van Adder, Director of Section 8 at the Housing Authority City of LA, HACLA. And also here is Eric Brown from our agency, Intergovernmental Affairs Director.
Okay. So we recognize that...
Enrique? Oh. You're Enrique. Yeah, I'm part of Peter's team. Enrique Zaldivar, General Manager of LA Sanitation and Environment.
Thank you, Enrique. Appreciate your hard work on this budget. I also want to identify that with the city budget proposal, we integrate and coordinate this funding with county funding, both the general fund and the Measure H funding, and also our federal funding through the continuum of care. There was a focus earlier on oversight. LASA has oversight from a number of different funding agencies, and we are the recipients of a variety of different kinds of audits. We also get a number of special audits. I think you saw the release of the County Auditor Controller's Review. They looked at our financial operations, and we welcome opportunity to work with them as we scale up and implement these new programs. They saw some opportunities in our processes and also recommended some staffing increases for us. Also, I think you concurrently saw the release of the state audit team, which focused on funding distribution. I think we were pleased to see that they found that our process was fair, reasonable, and equitable across the county. They also made a pointed set of observations about the state's funding and coordination for homelessness, which I thought were well taken. LASA has almost doubled each of the past 2 years in a row, and we are staffing up aggressively into the new responsibilities that we have. We have hired 153 new staff the first year to date in this fiscal year, which is larger than the entire agency 2 years ago. So we are scaling up quite rapidly. I'd like to reiterate appreciation for the mayor's budget proposal, particularly with the increased investment in outreach, which I'll address our sort of outcomes year to date later. But the budget proposal also reflects right sizing of costs with regard to operations. So particularly in our winter shelter program, we expanded the bed rate that will allow us to continue that program. It was challenging this year to operate at the bed rate we had. Also allows expansion of funding to extend through March. We had often tried to scrape together funding to keep the program going. This allows us to just fund it right out of the box for that period. It also increases cost of doing business for our outreach and engagement teams. I wanted to give a brief clarification or correction, I guess, on the response letter. We had requested that the committee consider increasing rapid rehousing funding for single adults as a means of moving people through the city's proposed shelter operations. That would not be confined to service planning areas 5 and 6. That was just an error. That would be all service planning areas that are in the city. So that's 2, 4, 5, 6, and 8. Just want to give a couple of quick highlights to accomplishments this year from July. From the start of the fiscal year, the first 3 quarters, LASA's funded rapid rehousing programs have assisted 8,700 people in the city with more than 1,500 permanent housing placements. And our annual data for retention shows that people are holding on to those placements at a rate of about 93%. So very, very good traction in that. Countywide, that's over 15,000 individuals housed with 27 or assisted with 2,700 housing placements to date. In our interim programs, the crisis and bridge shelter programs, during the same period, over 10,000 people have been served, and our permanent housing exit rate from those programs has improved. We've placed over 1,700 folks into permanent housing out of our shelter programs. Particularly effective are bridge housing programs, which have a more intensive focus on high barrier folks. And the rate of people getting placed out of those programs is 42%. So that's just a programmatic change with additional funding. Really strong outcomes from that program. Overall, crisis, that's the sort of front end, the housing placement rates are about 15% for those programs. LASA's outreach and engagement teams, we renamed them Homeless Engagement Teams, HET. We really appreciate the city's investment in outreach, and we have seen to date 6,000 individual client contacts with 1,200 engagements with them. We've assessed 1,675 people through the coordinated assessment system with that, and we've gotten over 700 shelter placements and 120 people housed through that effort. I just want to close with one final stat looking at the sort of overall system. There are a lot of different kinds of numbers. Look at the number of new people assessed in 2017 through the coordinated assessment system, coordinated entry system, 26,676 new assessments, which means that these are people who took the time, they had the engagement with staff, their long-term relationships with case managers, able to get that rich set of demographic information. 26,000, almost 27,000 people experiencing homelessness were assessed, entered into the system, and put into a state of readiness to get them housed. Just conclude my remarks, and happy to entertain any questions that you have.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Kretz, would you like to start it off?
Sure. Now, my understanding of the budget is that this year's budget doubles the city's contribution roughly, but that it's lower than the previous years. So it sounded like you're saying that it increased each of the last 2, so I'm not clear on which is correct.
So LASA's overall budget is a combination of city, county, and federal budgets, and so the increase of all budgets has been of a significant magnitude each of the past 2 years, so 85%, 87%. That does not necessarily mean that any individual component went up. As a matter of fact, the city's contribution actually was a decrease in 17-18 over 16-17. But net, it was an increase.
Oh, okay, and good to know, because I didn't totally understand that. There's a recent county audit of LASA's use of Measure H funding, and it may be a little premature because you haven't been receiving the funds for that long, but it does raise a question of how you're using the Measure H funds. I wonder if you could give us a quick overview of
Sure.
that.
So the auditor controller did a review of our financial operations, basically looking at the sort of nature of our finance team and how we're able to handle the money in a sense. They looked at the processes, they looked at staffing, they made a number of recommendations. It didn't find any issues with the way that the money is being spent, but they did have some concerns about processes that might delay monies going out. So they made some recommendations about improvements there, and we were implementing those improvements. We had also brought in a fiscal management consulting firm, contracted with them last spring in anticipation of this increase to look at our fiscal operations and make recommendations. So we're already implementing a number of those recommendations at the time. And I think that we have made significant improvement from when the team was there and continue to improve the automation of some of our back office operations to get the money flowing out faster.
So hopefully that sounds like that audit was of value to you, and
it was of value
helping you
to us,
focus
yes.
on ways to improve the efficiency of the operation.
We welcome the cooperation and the coordination with the auditor controller's team, certainly.
And the mayor's Bridge Home program attempts to change the way the city deals with people on the street and encampments, and the use of homeless engagement teams. Can you go over their status and how long it'll take to actually get them out on the front lines where they can be the most helpful?
So we have been aggressively hiring homeless engagement teams this year and scaling up to the funding that we have through the city and through Measure H. I think that with the sort of number of teams that are proposed in the mayor's budget, we would think it would take us about 3 months to staff that effort, and it depends on how it's framed. So in the budget, it is laid out as increases for new teams for 6 months, and so we're working with the mayor's office and with the CAO to understand exactly how those would lay out. But we would essentially hire in advance of the initial deployment to make sure that we were staffed adequately to get to it.
And one question relating to that. One of my personal beliefs is that the most cost-effective thing we can do in dealing with the homeless crisis is put more emphasis on family reunification. And I've talked about this a lot. I haven't gotten anyone to really move towards a greater utilization of this. But obviously with the concept being that if you found homeless people that were willing to live with their family members and family members that were willing to take them in, with a little bit of follow-up counseling and a little bit of transportation money, depending on where the families are located, one could connect them with their family members and with counseling guarantee their long-term success, even if it's from a distance. And I know there are 1 or 2 outreach organizations that utilize this aggressively and with great success. Generally, I haven't seen much of that, and obviously there's a very minimal cost to it as opposed to $500,000 for a housing unit. So is there a way that we could get this higher on your engagement team's list and develop some expertise and perhaps get some training from the groups that do utilize this more actively?
So I really appreciate the question. This is a really high priority for us, and it is something that we integrate and use really effectively. So this is we train our shelter operators in this. It's a very important part of our rapid housing program. It is, like you said, it's one of the most cost-effective things that we can do. We put people on buses back home. We work very diligently to ensure that there's a commitment from the receiving party that the family is actually going to receive them, and that we have worked out arrangements so that we're not just busing people out of town. But we use this, we have a funding inside for our teams to use. It's part of our rapid housing programs. It's something that our shelter operators use. It's a really core piece of what we do. And like you said, it's very cost effective. We want, it's one thing that we do. For our youth programs, we're working out funding to help case managers go with youth, so that they are not put back into dangerous situations, vulnerable situations, so that they actually are accompanied on that return home. But I would be happy to bring back data on just how many of those placements we use. It's a major part of our programs.
Yeah, I'd like to ask you to do that, because in addition to the cost effectiveness, it's probably the most humane thing we could do when we're actually successful, rather than just having a lonely homeless person in a unit. We're actually reconnecting them. And hopefully our people keep in mind also that one family member may well be the one that's rejected them, especially with youth, but their parents may have thrown them out, or there may have been an untenable situation from which they felt compelled to run away, but they may have an aunt or a cousin that would be delighted to take them in, and would be a perfect selection for them as well.
That's right.
So, in fact, at some point, just as an aside, maybe I can meet with you and a couple of your staff to discuss this in greater detail.
Love to.
See how we can get further involved in this approach.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Peter, and to the LASA team. Nazario, love you. But most of my questions, or not Nazario.
I can be if you want.
We won't be as nice to him. I'm not going to have many questions for sanitation today. I'm mainly going to be focusing on the LASA end of it. Sorry, Enrique. First of all, I'm going to sort of start global. I just want to get a sense of the overall picture. It's worth noting. Thank you to Mayor Garcetti for this year's budget proposal. We are in a vastly different place than we were a few years ago. Most significant investments we have ever made in homelessness, and it's a real sea change from where we were when Miguel authored his report on how we were doing things 4 years ago or so. That said, man, we have a long way to go. I mean, Mr. Englander referred to something else earlier today as being a Herculean task, and this is a Herculean task. Last year, Peter, by way of context, we were in a sort of zone of uncertainty, because we weren't sure really what the county was going to be doing with H. And so we were making a lot of leaps of faith and a lot of assumptions. We're not in that predicament this year?
We have, obviously there was a 3-year budget. Am I not close enough? Sorry. So the County Board of Supervisors approved, obviously, the first year spending and then tentative allocations for years 2 and 3. The year 2 recommendation is out. It's under review right now. I think folks have seen it. It's in the final process right now. It's actually an increase over what was recommended for the second year, but that we're in a much clearer position about how those funds are going to be allocated.
Good, because last year was sort of a scary place to be in, and it mostly worked out, and so I'm glad we're in a place of more certainty this year. I appreciated the sort of data and the outline you gave in your presentation. And one thing by way of context that sticks in my head was something I think the mayor said in his State of the City speech, where he noted that since 2013, since he took office, we've housed more people than were homeless when he took office. Yet our homeless population continues to to increase. It's larger than it was when he and I and others of us took office. A lot of different drivers to that,
Yes.
obviously. But when we talk about the stats of how many people we think we can house in this year's budget, how many people we think we can provide shelter for in this year's budget, I know it's going to be a sobering answer, but what percentage of the problem are we actually able to address with this budget?
So it's a really interesting question, and I don't have an immediate answer, but there will still be a significant unsheltered population, well into this year. So this budget adds a significant number of new shelter beds. It is not going to shelter everybody. It adds a significant number of new permanent housing slots, but it will not house everybody.
What I'd like to ask for, and obviously this isn't budget impact because you won't know it by the time we're done with this process, is once we approve this year's budget, what I'd like to have as a special study for H&P is the beginning of sort of our metrics of how we look at this coming year. Is based on what this council approves and this mayor signs, how many people do you think we will permanently house? How many people do you think we will temporarily house, whether it's bridge housing or transitional housing? And how many people will we make contact to or provide services to but be unable to find housing for? How many people will we enter into CES?
Yes.
And then what percentage do we think we just won't make contact with?
Okay.
Because then at the end of the year, we can look at how well did this work compared
Right.
to what we do.
Right.
Because we can always say we're spending $20 million here, but we need to know the context, really,
Yes, sir.
of how big a problem it is. So I'm very happy by the mayor's proposed budget. I want to ask for a report back on Mr. Weezar's request earlier about the potential of additional funds for Skid Row, and I would add, and other areas of intense concentration. Mr. Weezar mentioned there are 2,000 unsheltered people on Skid Row every night. There's 1,000 unsheltered people on the streets of Venice every night, because we don't have any shelter in Venice currently. So every one of the 1,000 are homeless. So I'd like to get a report back on what that would be without, and I think it's an important caveat, without impacting anybody else's funds. We can't reduce the 1.3 for anybody. We've heard in the discussions in public testimony that there is a need for different types of specialized shelter or bridge housing. We've heard specifically about women, heard some very compelling stories. We know there's a particular need for transition-aged youth, and we know there's a particular need for families. As the 15 of us start looking at where we can place bridge housing in our districts, the sort of the default, which we may depart from, is going to be sort of general population, I think. Are there segments of the city where you can advise this is a place where there's a larger concentration of TAY or a larger concentration of women, and therefore you might want to think specifically about this?
So I think that's one of the intents. We are working closely with the team that's mapping this out. We're standing up operational guidelines for general what a general crisis and bridge operational facility should have, and we certainly are intending to look at the surrounding community and the demographics of this community to appropriately target those resources, and that is part of what we're intending to do, sir.
Good. I mean, in my case, I'd like to, I don't know how far the 1.3 will go or if I'll need more. I'd like to do a general bridge housing, but I also would like to do something specifically for women as well. And I think there's something privately in the works for transition-aged youth.
Quick question, I don't know if it's for you or Meg, for some of the elements of the so-called street strategy, bathrooms and showers, are we level funded for this coming year?
I believe that's the case. Certainly in our budget, I believe that's, well, actually, we get an increase, actually, to cover the refresh spot and some of the other things. And, but it's, we had an increase mid-year, and it allows us to fund all the programs that are currently funded and through 18-19 is the way I would frame it. So.
Yes, and in addition to that, there's funding in the UB to continue the pit stop pilot that is currently underway, has been underway for a couple of months now.
Great, awesome. And there's funding for expanded showers, right?
Not specifically in this budget. The mobile shower line item is in the budget.
Okay, if you could report back on what funding source might also be used for showers, if there's additional money in the bathroom one. I know that Showers of Hope is looking for more locations, and I don't know what sort of funding they would need to expand, but...
Yeah. To clarify, though, the refresh spot does have a shower
Great,
component.
okay. All right, thank you. Similar question on safe parking. How is our funding looking for that? I know we had funding set aside last year. I also sold a parking lot, and at the sage advice of Mr. Krikorian, set money aside for safe parking for that. That is, for the most part, unspent. Safe Parking LA hasn't tapped any of our funds yet. That money is still okay in this year's budget?
So we have level funding in this year's budget.
Okay. I just want to be sure that we have level funding and that the money that I targeted from that sale is still set aside for safe parking.
Yes. Yes, it is.
All right.
So it's actually, it was an increase this year.
Okay. On safe parking, it leads me to ask about the contracting process at LASA. Initially, LASA issued an RFP or RFQ or something for safe parking, and there wasn't a lot of enthusiastic response. Now we've got Safe Parking LA going out and just sort of doing it themselves as a nonprofit, which is great. But it exposed for me some of the problems with the contracting at LASA, and I know you've been doing a lot of work to try to streamline that and make it a quicker and simpler process, because we just have so much work to do in so many agencies. Where are we with making the process better?
So I actually would contrast it with sort of an appetite for providers as opposed to a contracting issue. It was not that we got solicitations and were unable to effectively contract them. It's that we didn't get proposals. We didn't get, real traction with requests. So one of the things that we've done to include more and smaller providers in our pool of those who could propose was to split our RFP process in half. We used to have each RFP be a standalone process. Every applicant had to prove themselves again, all their financials, threshold, and their program qualifications. We've done is sort of split that in half. There's this rolling application, offered a statement of qualifications. Every provider can come, show up, give us their financials, their bona fides, and get on our approved vendor list. That allows smaller organizations that may not have the administrative capacity to stand up all that information and do a high-quality programmatic application at the same time to do those at two different intervals. So it has allowed a number of small organizations that we have not previously done business with to get onto our approved list, and I think that will improve our roster of applicants in the future. So far, 18 new agencies have come through that process. Then our RFP process is just focused on the program qualifications. It allows us to really focus in on what that is. So it reduces our administrative burden, it reduces their administrative burden, and streamlines that process. We are making a number of process improvements to our contracting, and I think that those are going to be very, very helpful. We're making multi-year terms. We're changing the form of it to be more like a master agreement, and a number of different process improvements there as well. But I think on the issue with regard to safe parking, it was a dearth of providers and sites willing to simply propose for the program as opposed to a challenge with the contracting process.
From what I heard was the
the proposal was too complex, it was overly prescriptive, it was just too much, but it sounds like your two-tiered system addresses that. And I think one of the things we've seen is that this problem is so big and there's so many different aspects of it. We've seen in San Francisco, Lava May emerge, Pit Stop emerge. I mean, there's going to be grassroots groups that form nonprofits that will help us with this, and we've seen that with Safe Parking LA forming and removing what were some of the biggest hurdles that folks had, which was the liability issue and stuff. So quickly I'll go to C3. I'm starting from the street and going up to being housed. On C3, I'd like to ask for a report back on Mr. Harris Dawson's request for his C3 team. Then a question about the coordinated entry system. I was going through the comprehensive homelessness strategy today, and one of the big elements of it was the standing up and the completion of the CES system. We provided additional funding, I believe it was last year for that.
Yes.
One, I want to know how that's going. Is it complete? And two, one of the goals of that was, as I recall, was to integrate the general CES system with the transition-aged youth entry system and the family system, and I'm wondering if that is now complete.
So there is ongoing work to do all of those things. So I think one of the issues is that this is going to be a multi-year process to incorporate all the elements and really incorporate best practices. One of the elements of, for example, the single adult coordinated entry system was that it was largely a, if you will, crowdsourced sort of effort at first. It was not directed in a, by a particular entity. It was certainly not directed by LAHSA. So the infrastructure for governance, for policy formulation, for, rulemaking was not a real focus. And it was something that LAHSA, recognized and stood up a policy framework, with Brown Act meetings and a transparent framework for incorporating, real policy formulation. But there are a number of different elements to it that, are all part of it. That's a piece of it, governance and policy formulation. There's a piece of it that is ensuring that the technology platform is robust. So we converted our HMIS platform. There's a piece of it that is ensuring that all of the providers that provide services, whether they're funded through us, funded through other public entities, or they are wholly private, are engaged with the system and are participating. They're entering their data, they're using our rules, and they're working within the collaborative framework. All of those are pieces of it. But I would say that the system is up and running and robust. I would say that the work to integrate the youth, family, and single systems is very strong. And it's not going to mean that there's a single site for everybody to go to, because I think that those populations do show up differently. There are different resources. There are different ways that they access resources. But the backbone, the way we assess people, the rules of engagement, and the ways in which we are laying out best practices for the service components and the way that we're measuring and the way that we're establishing metrics and improving provider performance, all of those are well integrated now.
So I don't care about the interface by which folks enter. I just want to make sure that when we are looking for the person who is the right match or the right acuity score or whatever, that the whole universe is in there, and that no subpopulation, be it youth or families, are sort of not being connected with the right resources.
That's correct. They're all in there.
Okay, that's the important
I'm sorry,
part.
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for focusing the question.
That's okay. I mean, the mechanics I don't understand, so I just want to know the outcome, really.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Actually, I mean, we can provide really rich information now about, the acuity scores and so forth, distributed by everybody and then by population, so I'd be happy to provide that to you.
I'd love to see that. Thank you. Let me move, I'm almost done, to rapid rehousing. I've often said that one of the things that I think was so problematic about how we approached homelessness in Los Angeles for so long was there was the not exclusive, but close to exclusive focus on chronic homelessness. And people who were newly homeless were essentially told, you're not homeless enough to be helped. And so they became chronically homeless. So no wonder the population increased. One of the greatest tools we've had to address that has been rapid rehousing, which I presume is to help people who are for more or less newly homeless get back on their feet quickly. We've had pretty damn good success with it, yes?
I think we have. I think, considering the newness and the scale with which we've had to deploy single adult and youth rapid rehousing, we have very strong results so far. So, it does provide a great deal of flexibility. Obviously, it can address people who are newly homeless. It can address people who are. But one of the things that I think that is really compelling out of the data that we have is that the permanent housing placements through rapid rehousing are fairly consistent across acuity scores, even up to fairly high acuities. People who are in the permanent supportive housing acuity range are doing well with that tool. So, having the data is invaluable to helping guiding the policy and the direction for those programs. But you're right; it's the most flexible tool we have. It can serve the needs of folks, as Councilmember Katz identified, for reunification, people who just need transport home. It can we can use it for quite a lot of flexibility. But we're also seeing that it has traction with people with high acuity in many cases.
So, well, that's an interesting fact. Then, do we know enough about long-term incomes from rapid rehousing to know that it works? Because if it works for folks who are high acuity, who meet a PSH profile, it's probably a hell of a lot cheaper than the $500,000 a unit we're doing for PSH.
So, obviously, we don't have much history with it. So,
right.
your question, I can answer your question in a few years, but right now we can make some projections. It is.
So we don't have the long-term data
right.
yet.
It is a tool, though, that we can use to get people placed into other affordable units.
Mm-hmm.
So, for that, it also has as utility, and I think, but I'd be happy to sort of look at the data that we have and come back on this question.
And it's your belief from your letter, it sounds like, that we're going to have a hard time making the Bridge Home program work without the additional rapid rehousing dollars as the next step.
It's incumbent on me to identify that we need to keep flow moving through these shelters, and I think that if we're going to scale up those beds and we want to keep people moving through, I'd like to also raise up the issue of having a good resource behind for rapid rehousing for those households.
Okay, I'm trying to help you out here. You were making you made a very strong case in the letter.
We recommend funding for rapid rehousing to accompany this program and make it successful.
And why were you specifically asking for families, and $5 million of that request is for families, right? So what is the need there?
$5 million was essentially linked to the Bridge to Home program. The other requests that we made were for crisis housing and rapid rehousing for families. So one of the things that I wanted to raise up to the council was that this year we saw an enormous surge in families in crisis in our family system. We saw many multiples of what we saw last year, and last year was the high water mark. This year we were able to, working with the county CEO's office and working with the Measure H funding that we had, move monies that were sort of one-time monies into serving that population. If this surge in demand continues, we're going to be very, very hard pressed next year indeed. And I wanted to raise up to the city council. We have done the same on the county side, that there is a large number of families that are hitting the system, and we wanted to prepare for that with the anticipation that we may not have enough funding to keep people in crisis housing and get them moved through to rapid rehousing.
It's a very important point, a very important point, because if we allow what we're doing with a Bridge Home to be just an expansion of the emergency winter shelter program, we failed. I mean, it really has to be, as the mayor articulated, 24/7 and a first step on that continuum of care. And if we don't have the bridge, and it sounds like a lot of the planks in that bridge are the RRH dollars, then we're not going to get people to the home. So I'd ask for us to do a report back on LASA's request for the RRH dollars for both the families and for the single adults and youth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bonin. Mr. Blumenfeld.
Thank you. Although I could certainly, like yesterday, Mr. Bonin followed me on a bunch of questions and complained that I had eaten up all his questions. You took a lot of the questions I was going to ask, and you did it very well. So I appreciate that.
That's why we try to mix it up a little, Mr.
Yeah, but a couple of things to follow up. One, on your report back about the numbers, I was going to ask a number of questions about the metrics as well, because I'm really interested in seeing how we're doing on this stuff. And you asked about for a report back on the number of people that were housed.
Yep.
But related to that, I want to also see the number of people that are continuing to fall into homelessness, in terms of trying to understand if, you know, the classic problem, we're housing more people than ever, but more people are falling into homelessness. So, you know, when do we turn that trend around? It seems like we're still on the wrong side of that trend, right? More people are falling into homelessness each year than are being housed. Is that fair to say?
We are still collating the data for 2018. We anticipate releasing our homeless count 2018 results at the end of this month on May 31st. It was certainly the case last year that we had more newly homeless people reported than we were able to house in the previous year. So even though we had housed more people than ever, we had 30% increase in our housing placements. We saw an increase in the overall population at the same time.
Right. So to understand the relationship of those two numbers is really important, because otherwise,
yes, sir,
as good of a job as we're doing, if we're not stopping the input, we're in a bad situation.
I think that the data suggests that Los Angeles has one of the least affordable housing markets in America, if not the least affordable, and I think that puts enormous pressure on the poorest Angelenos. So, the economy's great, it's wonderful news, but that's mostly the story for above median income households, and the below median income households are under tremendous pressure.
Sure, no, and that compounded with all of the other issues that we know, and the availability of certain methamphetamines and other drugs and everything else, that's just been a contributing factor. You mentioned right at the beginning you had a number about the permanent supporting exit rate, and I didn't quite catch what you said. I think I misheard it. So could you tell me again what you were saying, that the exit rate had improved, and you gave a number of like 1,700 people.
So if I look at our interim housing programs, so crisis and bridge housing, so these are our shelter programs. They're split into two categories. There's the crisis housing, sort of initial, folks coming in, and then bridge housing, which is really focused on, high need folks who need to be navigated to housing, largely permanent supportive housing. The exit rate to permanent housing from those bridge housing beds is 42%. It's a very, very high placement rate, especially when you consider where, a couple of years ago, our overall shelter exits to housing were in the single digits. In our crisis housing, it's about 15%, but the 1,700 people housed was out of about 10,000 people seen in our shelter portfolio altogether.
It's not quite adding up to me for some reason. I get caught up on the numbers sometimes. So 42% of the people in the bridge housing successfully moved on to permanent supportive housing.
Permanent housing, largely permanent supportive housing, but permanent housing, that's correct.
Okay, and so the other 68%, what happened to them?
Well, they would either still be in the shelter program, or they would be, they'd be in the process to move forward. So some of them are exit to other destinations. But the number, for example, in the crisis housing program, people leave the bed, leave the shelter, and we don't know where they go. So the exit is an unknown. The outcome is unknown. Very, very low percentage of exits to unknown destinations in the bridge housing program, which is another, positive benefit of that program. But, obviously some people do continue in that program, and, we're just measuring 3/4 of the year. So we have to look at the number of people over a long period of time to see how that goes.
Right, but that means that the number of beds available is decreasing every year, because people aren't exiting. The majority of people are not exiting out.
It's a key focus for us to turn those beds over and improve the effectiveness of those programs to get people placed into housing. That's a key objective, and it's one of the outcomes that we are measuring very closely, and one of the things that we're training providers on, and that we're providing technical assistance toward.
And how did the numbers compare to other cities?
This is a great question that I would love to bring back a report on.
Okay, so I'll ask for a report back on comparison of that number, but also some of the other metric numbers, because we're spending a lot of money. We want to understand best practices and how we compare across the country.
Absolutely.
I
would say that our bridge housing numbers are going to compare favorably to anything out there.
That's good. Going back to the homeless engagement teams, we talked a little bit about that and whether or not we have an operational plan in place. One of the things Mr. Huizar brought up, and I wanted to bring here, and part of it was brought up, but the additional funding for the homeless engagement team is proposed for 6 months. Is it possible to stagger the hiring of those teams to 3 months, 6 months, and 9 months to start things more immediately?
We can certainly do that. I think the question is sort of, working with the mayor's office and the CAO as to how the program exactly should be rolled out. From our perspective, we would be hiring based on exactly the implementation schedule for the plan.
I guess I'll ask for a report back on that as well. In terms of, I certainly agree. Mr. Huizar is the one who brought this up, that we want to get this out, get some of these teams out the door. Where we're dying out there, and as we all know, and to wait 6 months is 6 months too long. And if we can get started earlier, let's do it. Safe parking. I wanted to just drill down on that a little bit more in terms of how it's working. I've been working with Safe Parking LA, the nonprofit, in my district to create safe parking locations in the district. In fact, Temple Judea, my own congregation, was able to step up, and they're going to be the first ones doing it. But when I was looking into the funding, none of that funding comes from the LAHSA money, right? So it may be quite. So where is, I guess, I'll back it up as a question. Where is the LAHSA funding gone for safe parking, and why isn't it? Why don't we need more money this year than last year, since we have all these other potential safe parking programs coming online?
So we have funded a program in, there's a program that's funded in South LA, and it's a sort of a full service program. It includes security, it includes certain other features to the program. For that reason, I think it's a more expensive program than some of the programs that Safe Park LA has proposed. I can't tell you exactly what funding sources the organization is accessing. We're certainly happy to work with them on programs that we have. But I will, along the lines of the response to Mr. Bonin's question, one of the challenges with regard to standing up safe parking programs is that we had a lot of expressions of interest from a lot of entities that didn't materialize into real commitments to actually host programs. So I think we have talked with a lot of different entities, and when it gets down to it, the sort of commitment has folded under opposition from community members and opposition from parishioners, and I think that is one of the things that we're seeing that we need to work through. I think Scott's program is Scott's working with a lot of folks in doing that, but we do have some programs that are just starting this spring. Paul, I think. But it's been a program that has been more challenging to implement than it would have initially appeared based on what everybody's willingness to do it, and then that doesn't materialize as effectively. It's a little bit like the motel transactions. It seems like it would work much more effectively than in practice people are willing to commit to.
Well, and you have to have, and I went through the meetings, particularly with as I mentioned, with Temple Judea, and sat through listening to the presentations by, in this case, the nonprofit, and the questions that were asked by the community. And the reason why it's starting to work there and it's going to work in other places is because of the handholding, of the explanations of where the liability questions are being handled, and having an umbrella policy. I'm assuming we have that available for our safe parking partners as well.
Yes.
But that's the big question, and then the other big questions about security and the ability to control it and vet who's coming in and out. I mean, those were the big community questions. I'm sure you know all that. But in terms of the dollars in terms of how it works. I'm curious. I'd like to see a comparison because it seems like it's all over the map in terms of like the program I mentioned is probably going to be about $6,000 a year, whereas I think the one in South LA, what is it? How much did it cost for the safe parking?
I think it was about 347.
347,000 for.
Correct.
And how many people did that serve?
I would have to pull those numbers. I'm happy to report back.
Okay, but my understanding is it's an incredibly high number on a per person basis.
It is an expensive program because of the security. There's no question about that.
But it doesn't have to be. So I mean, for example, the one I mentioned is $6,000 a year. Maybe it ends up being a little bit more. So anyway, I guess I'd like to see, rather than go through that now, but as it's a budget question in terms of I want us to put more money toward this, but I want to make sure it's being spent well, to get a report back on some cost comparisons of the different safe parking options that are out there, how much it costs, not just in aggregate, but on a per capita basis, and what those cost drivers are, and whether or not there's things that we can do, even as in kind as a city, that we can do to help lessen that burden. I put a few motions in the city recently to look into certain other incentives that we can do for folks, ranging from potentially doing a little bit of work on a parking lot, maintenance kind of thing, using potentially our own crews to help maintain it, to even looking into tax credits, not just a city tax credit, but in theory, when an organization, not so much a nonprofit, but when a for-profit organization donates their parking lot, there is a value to that. And if we could help them quantify that value, they could potentially write that value off on their taxes. And if we can get a federal deduction, that's a win-win for everybody. So just to get a report back on some of the cost analysis and cost-benefit comparison.
Will do.
Great. And other than that, I think. What's that? Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Englander?
I want to look at where some of the funds are actually being spent. So I think you've covered enough on data collection and where some of those things are going, particularly as it relates to CES and how that framework is coming along in terms of data collection and management. And right before maybe we get into some of the funds and the disbursements, I've got a few very specific questions. On the, you made a statement earlier that 26,000 plus.
Yes.
We're in a state of readiness to enter based on CES numbers, right?
They had been assessed. These are new assessments. So the state of readiness is dependent on a number of factors, but they've certainly been assessed, and we're in the system, and we can work with them. That's correct.
Yeah, I think you said that 26,626 were at a state of readiness to enter housing was the statement, right? So of those numbers, what's the time frame on average from the moment somebody says and finally says, yes, I'll accept some help? In my experience, and I think most, there are a lot of folks that are service resistant, and it takes multiple contacts just to get somebody to agree to share data and say, put me on a list. How long on average right now are we seeing of those 26,000 and change? How many are we seeing? What's the average time to find a bed?
So for people who were placed for individuals and families that were placed in the third quarter of the current fiscal year, the average amount of time was 227 days. And the range was 25 to 657 days, with the greatest constraint on that being the availability of housing with which to move people into.
Understand the restraint. So the average time, not the highest or lowest, the average time was 270 what?
225 days.
225 days from the time they actually agreed. And we've got over 26,000 that we've entered into the system that are on average waiting 270 plus days. Okay. On the turning the attention to some of the funding, really on page 959 and 960, talking about the HETS team, the homeless engagement team, the HOPE teams, as well as Operation Healthy Streets. And looking at some of those, there's an increase on the first item on page 958 on the HETS teams, on the engagement teams, from 2.2 million, it's actually 2,279,435 to nearly 4 million. Then there's another line item right underneath it for the same thing, and an increase of another 2,140,915, except that one includes what says HOPE teams, which I'll get into a little later under the next department. But then if you turn to the next page, on page 959, under Operation Healthy Streets, there's another $3 million increase. It goes on to, beyond that, under the on page 960, the public right-of-way storage program is another increase of about 450,000 to $1 million. And then the shelter program for an additional 1.7 million. So of those, are all of these funds dedicated directly to Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority?
So,
or are these going into
So
various different departments that are repeated throughout the budget book in every single other department?
all of these funds would flow through LASA. Some of them staff LASA direct positions. So the homeless engagement teams are LASA staffed positions
That's what
and their equipment.
Okay.
And then the winter shelter program, now called shelter program, that is funding for provider organizations. So the funding goes out through
That's
the
why I
community.
purposely skipped the winter shelter program, because I knew that one.
And Operation Healthy Streets funds a number of bathrooms and provider organizations for various, and also the storage facility down on Skid Row.
Okay.
So those are contracts with provider organizations.
So with that, if you can give me a report back on exactly where the funds and how they're being spent specifically, geographically.
Yes.
Where and how they're being spent on all the ones that I mentioned. And then also give a breakout and why it was included to say that you've got your homeless engagement teams. Those were previously known as an emergency response teams. We seem to be changing the names in every department every year, but so now they're homeless engagement teams. And then there's another line item for an additional 2.1 million for the same thing, except adding HOPE teams. And since you don't have HOPE teams, and those are within LAPD, I'd like to know what are the differences in those two and a report back, and specifically where's that money going, how it's being dispersed, and where's the personnel working geographically.
Yes, sir.
So if you can, and then the same thing, if you can report back on that right-of-way storage program.
Yes. Just to clarify, on the HOPE teams, LASA homeless engagement teams do partner with LAPD HOPE officers out in the field, so that it is a combined.
But these funds are not for LAPD.
These are not for LAPD. These
So-
are LASA staff only.
So if you can give me a breakdown again.
Absolutely.
There's two different line items. One simply included HOPE teams. One does not. Why? What's the difference? None of these funds are going into LAPD. And where are they working out of and when?
Sure.
That'd be helpful. And then I'll come back to that when we get to another department that has a lot more engagement on that team effort. But and we've already gone through PD and asked for some of those things that are very similar.
Okay.
And we can actually line them up.
Got it.
Great, excellent. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Englander. I'll be real quick because I think most things have been covered, but I'd just like to add on a little bit to the special study report that Mr. Bonin requested that Mr. Blumenfield supplemented. I think the request was for the number of people who have come into the various categories of services. I think it's important that for each of those categories of service, we have a metric of success as well.
Yes.
Because the number of people served is irrelevant to me unless I know how many people are graduating to the next level of stability.
Agreed.
So for each of the categories that Mr. Bonner requested, I'd like that metric to be included as well. A couple of quick points on the annual homeless count. The budget went up by a couple of $100,000 this year. I'm wondering why it's more expensive this year than last.
So we have actually been subsidizing the increased cost of the homeless count out of our administrative funding. So it is, the cost has actually been increasing, and we're no longer able to pull it out of our admin to fund that difference.
Okay. Similarly, the shelter program, the emergency shelter program, you mentioned we're shooting for more months from the get-go instead of coming back and extending it later. Yet, there is a dramatic impact on the general fund that's more significant than just that extension of time. And so that indicates to me that there's a reduction in funding coming from someplace else. Is that the case?
Just to be clear, that this program leverages federal emergency solutions grant funding, so the lion's share of the funding for the underlying program is ESG in the city budget. Just the $300,000 is the supplement for the general fund. So, you know, most of the core, yes, that's right, and it's in the comp plan. Fine. It's there. But if you add money, it's all general fund. So if you want to add services, it all comes out of the general fund. That's why it's a disproportion there.
That's fine. I don't need a report on that. That answers my question. Now, further on shelter, on emergency shelter, we no longer have the Solmar armory available. So as of now, if I'm not mistaken, there's part of our city that's resident to 2 million people that has no winter shelter. Is that still the case?
So we did have winter shelter in the valley, and I'm going to turn to Paul.
Paul Duncan. We had Hope of the Valley was operating winter shelter out of Pacoima, and they had 120 beds this year.
Okay. So do you anticipate that will continue in the coming year?
We are in the process of releasing an RFP, so a request for proposals. We were at the end of our 3-year period this year, so it will be going back out to bid, at which time we will be making a target to make sure that in each of the service planning areas that we are actively seeking beds. So it will be a priority to have beds within the San Fernando Valley.
Okay, very good. Now, I know that finally there's more coordinated dispatch for outreach among county and city outreach personnel. Has MTA's teams been engaged now in that as well?
Yes. So that is
Tell
part
me
of
about how those are coordinated.
So part of just the overall effort to coordinate is to catalog all of the outreach efforts that are going on and ensure that they're all connected to the regional outreach coordination that's now funded through the county Measure H funding. So LASA has a sort of meta level coordinator, and we then work with regional coordinators who plug in the various resources that are out in the field. That includes LASA's direct outreach, community-based organizations that are funded to do outreach, county teams that are out doing specialized behavioral and mental health outreach, and the teams that you're talking about through the MTA. So the work is to ensure that they all know each other, they all know who's working in what areas. They have laid out we printed out maps for all the teams so that they all had a geographic grid that they could work off of, and everybody sort of agreed which zones were going to be whose and how they were going to interlay. So there's an enormous amount of collaborative work going on right now to get everybody organized and align their work. The other thing that we've done is along the lines of your earlier question was align their metrics. So make sure that we're all agreeing to what we're going to measure and how we're going to call it a success. And so that was it was a great win to get to a core set of metrics that we all agreed on. Okay, this is what it is. So there's a contact, there's an engagement, there's a place into service, and there's a place into housing. Those are all elements to getting to a comprehensive, coordinated system. So it's a work in progress, but there's a lot of progress.
Yeah, that was a challenge even within Metro, among the various agencies that touch the homeless within Metro, just to get them speaking the same language and using the same statistics. So I'm glad that effort is underway now, more broadly as well. And finally, with regard to the rapid rehousing vouchers, when it comes to permanent housing vouchers, Section 8 and otherwise, one of our biggest challenges is not so, well, it continues to be the limited number of vouchers, but even more important is the limited number of people who will accept those vouchers. We have people who are sitting on housing vouchers for months, even years, without being able to find a place that they can call home with those. Tell me a little bit about the capacity for rapid rehousing vouchers and whether or not, if we were to expand that program significantly, are there sufficient places that people can go?
So, complex question. The housing market is our biggest challenge. That's definitely the case. We have not hit saturation. We are still getting traction with placements. They may take us a little longer, but it is a significant barrier, and we are getting priced out of markets. We are continuing to find challenges there. But one of the core strategies in the funding was strengthening the coordinated entry system. And we got funding to use a portion of that to hire housing locators for each service planning area. So this is, instead of having sort of case managers have to go out and find landlords for the clients, we said, okay, you focus on your client. We will have another team that's focused on landlord generation. So there is funding now to generate leads in the landlord market and generate rentals on that side to get traction on that. We have some incentive funding for those programs, but as I said earlier, this is one of the most challenging rental markets in America, and that's hard for the vouchers. It's equally hard for the rapid rehousing placements. With rapid rehousing, however, we do have a little more flexibility with regard to where they can be used and how they can be used. So we surveyed for in answer to the question earlier with regard to shared housing, we're using rapid rehousing to place people into shared arrangements on a pretty regular basis, and we're modifying HMIS so that we can specifically track that element. It's used, but we can't pull out which are which. But when we surveyed our providers, they're saying about 40% of those placements are into shared housing environments. So that, it's something that we're using, and it extends our reach in the rental market, if you will. Whereas that's not a major feature of the voucher rental programs. But we're not at saturation, so we will take all the new rapid rehousing that we can get. But the rental market is really our biggest barrier.
Okay, great. Then finally, I don't know if anybody asked this already, but I'd like to get a special study back on the average time that it takes from when a homeless individual is reported and a service request is made to a time when an outreach worker makes contact with that person, broken down by geographical area as well.
Okay. We'll actually be able to give you those stats using the new data tools that we have. So
outstanding. Good. I will come back to you. Mr. Kretz had something else as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing I wanted to piggyback on something Mr. Blumenfield was saying about adding to our new accumulation of homeless people. I think we have a pretty good program, and I think in 10 years we'll probably have solved more than half of the problem we had in 2013. But having done that, we'll probably have more people on the street at our current pace than we started with. So The question is, what are we doing to specifically focus on all the new homeless that we're getting? Because for a certain period of time, most of the homeless were chronic. We knew a lot of them by name. We just didn't have places and resources to deal with it, which now we do. But what are we doing to identify the different populations of newly homeless in the last 5 years and going forward, and figure out how to turn that spigot off, whether it's people being displaced by high rents, and whether we need to address that legislatively, whether it's more people coming in from out of town. Have we identified what those different populations are? Are we in the process? And do we have a strategy for stopping either of those spigots? Because otherwise, this is a problem that can't be solved, because we're on pace to solve some of the problem we had years from now, and then we'll be in a worse position than we were to start with.
So it is not people coming from out of town, I can assure you that. The overwhelming majority of people who are experiencing homelessness in Los Angeles are Angelenos, and they are longtime Angelenos. So it's, you know, some people do report their last stable housing placement was out of state, but it's in the teens. It's not, you know, this is not the driving factor. Overwhelmingly, it's a homegrown issue. In addition, we survey people when we do our demographic data collection, and the majority of them, slight majority, but the majority of them report that it was economic conditions that drove them into homelessness rather than some other factor, eviction, loss of job, those kinds of things. Some report social network fragmentation or loss of family members. Some report addiction, mental health issues, but the majority actually are reporting economic factors. We do now have, through Measure H and through some other funding, prevention dollars. So we have money to do prevention and diversion, and that I think is, you know, one of the activities that we're studying very carefully right now as we implement these programs. We also have the Rapid Housing money, which is very effective for newly homeless folks, as you're identifying. I think that, you know, scaling all of these programs up. I will say, though, that you know, with regard to stemming this crisis, if we don't make Los Angeles more affordable, we are going to be very, very hard pressed to stay ahead of this. And I would say that work that's going on among other parts of the city's infrastructure and in the county to increase affordability, increase accessory dwelling units, make other kinds of land use decisions about that will increase affordability and density. Those are vitally important. But affordability is the key factor to get ahead of this.
And I'm somewhat skeptical about the accessory dwelling unit step, because certainly, at least in my district, if you build accessory dwelling units, they'll wind up as Airbnb rentals. So unless there's a way to guarantee that they're actually used for housing and not for short-term rentals, you're just bringing in more people from out of town and giving them alternative housing. So I think we need to find a way, if that's a piece of the solution, we need to be able to legally lock in the fact that it is a piece of the solution. And I don't know if you've looked at that issue, because if we're anticipating something solves the problem, if we don't make that happen, there's easily a way around it to make it more profitable. Also, I know that our voucher program is probably not that useful as a city because it's so oversubscribed, but I understand the county has a voucher program now. Have we looked into that, and is there a way for LA City residents to find that accessible, or is that also already so oversubscribed that it's not practical?
Both programs are heavily subscribed. I'll let Carlos speak to the situation with the City Housing Authority. We work closely with the County Housing Authority, and they have committed large numbers of housing choice vouchers to people experiencing homelessness. So, you know, in fact, we just got a commitment for 700 vouchers countywide to serve people experiencing homelessness. So they're making substantial investments. It is not intended to serve people in the city of Los Angeles, since there is a housing authority for the city of Los Angeles.
Yeah, so at the Housing Authority City of Los Angeles, you know, we serve over 58,000 families, and a third of our resources are committed to the homeless effort through 6 different programs that we have. when people receive a housing choice voucher for some of our homeless programs like HUD-VASH for veterans and Shelter Plus Care for the disabled, we have an interjurisdictional agreement with the county housing authority, so our folks can find locations in those jurisdictions as well, so it broadens their opportunities because it is a very difficult rental market. What we see on our vouchers is about a 60% success rate, which means 6 out of 10 people actually find a unit with their voucher once they receive it. We counter that or work at addressing that through our homeless incentive program that Peter mentioned, where we have a signing bonus for landlords, security deposit payment for tenants, and also damage mitigation fund if tenants vacate having caused more damages than the security deposit.
Okay, and I know we're focused on singles and families and other areas. It seems like we're not as focused, at least at this stage, on women and on seniors, which according to our housing count is about 30% of our homeless. So what are we looking at strategically to help those populations?
So with regard to both of those populations, they do fall under some multiple categories, obviously, of different, service populations. But last year, LASA's commission stood up an ad hoc committee on women and homelessness and made a number of recommendations about service changes and service focus for women, and we were able to add additional shelter beds focused on women. On the county side, with regard to seniors, there's been a clear focus on looking at the intersection between the systems and programs that are established for the aged and the intersection with the homeless, with the homeless system and the coordinated entry system. So we are all working to look at, making sure that we have really good, rich connections between what's available for seniors and the coordinated entry system. This was not a service population that was called out in earlier strategies, so we're making sure that there's a clear focus and a clear connection between what programs there are and the resources that are available. Obviously, there are special needs for seniors and for access to units. But with regard to both of those populations, they can be served through sort of all the programs that we have, but they have, where they might have special needs, and we're ensuring that there's intersection between the system that we're building and the programs that interface with those populations at risk.
And seniors may be a little quieter in terms of demanding help, but it's somewhat surprising to me that we actually have 30% of our homeless being seniors. So I think they may be a population that we need more focus on.
Agreed. Mr. Chair. Mr. Bonin.
Thanks. I had a couple questions for Carlos. 2 or 3 of them. One, last week on Renters Day here in Los Angeles, the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development announced that we should be raising rates, rental rates for low-income people. Can we expect to see people who are currently living in public housing homeless as a result?
Well, we are concerned about the proposal because it would cause an increase in tenant rent across the board and for specific target populations like the lowest income folks that we have, those on general relief, and that's our target now with chronically homeless. Also would impact families because a child care credit deduction could be eliminated, and also would impact disabled and seniors with the medical expense deduction being eliminated. So we are quite concerned about it.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about pipelines into homelessness, and there are housing production is one that we can control, but so many of the others, including situations like this, people exiting from foster care, hospitals. I mean, we don't get to control the pipelines, but we have to deal with the outcome. In 2017, I understand you guys committed PSH assistance to over 17,000 households.
Correct.
How's that?
18,000 now.
18,000.
Yes.
So how's that program been going?
So that is in a variety of programs. As Peter mentioned, we just did get a new HUD-VASH allocation for veterans. We got another allocation for continuum of care. So those are going well. And they have been committed for different target population amongst the homeless. So not just veterans and seniors and disabled, but also transition age youth and families.
Okay, great. I'd like to get a breakdown of
Sure.
of that. That'd be very,
We have
very
that.
good to see. And final question is, you know, we talked a little bit about how difficult it is to get landlords to accept vouchers. My understanding is that in, I think, San Francisco and in Santa Monica, there is local legislation which forbids discrimination against a tenant based on their rental income source. Do you have any sense of whether or not that approach has been effective in creating greater utilization of vouchers?
Not in Santa Monica, from what we've heard, because their success rate is even lower than ours. Their vacancy rate in the city is worse than ours. They have a signing bonus in that city of $5,000 per unit, and they still can't find owners willing to take someone with a Section 8 voucher. We would support that legislation, but we haven't seen that, at least in Santa Monica, and probably in San Francisco and up north, that it's really had a major impact.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Thank you. A couple of questions, really, for the mayor's office, probably, about the Bridge Housing Fund. I know each council, each district, we have a unique population. So what types of bridge housing programs would qualify for the Crisis and Bridge Housing Fund as you've envisioned it? And, you know, and who decides which programs qualify?
Thank you. So the way we designed it is to provide maximum flexibility to you and to the service providers and to LASA, depending on the needs of the community. So what we're looking for at the end of the day is just more capacity. The definition of what kind of profile of services will be provided would be determined between LASA and our county partners, who we're working very closely with to ensure that they will be actually funding the services. Right, our job here, this budget before us today, is funding the siting and building of the new capacity. The county will be critical in providing their funded outreach teams, both through LASA and directly, and then the ultimate service provider. So that's a conversation that would happen with them.
And in terms of how far along does this project need to be in order to keep the allocation for the council district after that January 1st deadline? I know we talked about encumbering by January 1st, but
we would define that as a, so initially there's the motion for feasibility assessment of a particular site. It would be the motion that you would introduce to actually draw down on your allocation to spend the dollars towards a project. The project wouldn't need to be complete by January. It just needs to be, the dollars would need to be identified and allocated towards a specific project.
Identified and allocated, but doesn't necessarily have to be
spent?
Well, clearly not spent, but encumbered in some way.
A council motion that specifies a project and the dollar amount is what we would be looking for.
And if there's 15 projects launched simultaneously, which departments are going to be tasked with moving the projects forward and staffing? Is that going to be an issue, and how is that going to work?
So I'm going to defer to Meg Barclay, because the CAO's office and engineering will be leading the effort on project management.
Meg Barclay, City Homeless Coordinator. So we have a working group that meets weekly, and that includes all of the city departments that would need to weigh in on any of these sites. So that includes Bureau of Engineering, who would be project managing the design and construction. It also includes fire and building and safety, that would be setting the safety standards for each individual site. It includes sanitation on establishing access to the sewers, and DWP is involved for utilities, all of the departments that are needed to review and establish the requirements for each individual site are in this working group that meets weekly. And so we would be tracking the construction, and as the budgets are brought forward for each feasibility analysis is completed, that would include staff costs for project management, for GSD to do the construction.
So the costs, that was what I'm getting at. The costs are they baked into the existing staff budgets, or you're saying they would be basically scored against the projects.
They'd
So
be
of the
scored against the
1.3
projects,
million,
although there is some funding that we've identified for BOE to do the feasibility analysis on the outset, and that's the only cost until the budget is established that we need to make sure that we're able to cover. After that, we have the funding, for instance, for GSD to construct or do any of the site prep and the assembly of whatever the structure is that's established. Purchasing, all of those things would be also a part of that budget that would be identified at that time.
Okay. The county services for this program, are they included in Measure H, I assume?
So there's additional funding in the Measure H budget as it's currently proposed for 3,250 new shelter beds countywide. And that includes funding for new beds to be administered through LASA. That also includes additional beds through Department of Mental Health, Department of Health Services. As each of these sites are identified, we would be identifying the population that would be targeted based on the encampment areas surrounding the site and working with the county to identify what's the appropriate services to be operated out of that shelter. So it could be a mix. It could be of lots of service providers, Department of Health Services, or it could be one or the other.
Right, and it doesn't have to be one, it could be a mix of multiple sites, and I'm assuming you could have crisis housing as one of those sites or something, with different related interventions be one of them. So you could have different sites. It doesn't have to be one location.
No, it doesn't have to be one location, no.
Okay.
One location is obviously more efficient, but we're reviewing on a case-by-case basis.
Right. But certainly some districts like mine it's a lot more difficult to do a large site versus a couple of small sites.
Right.
And then I'm assuming there'll be additional council action before the funds are made citywide, or how that process will work. So come January, we have to decide what are the sort of funds that are remaining on the table and how those funds get used. Have you envisioned that process, or is that kind of something we're going to make up as we go along?
So, Councilmember Krikorian put in a motion to establish the Crisis and Bridge Housing Fund as a special fund, which would automatically, as of January 1, make those dollars available. That would be our vision, is that dollars that are not allocated by January 1 would then essentially be allocated on a first-come, first-served basis. As you heard from Councilmember Huizar and Harris-Dawson today, the response that we've received up since the mayor made his announcement, as we've been working with your offices, has been quite honestly larger and greater than expected, given the historic resistance to these facilities. So to the extent that this committee is able to increase the amount in the fund, from what we're hearing from the council offices, I would expect every dollar to be accounted for.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just really
Mr. Chair, if I could add one point, as
it needs to be a
you
quick
mentioned. We do need the county to be our partners in this. We have been working very closely with them. They have been very supportive of funding services. All of you have your own contacts with the county, particularly the board. We always want you to thank them and urge them to stay at the table. And we've had a great working relationship, but it has to continue. If we end up opening shelter beds all over the city, we're going to need them each time we open a new one to fund the services.
Indeed. Mr. Englander.
Quickly, since it was mentioned, and I wanted to piggyback on and a follow-up on some of the items that were stated. It was suggested just a moment ago that there have been a lot of interest in the January 1st deadline and more facilities possibly coming online. In fact, maybe one in every council district. Is it possible, too, that there's even more than one in any specific council district? There could be 2 or 3 or 4.
Yes, we've had thus far one district give us 4 sites another district give us 3 sites.
Right.
It is possible. So as I said, to the extent that the dollars in the fund could be increased, in many districts, there will be a greater demand for, a demand greater than the 1.3 available.
Well, in one of the next departments, I'm going to get into what else is triggered and what other strings are connected to those services in other departments as well, to try to keep that in mind. And so I'm going to do a deeper dive on that. But well noted. And so it appears that there's a lot more interest. The second thing is, it would mentioned earlier that there's 2 conflicting, well, one statement that was made and then one suggestion that was made, but the statement that precluded that had already been shored up. You'd indicated that it looks like at a minimum, the HET teams, the homeless engagement teams, would be hired and brought on and expanded sooner than January to meet that January goal.
I think that our objective would be to get going with hiring to accord with when the program's going to initiate.
Right.
So we would want to make sure that we had teams on the ground ready to go. So we will work closely with our city partners and ensure that we're well placed to have it ready to go when it needs to be.
Okay, so trying to get an answer. So it indicated earlier that it would be ramped up to start, and you'd be ready to go it's slated now for January 1st, so you'd start a hiring process a little sooner than that.
We would start hiring in advance of that.
In advance of that, okay.
That's correct.
That's what I wanted to know. I mean, we're looking at, obviously in this particular budget, it's $360 million. It's a significant increase, 168% increase, $40 million, doubling the increase just out of the general fund alone. It's staggering, huge numbers, and it's where we need to go. It's our biggest crises by far in our lifetime, so no question. But obviously holding everybody accountable to these dollars and making sure that the deliverables are on target. And if we've got that type of increase, exponentially trying to see deliverables of people placed in the shelters, housing, taken off streets, getting care, in those same types of numbers, have to meet those objectives.
Understood.
With that, the homeless engagement team, which is really a bulk of a lot of the outreach, these are the boots on the ground that are doing this work. Do they work on their own, or do they only work with other partners like LAPD, or are they out there doing their own thing?
It's both. They do.
Is it
They
both?
do work on their own. They work in close collaboration with a number of different partners, and they pull in specialists when they need to. So some of them are working in collaboration with law enforcement. Some of them are working in collaboration with mental health providers. Some of them are working in focused geographic areas like Skid Row or on the west side. So it really depends on how they're on how they're deployed in the region and the needs of the moment. Most of them are out as a pair, working, they're generalists, and they pull in specialists as they need to.
Okay. Can you, as part of that, give us back that deployment? And I think I asked for it earlier anyway, so that's
Yes.
already
Yes, that's
requested
right.
on how
That's
they're
right.
deployed, where they're deployed and geographically. Okay, that'd be great, thanks. And then my final question is, I'm not sure what the increase just in the mayor's office is for this calendar year, what the staff is doing, and particularly would usually never even question that. But there's, it's going from the current year at $350,000 of this $360 million into the mayor's office to $20,400,000. So what's the mayor's office doing in staffing at $20,400,000?
I think that was perhaps miscategorized as including the $20 million Crisis and Bridge Housing Fund under the mayor's office. That shouldn't have been under the mayor's office. It should be GCP. It should be its own special fund.
So that should not, is that going to be a technical correction?
It should be a correction. It
Can we get that back?
It should take care of itself through the establishment of the special fund.
Okay, if we can just get something back on that to have that line item corrected, that'd be great. Okay, I wasn't sure.
If I could just add one other thing, council member, as we're talking about before we get deep into the sanitation discussion, but while all the folks here are around the table, as the CAO said, critical to this effort succeeding is the cooperation with the county and the county providing the services. One piece that is essential, that will require a policy change, and the Bureau will be working with us to develop what that new policy is that the teams, the outreach teams that you've been asking Peter about, those are the ones that are going to accompany the HOPE teams for the cleanups and other enforcement efforts after January. But prior to January, there's going to be a significant infusion of county-funded outreach teams, either directly or through LASA, to address the encampments around the area where the new shelter capacity will be built. It's going to be critical that we have a relaxed sanitation presence around those encampments. So as we're talking about the resources that are needed, we're going to need to understand that the last thing that we're going to want to do, in order for this to work, is to increase the sanitation presence. Actually, we're going to need to decrease it in the areas where the outreach teams and the outreach workers are focusing their efforts, where we're going to have the shelter. So I just want to have eyes wide open as we're talking about the sanitation budget. We are going to account for a scale back in and around the targeted encampments.
So what we're really talking about too is it basically, in a nutshell, you're suggesting it gets worse before it gets better in those particular areas.
It's not necessarily true. It's just that we need to limit the comprehensive cleanups around the target encampments to ensure that the outreach can do its job. So cleanups, yes. The comprehensive sweeps, no.
And when you define that, is there anything yet in writing that defines what that relaxed comprehensive cleanup would look like? What's the mile radius? What's not big? What's the difference between the comprehensive cleanup and having clean streets versus a rapid response or other initiatives going out just simply to pick up bulky item? Is that defined, and is it defined by the radius so we know what we're looking at in terms of policy?
It would be defined by the jointly agreed upon targeted encampments. So in the areas outside of where we're having the targeted encampments near the new facility, which would again be mutually agreed upon between your office, our office, the county, that would be the area that we would have the modified sanitation deployment. The Bureau is, and I believe our first actual operational meeting on this is tomorrow afternoon after the CENTCOM meeting, or Thursday. So we should be able to get to you a draft of what that policy will look like before the conclusion of these hearings.
Okay, but going back to, and this is really important, and when we say modified, we barely get sanitation out there today. Barely. And we'll get into that when we get into the sanitation budget. So it'll be less than that, which means never. And again, you said eyes wide open, let's go there. So we shall not do any massive cleanup when we agree, and for how long, and what's the mile radius?
Yeah, and those are answers that we will be able to provide, and you'll be able to provide to the community should you choose to participate in the program. Which
well, we've already said every council district is participating, and it looks like there's an interest, and I certainly am. Mm-hmm. So with that in mind, and we're already starting to talk to the community, what's the answer?
Yeah, the specific answers, as I said, we should be able to provide to you before the end of these hearings, as it relates to the actual presence and the actual, for example, there will need to be modification in the council. If you were to have a shelter, the council days that you have, I am almost certain that we would want to have we would not want to have comprehensive cleanups on the encampments, that are targeted for the shelter.
Well, I understand that, but we're only getting one comprehensive cleanup every 2 weeks at best.
Right.
So we're saying we're not even going to do that.
During the period of time that the intensive outreach is happening and while the shelter is being constructed, yes.
What's that period of time?
That period of time we think can be 3 to 4 months.
we're asking to sign up for something, and we're dangling a carrot in front of us, saying we shall do this just to get more, even though we're not getting, and it's being suggested we get none while we're doing this. Not baseline, but none, that we don't deploy comprehensive cleanup. I think maybe this discussion needs to take place when we get to sanitation in more detail. But the question is, what are we going back to our communities with when we don't have the answers for that, other than telling them, well, we're going to get more cleanup efforts around an encampment in an area that will no longer have an encampment, and we're not going to clean it up until we build a shelter while there's an encampment there. You see where it gets tricky, so I guess we'll come back to that.
It does, and we will, but the reason why I brought this up while Las is at the table is what we want to tell the community is that we're going to do this right. And so if Peter or Nathaniel want to address that as it relates to the importance of having a stable environment for the outreach to conduct their work, that is what we're trying to get at. That is what we've committed to LASA. That is what we've committed to the county, importantly, because the county is critical because we need them to fund the services for these shelters.
Can we get a report back on the framework on the very specific, not just in concept, but not words like relaxed or scaled down, but in detail, what are we talking about? What does this program look like? Because I will tell you right now, as we go out to the community and our constituents and neighborhood council members and tell them, no, we're targeting to build this facility and fighting that anti-NIMBYism and trying to work with them. We're also explaining that, oh, by the way, for months we're not going to do any cleanup, massive cleanup at these places either. And the first thing they're going to ask is, what does that mean, and how long, and what kind of radius, and what are we looking at, and is it a block away? What happens if it's, is it a mile? Is it 2? We need specificity.
You're absolutely right, and we will work with the department, with the Bureau rather, and you'll have that detailed report back before you vote on the budget.
Before we finish the hearings?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Follow up with that, Mr. Chair? Just a quick follow-up.
Sure.
Obviously, the radius we're talking about is also related to post the shelter being up and the enhanced cleanups that's going to happen around that shelter. And I guess my one pitch is that as you work this formula up, there needs to be a density coefficient in the equation, because what I mean by that is that the radius of cleanup necessary for a very dense area downtown would be a couple of blocks, but for a more spread out area in the West Valley, you're going to have to be capturing encampments at a much greater distance. So as you put that formula together, there's got to be a density coefficient.
Okay. Not to belabor this discussion, but I think I would have maybe put it a little bit differently, and I would say we're building shelter throughout the city because we need to build shelter throughout the city. We're not building shelter in order to get more cleanups. We're building shelter to prevent having to do cleanups. We're building shelter because it's the only thing that works, and cleanups are useless. They move the pieces around the city, and they don't solve the problem. So while it's great that we're going to have more cleanups, that will be an important public health component of this, but the real solution is getting people into shelter and then getting them into housing. And the rest is just moving the deck chairs around on the Titanic. Mr. Bonin?
One, I suggest that the mayor's communications team transcribe exactly what Mr. Krikorian just said and use it, because I think it's exactly the right frame and the right messaging. And I just want to clarify, the way I think most of the council has heard this program described, and I'm hoping this is how it will work out, is that additional resources will be provided once the shelter is operational. I don't think anybody heard that there'd be a reduction prior, and I think that's a thing that needs to be worked out. Because that's a big distinction, and the way I phrased it is how I think the mayor phrased it, and how I think everybody has heard it before they've signed on, and that's a key thing. The other thing, just so folks understand, is this is part of the agreement with the county, that the county isn't going to be funding stuff for us if they feel like
This is Los Angeles reliving its history of just doing sanitation and LAPD enforcement. And that's, I think, where a lot of the sensitivity comes in. So it's a balancing act of doing the right thing by our neighborhoods and doing the right thing to actually solve the damn problem. But that's the frame I think you need to work with.
Thank you. One final small point, Mr. Englander reminded me on my the special study that I requested on outreach response time. If we can break that down by either zip code or city council district, whichever works for your data, that's the geographical definitions that I would like to see that in. So,
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you very much. Thank you to all for crowding around. Mr. Saldivar, stay where you are. Well, slide over, but thank you to everyone else. And as Mr. Saldivar is moving, as much as we love him and love our Bureau of Sanitation members, I just want to point out we're about an hour behind schedule right now. So I'd like to see if we can get through sanitation in 45 minutes. I hope springs eternal, but that should be our goal if we can. So let's see if we can finish sanitation before 6 o'clock. Mr. Saldivar, welcome. And we do have your letter. You can trust that we have all read it. Feel free to make a brief opening and we'll get right into it.
Thank you, Chair Krikorian and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. As the rest of my team makes it to the table, I want to focus exactly on our letter. And while I also asked for a bottle of water, I know I had one.
We'll get you one. We'll get you one. Go ahead.
Thank you. And so, thank you for inviting us up to the table in the previous discussion. I know more than ever we have a lot more integration and interrelationship with the partner agencies in our role in the homelessness solution, which brings us to our first item on our letter. As you alluded to in the earlier discussions, there's an expanded role and an expanded funding for LA San, particularly and primarily around our public health role, as you said it so well, Mr. Chair, that it is not about doing repetitive cleanups. We understand that the ultimate and bottom line goal in all of this, as it applies to the strategy of the city on eliminating homelessness, is not for a perpetuation of cleanups. We understand that, and by no means are we looking to grow and have it be self-perpetuating. In the meantime, the proposal, and we appreciate the mayor and the entire mayor's team giving us more Hope and Clean Street teams, in fact 9 more in total, that will bring us to a magical number of 21 teams. And I know that's got a special relevance to Councilmember Englander. 21 teams we will have in total with the proposed addition of 9 more teams. One fundamental, perhaps, oversight is that the total staff assigned to our livability program will now be 205, clearly over 200 staff. This is our going on 4 years of our participation in this citywide program. We have not had a management structure, and the budget does not recognize, nor does it approve the creation of a division management structure. And we are proposing and asking that you fund us a division manager. No funding. Our CFO made it clear. We know the balancing of the budget is crucial for you, the CLA, the CAO, and the mayor's office. So we are saying fund us those positions. I'm sorry, authorize us the positions without any funding this year. We'll make it work. But it's crucial that we have a team of 200 staff be managed and be directed, guided, mentored, all the other stuff that comes with managing staff. So that's our first simple ask. We're always modest, and we don't intend to change. One of our great exciting areas of growth and import is our production of recycled water. All of you across the city, you're great champions of our program of recycled water in partnership with LA DWP. I am proud to say that we have some of the great leaders across the world. Quite frankly, I didn't introduce my team, but I will do so one at a time. In this case, I want to give a shout out to our Chief Operating Officer, Tracy Minamidi, who is also our in-house expert on recycled water. She and a great scientist of ours, Roshan Aflaki, Dr. Aflaki, developed some very unique technologies and techniques and increasing the efficiency as well as the efficacy of recycled water, which will be put into place at Tillman, and we've done some of it already at our Terminal Island Reclamation Plant. With that said, we are asking that you recognize the importance of this program, and quite frankly, the city's leadership in this area. Whether Orange County had been a great leader in the last decade or so, and they had been. I think we now have stepped up and taken a leadership role in this industry, and we want to definitely maintain that. We're asking for a few positions, not very many, funded by our Clean Water Program and DWP. Something that all of you are part of, but I know Chair Krikorian is part of the risk reduction cabinet. We're asking, we have a division currently, the wastewater collection and stormwater division. Some of the comments in the public comment period from members of our staff alluded to the division in wastewater. It's a division of roughly 400 people, citywide responsibilities, 24/7 operation that applies to all of our collection system, including the pump stations, dry weather, wet weather, you name it, sewer collapses, the rescue effort that we undertook of Jesse Hernandez, who was rescued by 2 of our workers. That happened on a Sunday. And so the span of control for the one division manager right now in that particular division is just overwhelming. We've recognized that. It has manifested itself in many ways, including with employee development or lack thereof, as well as ensuring that all city policies and ensuring that the proper training applies and is provided to all of the staff. So we're asking that you recognize the fact that we need this division to be split into 2 divisions, one for the north and one for the south. So we're asking that you fund us, that you authorize us 1 division manager at the wastewater manager 3 level and 1 assistant division manager. For data intelligence, it's number 4 on our letter. Clearly, we have gone through an incredible transformation of the use of data, the mining of data, but also the analysis of data. We appreciate the mayor's office and ITA having recognized the change on what it means to have experts on data. So there's a new classification that's in the works called data scientist, which we hadn't even recognized when we first submitted our budget request. So that new classification exists. We want to make use of it. It's more appropriate for what we're talking about. So we're asking for 1 GIS chief, 1 GIS supervisor, 8 GIS specialists, and 3 data scientists. we have a specific request around targeted local hire that will apply for some of our programs in the solid resources. For administration clerks, which is a classification that is in the list of targeted local hire positions, and for maintenance laborers that would work in our container replacement program, also specifically aimed at making use of the targeted local hire program. And last but not least is a position that was deleted in the process of the budget. Not fully understanding at this point, but it's a management analyst position that was vacant that has been assigned or is intended to be part of our liability claims response, which one of the goals of the risk cabinet, the risk management cabinet, of course, is to reduce our liability occurrences and the incidence of liability. But to the extent that liability claims do occur, we want to make sure that we have the right staff responding to the claims, presenting a good case, working with the city attorney's office, working with the risk manager and the CAO. So it's a management analyst position that we already had in our budget that's been eliminated as presented in the budget. So we're asking that you keep the position as it's been already in our budget. And that is the extent of our request.
Great, thank you very much. And members, just to keep things simple, I think that all of the requests in Mr. Saldivar's letter are certainly worthy of consideration, so I'd ask for a report back as to each of those with funding sources for each. And with that, we'll go to Mr. Bohan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Enrique, not Nazario. If you're Nazario, I'd have to pick somebody here to be Greg Spots. Thank you. You can pick. Thank you. Your agency is remarkable, and as I've said before, there are times when I've texted Adele at 2 a.m. Over flooding in Playa del Rey or some other problem or a sewage spill. You guys are always there 24/7. It's amazing. Just phenomenal work. Having said that, I hope this is the last year you get an increase in funding for homeless encampments. I hope we're cutting it next year, and I hope we're eliminating it in the next couple years. It's sort of like cotton candy. It gives a lot of people a sugar high. It makes a lot of people sick, and at the end of the day, it has no nutritional value because it's just it doesn't do anything. I mean, we all demand it. Our neighborhoods demand it, but it really it doesn't change anything. It doesn't house anybody. It doesn't remove any encampments. It does remove, I know, some hazardous waste, some syringes, and it makes the living conditions there better. That's for sure, and there's value in that. But for the reason that most people call a council office and ask for the service, it doesn't achieve what they're seeking because the encampment's back 12 hours later. And so it's absurd that this is where so much money goes. And I'm glad this year we're starting to pivot and put the money where it needs to be so that you don't have the need for this. Because Mr. Englander described something as Herculean earlier. What you're being asked to do is Sisyphean. The Greek character who had to, the mythological figure, had to push a huge boulder up a mountain only to have it roll back down and have to keep pushing it up and roll back down and keep pushing it up. That's what this is. So hopefully this will be the year we start turning the corner. So with that, let me just ask about the recycled water program. I appreciate that Mr. Krikorian has asked for the report backs on that. I'm a big fan of this, obviously. And I'm just curious, how much water recycling are we actually doing now?
Currently, we recycle approximately 30% either recycling or beneficially using approximately 30% of all of the water that we treat, and that's across our 4 water reclamation plants. Roughly about 280 to 300 million gallons a day is what we treat, so 30% of that.
Are we on
about
track for 50% by 2025?
We are moving in that direction, yes.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Blumenfield?
Great, thank you. Herculean, Sisyphean, we need a Promethean approach to all this that's rebelliously creative. And,
Mr. Blumenfield, thank you for being Diogenes.
So, a couple things. I want to start out, and I asked this question of LAPD, and I want to put it to you, although they gave me a good answer for it, which has to do with the River Hope teams. One of my frustrations has been, divided up into 5 different areas. They come once every 5 weeks to each of the river zones, and in my district, we're River Zone 1. But the first time around, there was a fire emergency, so they were diverted, and we lost out in terms of our week was gone because of a legitimate crisis. 5 weeks later rolls around, and there's another crisis having to do with the rain, and so we lost out again. And my criticism is that means 20% of the year is gone, and my river area never saw any cleanup. Is that we basically changed from this kind of a schedule to a schedule where there is some sort of a makeup class. If your schedule, when your River Hope team is supposed to be there, for some reason has to be diverted, that we don't just go back into the order and go to the next section of the river, but that we, the Hope teams, sanitation teams, actually make sure that there's a little bit more equity in that process.
I think we need to recognize that because, whether it's an act of God, such as a big rain event or anything else that does result in a district losing what would have been a allocation of a day or 2, however long, that we build in some float time, some float days in our calendar on a looking forward basis that we can then use for makeup time. Right now, we don't have any float on it, which means that if it doesn't happen on that day, you do lose it. So thank you for bringing that up. We need to the extent that we can create float days down the road as we schedule the months ahead, we can then have them as placeholders, as makeup days. So,
yeah, well, because it's a whole week. So yes, I appreciate that. I'm raising it just because it's been a major frustration in my community, and I know LAPD does most of the decision, I guess, in terms of when those are going, but sanitation is part of that team. So that's why I bring it up. And also, we need to have our eyes open. If we're going to be diverting the river teams for all of these things, then we're not really getting the once every 5 week service because it's getting diverted. So anyway, enough about that, but I felt the need to lead with that and to say that. Another issue, regarding the increase in the number of Hope teams, Rec and Parks is looking for ability to, they were asking for an increase in funding to clean up some encampments in Rec and Parks. Can the Hope teams, and sanitation in particular, be used in the parks? I guess currently they're not, but is there a way to make that happen, to create that partnership?
I will say this, and then I'll ask Adele and Khalil to help me out as well. This cleanup activity is, in fact, an area of expertise just because of the protocols, the protection of private property, the storage, the determination of public health. So if it serves Rec and Parks a benefit to lean on us who have developed more of that kind of expertise, and we could help in that regard, we certainly would be willing to do so. And it's, of course, it's a matter of looking at whether it comes at the expense of any other location in the public right-of-way. But if it doesn't, or if rather than funding Rec and Parks, and to the extent that we can also provide some efficiencies, perhaps the funding can come to us, and then we'll provide him the service. But Adele?
Councilman, I think what we've done with the cleanup regarding the high fire risk areas, we actually helped dealing with some of the encampments in Rackham Parks areas. And actually in some other areas, we actually collaborated, built a joint team, sanitation and Rackham Parks. And I think Enrique really hit it right on, is if we're going to divert resources from the HOPE teams to address the Rackham Park facilities, it's going to take away from something else. So we have provided support training. We actually developed protocols for Rackham Parks to help them. I think it's just the balance of where we spend the resources that we have. So I think we had a good success in dealing with the high fire zone areas and using in collaboration. It's probably what we can do is look into our opportunity to actually align their cleanups scheduled in their park areas with our cleanup in the HOPE and figure out if there's alignment where Enrique talked about efficiencies. So something we can look at and work with them on it. But at this time, you know, the only area that we actually collaborated on is the areas where we had the high fire zone areas and the encampments. We helped addressing this issue. Looking for efficiencies, I think that's an opportunity, and we can further discuss that with Rackham Parks and the mayor's office and council.
Well, I'd like to get that discussion to happen on the front end, because you're both departments are asking for more money for these kinds of cleanups. And so I don't think I don't want us to be in the position of you know, down the road saying, well, if you want to get that park cleaned up, you've got to take the money away from something else, and now we're in a zero-sum situation. Whereas this is the time we're putting together the budgets. So let's figure it out now, how to create the most efficient way that we can clean up our entire city, including our parks that are having issues and that are requiring funding or asking for funding. So rather than us look at these two proposals from Rec and Parks and from Sanitation for this kind of cleanup independently, let's look at them together, and maybe I'll ask the CAO and the CLA to do a report back on how we can efficiently address both of these budget requests that have been put out there, so that you do have the resources, so that it's not coming from you having to rob Peter to pay Paul, so that we look at it up front and we know that part of our city responsibilities are getting money for cleaning up the parks as well. And whether it's Rec and Park staff or sanitation staff, you know, I'm agnostic, but let's be efficient about it and look at it in its entirety as part of our budget request moving forward. So I'll put that out as a report back. Regarding the proposal to create Livability Services Division, it raises the issue of what is the most effective organizational structure to manage and deliver clean streets in the HOPE program. So does LA-SAN expect management structures to result in more efficient services that will allow salaries or that was requested to be absorbed without the reduction in services elsewhere?
We do expect more efficient and effective delivery of services. I know that we are not, by any means, this program is not at all immune from our continuous responsibility to make it effective and efficient. There is a lot of coordination that plays into the deployment and the assignment, and we want to utilize the time of each of our staff on the team the best way possible. We do not have a coach on the team. We have players, but there is no coach. And so there's probably 5, 7 managers at any given time playing into deciding what needs to happen. We don't have a focal point of management. So just a simple fact of, say, someone calls in sick that morning, and you know we got to deploy. We have a commitment already made to be at a certain place at a certain location. Even that basic kind of coordination can cause inefficiencies. So the answer is it'll make us more effective, more efficient. It should not come at the expense of anything else. that's what's happening right now. Everyone is pitching in from other programs. And so we are sacrificing other responsibilities to keep this program running. We've done this for 3.5 years. I'm not complaining by any means, but I think it's time that we've reached a level of not only deployment scale, 200 staff. It's a good size battalion. We need to have management oversight.
And I know the chair's already asked for a report back on that, so I would just add into that report back some of the cost-benefit analysis. So I guess I was leading you with the question of what are the efficiencies, because that's how we're going to justify these positions, but it would be good for us as we look at that to be able to see, to quantify some of that cost savings, potentially. Regarding water recycling, we've been talking about this for years. How will the funding or not funding of these positions impact our ability to move forward? And are there additional ways that we can partner with DWP that could make that more efficient and perhaps alter the request?
We hit a major breakthrough with a relationship with DWP a couple years back. We would go back and forth as to who should pay for what and how much any one thing should cost. And we knew that it was important that we make water recycling cost effective to the every extent possible. We've had major gains in that area. We started out at about $1,800 an acre foot. We've been able to bring that down. And by the way, I recognize Tracy and Roshan. I did not recognize, but I will do so now, Tim DeFita, who runs the largest water reclamation plant for sure west of the Mississippi and probably among the top 5 in the world. That's Tim DeFita right here. So we've brought the unit cost down significantly in the last 7 years, which means DWP will pay us less, and it makes it even better for them to be able to strike that balance between fresh water and recycled water. But they do pay us. In many cases, we front fund the investment so that we don't waste time. I mean, time is of the essence here to be able to get pipelines in the ground and distribution systems and everything else. And so in many cases, we will front fund. And then upon delivery of water, they'll pay us back. So that's the relationship that we have. Our commitment is to bring the cost down in every opportunity, and we've been doing that. Not just because we know that DWP will reimburse us, do we not care about making them more cost effective. So that's part of the efficiency gains that we push in every project. Tracy, you want to speak more to the train that we're going to put in at Tillman, how that's bringing the cost down even more?
Yes, we have been doing a lot of research, pilot research at our Tillman Water Reclamation Plant over the past 3.5 years that has led us to propose a new process treatment train, very much more efficient, less energy intensive, much smaller carbon footprint than what was originally proposed 8 to 10 years ago. And in addition to the efficiencies, it's also nearly half the cost. So originally we were looking at a project that was about $380, almost $400 million. Now we're cutting that to the low 200s. So the research that we've done has gone a long way in the process technology. The engineers and the positions that we're requesting now are those that will help us actually implement the project. So as our pilot work is finished up at Tillman, we're now getting into the phase of doing the design and then moving forward with construction. Similarly, at Hyperion, Tim is leading an effort to do pilot work on treatment technologies there. It's called membrane bioreactor technology, and that will significantly improve the quality of the water that we produce at Hyperion and bring us up to a recycled water quality, very high quality that's actually reusable for beneficial use. So it's these projects that are helping us improve our efficiency, helping us improve the quality of the water that we produce, and then producing more water to offset our potable demand.
And without these positions, how do we get set back?
Significantly in terms of our schedule, we have schedules both at Hyperion and Tillman that are getting us to the 2025 goals that have been established through the Mayor's Executive Directive number 5 on recycled water. Without those positions, we would be significantly challenged in terms of the engineering oversight to actually see through with the design, construction, and startup of the projects.
I guess it'd be good as we look at this to quantify those costs. Those are real costs. The timing of this costs us money, not just in terms of getting it done, but the cost savings we have on that. So that would also help us justify these positions to have that quantified.
Just another illustration of why the staff is so crucial is that, all of these projects come with an incredible regulatory approval process. There's a number of reports that need to be submitted for the State Water Resources Board, who now also oversees the public health aspect of recycled water. But there's incredible amount of paperwork, reports of many different types that need to get submitted in a timely way so that the projects can be entitled and approved. And that's what the staff will also be doing. Without getting an approval from, say, the State Water Resources Control Board, then the project doesn't proceed.
Okay. A different topic, data intelligence, you mentioned. 13 positions, $626,000. A lot of departments use or want to use the GIS data system to improve the delivery of services. How are we ensuring that the different departments are using compatible systems for analyzing the data, so that we're not all just going in our own direction? And should ITA perform the gatekeeper role as far as this goes?
This will be positioned that would be closer to the operating aspect of the data world, Councilman. We work very closely with ITA. Certainly, they're the enterprise agency. They provide the infrastructure that is necessary for all of the information systems. I have Dr. Mazdujiri, who's also our chief executive that oversees all of our information and control systems. We're very much integrated with ITA. We wouldn't want to propose something that would be proprietary that at the enterprise level that ITA should do. This is really more integrated with the operations of the department. Maz, do you want to elaborate a little more on?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Enrique is right. It is really more operationally based rather than strictly IT. So the issue that we have at hand is that we have about 400 staff that use GIS. And that's probably going to increase because of the biodiversity project that we're undertaking, we have undertaken. A lot of the information and steps moving forward will need the GIS to have various layers so that we can interpret what's going on at various locations, geographic locations throughout the city of Los Angeles, so we can move that biodiversity project forward. So these positions are strictly operational. They really are specific to the divisions that they will be housed in, and they'll be overseeing the management portion of it. Will be overseeing those 400 GIS users within the Bureau.
Okay. A different topic on the targeted local hire. Starting the process for transitioning workers from part-time workers into full-time positions. Part-time workers are often good candidates for targeted local hire. I'd like to see them hired and use their hours in a full-time manner would be the ideal. So what's the process and how are we doing on that? I know that was a goal, or should be a goal.
Hello, Lisa Mowry, Chief Financial Officer. We absolutely agree. We would love to be able to see our part-time employees who have proven themselves be able to move into full-time positions. If they go through the targeted local hire program, one of the wrinkles of the program is we get a random candidate pool. So if we have positions and we're using targeted local hire, we may get some of our candidates, but we may also get part-time employees from Rec and Parks or from General Services. So we don't always necessarily get the benefit. One of the things we've been trying to do with targeted local hire is maintain a balance between using targeted local hire and still filling some of our positions using our own as-needed folks. For instance, for maintenance labor, there's a process whereby we can directly transition as needed to full-time employment. So what we would propose going forward is to be able to maintain that balance so that our folks who are proven as-needed employees don't get shut out, but we also have that targeted local hire pathway to come in. One of the other suggestions that has been made for targeted local hire, the focus has been on using that for full-time employment. And there's a finite number of full-time city positions. If that was also expanded to give people part-time employment, that could also help be a pathway where more people could be accommodated from targeted local hire, and would also provide an opportunity for departments to be able to work with those employees. They could show their worth, and then they could be transitioned to full-time.
Is it targeted local hire for you guys less expensive or more expensive than the as-needed hires? And why?
Full-time employment is more expensive due to the benefits that are associated with it, rather than the use of intermittent as-needed employees where we would just have the direct salary. What we would like to do is be in a situation where we're using as-needed folks to deal with peak workload, to deal with special projects that have a limited duration, and or as sort of the substitute teacher model. If we've got folks who call out sick, to be able to bring in the as-needed folks to replace them so we can still deploy a full work crew, rather than be in a situation where as-needed staff are being used to do more of the core programs. So there'll always be a place for them, but certainly if we've got times where we've shown we're using enough as-needed staff to justify a full-time position, it does make sense to transition. There are certainly benefits to having the full-time staff with the as-needed. You're training people over and over to do the same work. Whereas if you can bring somebody in full-time, train them once, and then you don't have to keep training every 6 months to 1 year when you bring somebody new in.
And you get the subsidies with the targeted local hire and all the rest. So certainly I want to encourage that as much as possible. Issue on the liability claim support. The budget proposal deleted one management analyst, and it raises the issue of whether risk management, where it's the most efficient, and this has come up in a few departments. Incredibly important for us to do risk management. So I want to ask for a report back regarding the pros and cons of funding this position versus the city attorney position versus the other position, specifically as a report back so we can understand the relative importance of all of the risk management positions in this year's budget. I know I had a special study that was in the first list of things, but as I go through this and look at these positions, I want to get a budget report comparing the risk management positions in this budget. Last issue, Recycla. You know, we've had a lot of challenges with the rollout. The budget includes funding for call center staffing and overnight oversight and sanitation. While it seems like missed pickups we're doing better on that, we still get a lot of complaints about the increase in the trash fees. According to the most recent weekly report from sanitation, although my entire district had started service by November 1st, only 69% of customers have had a waste assessment and only about 20% of accounts have had a completed recycled service agreement. So My question is, when can we expect the rollout to be complete in my district, but across the city as well?
Thank you, Councilmember. And you said it right, recicla. And so we fully transitioned in full acknowledgement. As you said, we had a rocky implementation service. We had service lapses in the month of December, January, certainly November, December, where service was an issue. All of that has been corrected. The service aspects of the program have been fully resolved. We have reached a point of stability and security with regards to service, which was questionable certainly in the month of December. So that's the good news. With regards to the uptake on waste assessments, as important as the waste assessments are, the recycle partners continue to work in the field as our inspectors do to ensure that the customers take advantage of the benefit of a waste assessment. And Alex, if you can help me with our latest stats with regards to the waste assessment uptake.
Yeah, I mean, on the good news, we have a huge reduction in the miscollection from the December data. We're looking at about 83% reduction in missed pickups. The challenge now is for us, as instructed by the council, to go back, our inspectors, in addition to the recycler service providers, and visit back the same locations, or even for those who have not been targeted the first time. Our data is showing we have, out of the 71,000 accounts, we have done close to 65,000 waste assessment. And so we encourage people, if they haven't done a waste assessment, to call 1-800-773-2489, and we will dispatch our inspectors as well as the recycler. We can do a joint look at the waste and put the right bins out.
Okay. One last issue, and this is more just to try to light a fire under something, which is I had a motion a while ago about RVs, particularly that are homeless people are living in RVs, and we've had an issue with dumping of sewage, dumping of waste, and put out the idea that maybe we could save a lot of money because it can cost us over $1,000 to clean up one sewage dump from an RV, and it's a lot cheaper if we figure out a way to help them either through a voucher or pump the waste out. There are only 2 public pumping RV stations in the city, one's in San Pedro, one's at Hyperion, none in the valley. So my motion is to try to look at the feasibility of having a city program, a mobile program, where we would actually pump from folks who are engaged with services in the city of LA, but are in RVs. So we would pump their waste through some sort of a system. So I've been waiting for a report back from the department for 9 months. The motion was actually over a year and a half ago. It finally went to the department, but it's been in the department. So the question is, when will we have a report back from the department about this?
Soon.
Okay. I'd like soon to be defined as days or weeks rather than months.
Yeah, and you just made me think back of a time, Councilman, where there was sort of a wider distribution of what we called in, I think we called them, these were literally maintenance holes that had some kind of sort of, maybe not even supervision, but that would be made available for folks to be able to do stuff like an RV, and that created countless other problems in of itself, so we closed them all. So the idea is to figure out a balance in which we could make it convenient enough. I think that's what your motion asked for an RV owner to not have to drive countless miles to find a place to conveniently get rid of their stored wastewater. So we, by no means, are not acting on your motion, let us work with your staff to see how we can be more responsive and find a place that is convenient enough for anyone in the West Valley or in your district to be able to access the location.
Yeah, and all we're waiting on right now is the report back just to even get the assessment of the possibilities. So I'm not even asking you to find the place or to figure out the way. That I could think of dozens of ways to get this done, but just to get the report back so we can get that process going is important. So I appreciate your commitment to that, and we'll work with you on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Englander.
Thank you. Actually, before I get into what I really wanted to talk about in terms of what we're doing on the streets with the Department of Sanitation, wanted to talk about one of the things, Enrique, that you opened up with, and that was looking at creating some supervisorial and management authorities to better create opportunities for management and supervision. And so I think the first thing that I'm going to do just out of the gate on that is to ask for a budget impact study back on what have we done in the Bureau of Sanitation with administrative staff, support staff, management staff over the last, call it 5 years. What has that space changed? I know the department has changed dramatically. And every year we seem to be in this position where there's more functions being demanded, but there's a lot more staff on the streets, but also a lot more management, supervisors, and particularly in general management, AGMs. And so where are we looking at? Where are we at today? So that was my first one over the last 5 years. So we can start looking at that and figure out what the needs are rather than these one-offs, right? And so maybe it's, we'll see where that goes. The second thing that I wanted to ask for was under the Recicla was that you had stated during all the hearings that there wasn't really going to be any added city staff to the department, maybe a small group of oversight for the implementation, and I won't even go into that. But so the second thing I want to look at is a report back on any and all positions, either part-time or full-time, or temporarily assigned, or staff who spend any time, if they're not fully dedicated, including PSRs, to that program and the full cost. Okay, so we start figuring that out, because there's so many different
by the way,
stories out there.
You did not see any Recicla request in this budget, did you?
Well, and I'm trying to figure out why, and that's why I'm asking for that staffing request. Maybe it's overstaffed, because I haven't seen any reductions either. So we'll figure it out. Maybe it's not, but I think it was smart of you not to hang a lantern.
We're going to make it work with
maybe smart
what
not
we
to
got.
hang a lantern on it. All right. So now I really want to get into probably the biggest topic in this budget at hand for me, and it's our Bureau of Sanitation and what we're doing with our rapid response teams, as well as our HOPE teams, and what all that means. You know, it was stated earlier that it doesn't make sense to keep cleaning up encampments, because what we're really trying to do is not do that. What we're really trying to do is house the folks, to stop cleaning up, to start reducing the number of cleanups and major cleanups and daily cleanups that we're doing. I'm looking at it from a different lens, quite frankly, of where we're at today as a city. And where I'm looking at it is we've got about 35,000 homeless people in the city of Los Angeles. 10,000 of those are living in cars, in tents, in shelters. By the way, if you're living in a shelter, you're still considered homeless, according to LAHSA. But about 35,000 people that are living on the streets of Los Angeles, just the city alone. That doesn't include couch surfers. That doesn't include folks that are living in motels or converted. Those are 35,000 people. Under this budget, if we all stepped up, then what they're talking about is 50 to 100 temporary shelters in each council district to get the added funds, and this is what I'm going to get into in a minute, and not cleaning up while we get to open those facilities, actually ceasing operations or minimizing the massive cleanup efforts around where those new facilities may be built. If we doubled down, and instead of 50 to 100, if we did 200 in each council district, that would get us to 3,000. So we still have 32,000 people on the streets. That also means that there are no new net people on the streets. That if we froze the number today, then we end up, in best case scenario, and doubling the numbers in what this budget calls for, we end up with 32,000. To say we shouldn't be cleaning up encampments right now is akin to saying we shouldn't take our trash out every single week to the curb because next week it's just going to fill up again anyway. The reality is, and if we look at what's happened in other places like San Diego with hepatitis and other diseases, these also are places where kids need to walk to school, where their communities are under attack, where people have become much more aggressive and combative. There's a lot more mental health and addiction problems. A lot of people are service resistant and takes a number of contacts with these folks just to get them to even agree to talk to you. Whether it's providing a hot meal, a clean shave, a shower, a conversation, even an arrest. I was homeless. It's one of the reasons I'm here. And I will tell you that for every person that's living out on the street, it's a different struggle and a different argument, and it's a different strategy to get them sheltered. And I cannot imagine not doing cleanups until we get to that point. And it's not a matter of funding to me, one side of the equation or the other, it's both. The first thing we've got to figure out is there's been so much jargon thrown around that it's almost by design set out to be confusing and complicated. The lack of transparency in exactly what we're doing and who's doing it is mind-boggling. And that's what I'm going to get into in a minute because I want to get an understanding that we're all on the same page with this. So I'll just jump right in. What's a HOPE team? Just tell me what a HOPE team is.
It's intended to be a rapid response that does not require any kind of 5611 notification or posting where us, LASA, and LAPD can respond to a particular situation where there's an encampment, there's obviously a need for outreach, there's a need for light cleanup not requiring special heavy equipment or anything like that. So it is quick, definitely by, not only by definition, but also in practice, a rapid response, meaning the same day, sometimes within the hour, sometimes within a few minutes of the request. So that's the intent of the HOPE teams.
So what assets does the Bureau of Sanitation allocate to each LAP? Now, you're saying that's the HOPE team, but let me come back to, wait, even before I ask the next question. Does the Bureau of Sanitation actually have what they call HOPE team employees? Are they actual HOPE team? Is that how they're designated? Or they work with a HOPE team?
No, we ourselves, we call them members of the HOPE team. Okay. So we have...
Because LAPD, when I asked them, and they were here earlier, and we asked them recently in committee, they said they are the only department that actually has HOPE team, HOPE officers. Bureau of Sanitation, they defined as they have rapid response team, and they have sanitation workers, and they also have environmental engineers that go out with their HOPE team. But they are the only ones that actually have HOPE team officers in their department.
No, we call the members of the HOPE teams.
I was just thinking of walking in.
Exactly that. They're part of a HOPE team. Now, we have the complement of ours is 2 environmental officers, 2 environmental compliance officers, and 1 driver and 1 maintenance laborer. That is our complement of a HOPE team. We, in all of our literature, refer to those teams of ours as HOPE teams. In fact, if you approve the budget as presented, we will have a total of 10 HOPE teams? 10 HOPE teams and 11 Clean Street teams.
Okay. So and we can get into the positions, designations, and responsibilities of each team member, because a team, if you will, then can't work with, or you can't put a team out with all of those, with it, unless you have all the players involved.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So for the first time that we're actually saying publicly, a HOPE team is designated as all of those individuals as one team. That's 2 LAPD officers, 2 sanitation workers, and 2 environmental engineers. Correct?
Environmental inspectors.
Inspectors. That's 6 people at a minimum. Then they also often go out with LASA, as we heard earlier.
Absolutely.
And
LASA
others.
Yes.
Right.
LASA.
Okay. Do these teams work a 1080 or a 980? When I say these teams, I mean yours, the ones that are employed by the Bureau of Sanitation. What schedule are they on?
We have the ECIs are on a 980 schedule, and the solids, the driver and the maintenance labor are on the 540.
Okay, so they're on 2 different schedules.
Yes, they are.
And do they all have regular days off? RDOs?
The 980 folks would.
The 980s have the RDOs, right? So, and are the RDOs all on the same days, or are they staggered?
The totality would be staggered, depending on.
So if you've got staggered RDOs on one portion of the team, and then you also have team members from the other departments as well as your own that also have sick days, vacation, or RDOs, and you can't put a team out unless it has all the players, we'll come back to that.
Yeah.
You know where I'm going with it.
Absolutely.
Okay. So all the Bureau of Sanitation team members deployed, are they all deployed out of the same location? Where are they deployed out of now?
They're very dispersed. For the first time, we finally were able to bring quarters that have some decency to it. We will have, within a couple of weeks, a place where they will have showers, where they will have lockers. For all of this time, for the last 3 years, they have been deploying from different locations. No assurances of whether they even have a locker room, whether they even have access to stuff. So we're finally being able to provide them with a place. Now, the idea is to look at where can they be best deployed. That's why we're asking for a division manager that can help us sort through all of that, including the synchronization of the work schedules that you were alluding to.
And of that, so we've been doing this for a number of years.
3.5 years plus.
And they all deploy out of fixed post locations, but at different places depending on which division they work for.
And depending on whether there's equipment available for them, whether they have, so
Right.
it's been disjointed.
A little bit. Okay. So, so the teams can be attributed. So one of the things in looking at their rapid response teams, who are the sanitation portion of the HOPE teams, what I have found over the last, doing a deep dive over the last year, a lot of times the sanitation crews or the environmental inspectors are deployed out of downtown. And they have to pick up their equipment. They've got to go to their roll calls. They've got to pick up their paperwork, their vehicles, and drive out to Chatsworth. It's 2 to 3 hours for them on a given shift, 2 to 3 hours on a given shift for them to do that and get out to Chatsworth. Now, if you're driving a trash truck and you've got to get it to a landfill, either at the end of the shift or in the morning to empty it, and you also have lunch. And then getting back downtown, checking everything back in, and you still have paperwork and your reports to do, which is another 3 hours. So out of an 8-hour day, we get 2 to 3 hours in the field working at, and that's it. If one of them have an RDO, sick, vacation, or aren't scheduled, they can't go out as a team. As we said earlier, you're grounded. If they don't have a HOPE officer, they're grounded. And so if you've got, those are the issues that we're dealing with. So that's a baseline of how we've been operational, right? That's how it's been functioning, or lack thereof, dysfunctional, for the last couple years that this has been deployed. On top of that, so to try to figure out how is utility affected by distance traveled from the centralized deployment location, and so with that, Where are the new locations set up to co-locate the entire, now what we're finally calling this year, HOPE teams, rather than just HOPE officers? Are they in each bureau? Where are those locations? Where are the sites where we're going to have the trucks and the joint operations to deploy out of to save 6 hours of travel time and paperwork every day? Where are those? Rather than just asking a manager, we knew this was coming, we're talking about tens of millions of dollars towards this, we've asked voters for money, where's the plan for that?
Yeah, the responsibility of ours to ensure that we increase productive time, which you had brought this up to us in our conversations, Councilmember. And how do we increase the productive time, meaning the time that the crew spends in an actual cleanup? Travel time plays into that. Clearly, it does. The synchronization or lack thereof of starting time, end time, and the work schedule in a week. We have facilities of our own, whether it's a solid resources facility, for sure. We know we have one in each of the regions in the city, 6 districts. We have wastewater facilities. And we are looking at every other facility that we have that's not those, where we could have direct deployment from. Whether it means that those become the reporting work sites for staff, especially staff that we hire anew, we can certainly assign them to a different reporting site. Sometimes we do have labor issues, whether it's a pre-existing reporting location and reassigning somebody to a new reporting location. That can be a problem. It's not an impossible problem, but certainly a new employee, we can assign them to deploy out of any one location. So we're going through that effort right now to see if we can have deployment from the closest facility of ours to the service area. So if we can find a place, say in the West Valley, one in the East Valley, one in the Harbor, one in West LA, one in the central part of the city, then we will do so.
In looking at, and then maybe then that leads to the next question of how much money we're spending on each team. What's the true cost for the Bureau of Sanitation Rapid Response Team? And when I say the Rapid Response Team, again, I'm talking about your staff outside of LAPD and LASA. What is the cost per team?
The cost per team for the HOPE teams is a little over $500,000.
Because the budget says it's $1 million per team, including staffing expenses. But then it later says that we're putting $1.3 million in the UB for one additional HOPE team, and that's only for 6 months. How is it in one line item it says, you just said $500,000, it's $1 million per team, and we're talking about real dollars, including staffing and expenses. But then in the UB, it's called for $1.3 million for one additional team starting in January for 6 months funding. Why is that?
And I'll defer to the CAO or the mayor's budget team. Sanitation wasn't involved in developing that number.
Good afternoon, Wilson Poon with the CAO's office. So the 1.3 million includes vehicles as well as some related costs, which makes it a little bit more expensive.
You actually have vehicles in another line item.
Well, yeah, with 1.3 includes MICLA funding for vehicles and rental. So before we can actually procure the vehicles, they're going to be using vehicles that were purchased with special funds, so you need to reimburse the special funds to kind of rent the vehicles, the fuel, the maintenance, and stuff like that. So
We have a fleet of electric BMWs that are sitting there that you can use. But again, you're still $700,000 off, and the vehicles aren't $700,000. So if you can reconcile the numbers and come back to us,
sure.
All of these questions will be asked in the form of a report back anyway. Because they just don't add up, and they're 3 different numbers in 3 different locations. So what I'm trying to figure out now is then what is the baseline for service in the current year? This is really important. This year, not just the budgeted amount, but including additional resources we've given the department throughout the year. So last year we budgeted X number for rapid response or the sanitation side of the HOPE teams. Throughout the year, you came back and asked for additional funds. And I'm not talking about special funds from particular council members. I'm talking about in FSRs, and throughout the year, we've given additional resources. I don't know what the baseline is for this year. If it's counted as last year, or is it counted today, including all the increases we've given throughout the year? Is that the new baseline? And so, need to know what the true baseline is for this current year and what we're getting. So what have we spent citywide on Clean Streets LA in the current year?
So
Do
let
we
me
have an idea?
Let me make an attempt at answering that accurately enough. And thank you, because you did support us, Budget and Finance, as well as our Policy Committee and the entire council, with roughly $700,000 of augmented funding for this fiscal year.
Well, that was for Clean Streets. Then we also added for rapid response.
That was for our entire livability program, and I'm sorry, I don't want to throw more jargon or more different. So yes, 700,000 roughly additional dollars for all of our deployment, whether Clean Streets for sure. We were dealing with the fire zones in that time as well. We were able to support them with being able to get to encampments in the fire zone. But so we were augmented by 700,000 from our baseline this fiscal year. And Lisa, what is, if you can help me with what our base for this fiscal year is?
Trying to add it up because we've got it broken down by program.
You can come back to me with that.
For 17-18, the baseline was 13.8 million. That was the adopted budget.
Okay, it was 13.8 million was the adopted budget, but then again, that doesn't also include additions throughout the year, correct?
Correct. With the additional overtime funding, that brings it to 14.5.
Okay. And then so how much would be needed for staffing all 21 LAPD divisions?
So the proposed budget brings the new baseline to 21.4
million.
21.4 million.
Okay, so that's only 7 million more. But the current staffing at 14.5 million only gave 1 day, 2 days per deployment period of the full team. So is this suggesting that full staffing out of all 21 divisions would simply only double that to 2 days?
I think it's qualified because it's a artificially low baseline because it's 6 months funding for this proposed new year. So if we do a full year funding, it's an additional
It would essentially double the budget if we did the full 12 months.
Full 12 months is closer to 27 million.
Because we'll have to come back to that. So, so what happens then in January? A couple things. One, as an example, the council offices are all looking at opening the facilities. That's a minimum of 15. If not, what we heard earlier was some offices are looking at even 4 or 5 come January. CD 13 and 14 are expected to have their shelters come online in actually the near future, maybe even either this fiscal year or soon into the new one. So the HOPE and Clean Streets LA line items indicate a continuation of services at current year's level, which I'm not sure if that's the 3.8 or the 14.5, what current year level means, because it had been augmented.
It means 11 teams.
With no additional resources. Those districts who have been promised enhanced cleanup services for their participation in the shelter program is every other council district. So if, for example, 13 and 14 are coming online sooner, which is great, and then they're going to get an enhancement in additional services, does that coming out of the baseline, or are there some new numbers or new dollars in there because the enhancements are supposed to be around where the shelters are opening?
So I think it's best if we look at this deployment based on teams. I think it's important to hold true to the value that I think there's consensus among all of you, and certainly the mayor's office recognizes, as Matt alluded to, that it's important that as these new shelters, the temporary shelters are brought in and the planning for the shelters begins, that we work very closely and in full coordination with the outreach teams. So the county and LASA have asked, as you heard Matt say, that we give a higher priority to the ability to reach out to the homeless population around the service area of a proposed shelter.
Right, which is not defined yet.
But
we don't even know what.
Let's call it a service area.
What
Whether
that
it's, you know, as you and Councilmember Bloomfield, that service area could be dense or it could be sparse, depending on, you know, what the targeted, if it's 70 beds or so, 70 to, you know, what is the service area around that? That we got to respect the fact that that outreach effort has to be uninterrupted or not disrupted. And so our comprehensive cleanup can have the undesired side effect of causing a disruption to the outreach effort. So it's a matter of coordinating very closely so that we don't disrupt the fundamental purpose for the shelter, which is to get the residents into the shelter. And if a comprehensive cleanup disrupts that, then we got to watch and be careful in how we coordinate our entry.
Well, I'm just going to be honest with you. I mean, that's really a matter of opinion, and I know many share that opinion, including many professionals. And I know many professionals that don't. In fact, we've seen directly where that disruption, if you will, that constantality, the continuous contact, and not only cleaning up, but with service teams and offering help, where it's taken 15, 20, 30 times with the same individual who are service resistant or addicts, or have serious mental health, finally agreeing to some change. Okay, I'm tired of you cleaning my stuff up. I'll take shelter. We get to that point. We're not talking about those who are living on the street or in their cars strictly because they lost their job or they have a physical illness. We're also talking about the vast majority of the population who are completely service resistant, who that disruption, it takes that, and it's not moving them around. They're staying in the same place. Yes, they're staying there or they're coming back the next day. But they're also, after being there continuously, and we funded this out of my own office to the tune of $500,000 to see the effects. And that's exactly what's happening. It's getting to know those same individuals. It's being there on a regular basis every single day. It is cleaning it up. That disruption is what is actually getting them to seek help and say, yes, okay, I'm more than willing. And they know every single person on the team's name, from both sanitation, the environmental inspectors, the LAPD officers, the LASA workers. They know them by name when they walk up. They know their pets' names on the street. They know everything about them, and they're starting to develop a relationship. So it's often also not just about cleaning it up, enforcement, arresting them, and walking away. It's developing that relationship that takes a tremendous amount of work. Given the current hiring backlogs, we're talking about expanding these teams starting in January 1st with 6-month funding, and I know Bob asked earlier LASA about staggering. One of the problems is we understand there's an incredibly high rate on your staff of turnover with these HOPE teams, if you will. The work is very, very complicated. It's very, very emotional. It's very, very difficult. And there's an incredibly high turnover, and we have a tremendous backlog in getting people hired. There's no expedited process. It's very difficult through personnel. This budget only calls for hiring these folks starting January 1st, which we know is going to take months, if not longer, and it's got 6 months of funding. How do you propose we get people on board to start January 1st if we're only starting hiring January 1st? How long is that going to take?
Well, our intent is to do everything that can be done prior to the actual payroll triggering. That's sort of the crucial pivot point here, is all of the selection process, the interviewing process, the evaluation process, all of that will happen in the first 6 months. And that in itself, as you know, Councilman, takes a while.
Mm-hmm.
So none of that has a burden on the payroll nor on the funding.
Do you know what your current turnover rate is for this particular staff, this population?
It's high, and we are trying to do our best to provide non-monetary incentives for folks to want to stay and do this work. It's, as you said, because you obviously have spent time with our crews, and we appreciate it. And they enjoy working with you, by the way. So it's difficult for all the reasons folks both have expressed. We're not immune to the emotional side of the issue. Never mind, the public health side, which in itself is very difficult. But the emotional side of it affects our staff as well.
So with the backlog, with the hiring problem, with the attrition and the turnover, knowing that what was being dangled out there is additional crews after we've opened facilities, but the other part of that that needs to be explained, I think, in detail, is that we're going to get additional cleanups around the facilities that we open with these additional crews. But if there are more than 15 opening, even if there are 15, there's no budget for that. So I think we've got to figure out how to explain this to our constituents. So the kind of increased services that each council district can expect to receive, assuming each district opens one in January 1st, how many additional hours is that going to be? And assuming all these other things line up with where they're deployed from, how they're, so they don't have the travel time, how they're co-located, how they're organized geographically, all of those things being really important. They're all on different schedules and hours. And so a deployment plan needs to be, I believe, addressed. And it has to happen in this budget cycle because we're asking our constituents to open these, and rightfully so, and reduce cleanups, which I'm not sure if that actually makes sense, because then are we only sending LASA teams out or not? And there are health issues with that and everything else that go with it. But on the back end, that there is this wave of help coming, and we're not even really talking about doubling. So right now, again, I currently go to our current baseline is about 2 to 3 hours every 2 weeks. That's it, per division. That's all we're getting, boots on the ground actually working, and they're great workers. These are very good people. If we even doubled it at best, which we're not proposing, we're talking about, okay, so we'll get 1 day every 2 weeks. Just not enough because there's so many inefficiencies in here. So I'm going to submit all these to you in writing as one report back to address these issues in writing.
Very good.
The most important part of the entire budget, from my perspective, this year.
Will do.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. So did your comprehensive report include the relocation of the teams so that we'd have a faster response time in the Valley? Because I was going to raise the exact same issue with regard to clean streets and having ideally a team located at the East Valley Yard for the exact same reason, because the deployment delay cuts considerably into the day and it reduces the efficiency. I think there's a lot of cost benefit and we'd actually get more bang for the buck if we invested the money in locating the teams out in the Valley in the first place. I want to go real quickly through I have a couple questions before I turn it over to Mr. Katz. You already addressed targeted local hire. Thank you. Thank you for investing in targeted local hire. I think it's important, and the additional investment for those positions is very well taken. I would like a report back with regard to the very high salary savings levels that you have in your stormwater pollution abatement and sewer construction and maintenance funds. I don't quite understand why we would need to maintain such a high salary savings rate in special funded accounts. I would prefer actually that we hire up as quickly as we can in those accounts. So I'd like to understand what the cost, benefit, and rationale is. And I'd like to hear from the mayor's office too on that, what for having those high savings levels. I appreciate your focus on risk management, and one very specific thing I would like back are, and this I think can be a special study, would be your recommendations on reduction of our liability with regard to sewer backups, because we get these so regularly, and there's no defense, essentially. So I'd like to see what we can do institutionally to try to bring those risks down. And then lastly, in addition to, well, as a subset of what we have as for Clean Street funding right now, I'd like to get a report back, and I think this can be a special study report back too. I'd like to understand whether there are limitations that you have in using Clean Street funding for more proactive and permanent abatement measures than repetitive cleaning. And what I have in mind here is investments, small-scale investments in infrastructure, fencing, other things that can make areas inaccessible or less accessible, and therefore reduce the need for regular and repetitive cleanups. Seems to me that's an appropriate use of Clean Street funding, but we haven't been able to get that off the ground in my district, and I'd like to explore that as a possibility with you. And that's all I have for sanitation. Mr. Katz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think everything relating to homelessness has been taken care of so well that I will skip all questions on that subject. First, Enrique, I want to compliment you and your department and staff on dealing with problems with the Recycla rollout. Your staff was incredibly responsive to my staff and my constituents, especially about service problems, and I greatly appreciate that and ask that we keep that up. Also, I want to compliment Mas and the team that worked so hard on the biodiversity report. I'm thrilled with the results and very proud that Los Angeles was the first to undertake that step in the country. But I do have some issues and reports back to request. One first on that topic, funding for the biodiversity expert, Isaac Brown, who last year oversaw this remarkable effort to examine LA's biodiversity via the Singapore Index, was not included in the sanitation budget. He only cost something like $40,000, and he'll be vital to the effort going forward to create LA's own biodiversity index and develop the policy recommendations necessary to preserve and enhance our biodiversity. So I'd ask for a report back on ways to continue funding him. Also, sanitation in your 2016 budget had the city's climate change program and the budget item which said these positions will work with the Department of Water and Power, Department of Airports, Port of Los Angeles, Bureau of Street Services, General Services Department, and Department of Transportation to develop citywide actions and strategies to reduce carbon dioxide and greenhouse gas emissions to at least 80% below 1990 levels by 2050. And I have some questions I'd like a report back on. Is sanitation still in charge of accounting for the city's greenhouse gas emissions? How is that effort and coordinating with these departments going? and what happens to our climate efforts when our very sustainability-focused Mayor Garcetti moves on? How are we institutionalizing those efforts? Also, since it was my council motion to set the goal of 80% by 2050 on climate emissions reductions, hopefully I won't be offending anyone but myself by saying that with all the extreme events that have gone on since then, particularly our own local firestorms in December, hopefully we've all realized that those goals are too far off in the distance. And so I'd like to ask a report back on a few questions and request that we look at increasing those goals by at least a decade. I'd like you to work with the CAO to quickly survey other comparable cities, both in size and progressive thinking on climate change, to see what the sizes are of their sustainability or climate departments are, what the budget is for those departments, and whether those departments are headed by the mayor or embedded in the city. And sample cities would include cities like Seattle, Portland, New York City, Chicago, Miami, Atlanta, Boston, San Francisco, and others. Also, while you're poking around in those other cities, I'd like to know, is Los Angeles a leader in any aspects of its climate action? Do we have the most aggressive emissions reduction goals, the most funding, the fastest timeline, anything like that? And also, given the current scientific consensus from climate scientists, if every city on the planet undertook the same goals that we have now, would that be enough to halt global warming, or would we need to go further? So I'd like to ask for a report on all of those subjects, plus in what ways are the city's current climate efforts going to protect marginalized communities from further damage? And I'm talking about frontline communities like those living beside oil wells, oil refinery, living beside Aliso Canyon, living beside the Exide battery plant, or freight-adjacent freeways like the 710 as examples. And also from a labor perspective, what are we doing to make sure that the city's efforts aren't putting the cost on individuals' backs, such as was the case with the original clean truck program at the port, where the workers themselves wound up having to pay for the new trucks rather than the multinational corporations that they work for. So those are a few questions I'd like to have us look at. Lastly, on climate, the Josie Moran Cosmetics Company has offered to match the city's dollars that are spent on the Cool Blocks Residential Climate and Drought Action Pilot Project up to $150,000. So I'd like a report back on how we can achieve funds to match that. Also, I do have a question on the Watershed Protection Division. What's the current status of our addressing our upcoming federally mandated TMDL requirements?
What would a budget hearing be without a discussion on TMDLs? So total maximum daily loads. You know, the water quality objectives, we call them objectives because somehow that makes us feel better, but they're actually mandates and they're real requirements. We have a time schedule order on one of our TMDLs on Bayona Creek, which, you know, it's as close as one can get to an enforcement action, so we know they can be real. We have 2019 or 2020, a 3-year extension on the compliance of bacteria on the Bayona Creek TMDL. I think we have a multiplicity of deadlines by which we have to achieve compliance, Councilman. In total, there are 78 or so TMDLs. 22 times 3. Okay. And And so I think the one that's closest is this one-time schedule order that has the most enforcement visibility. We're working clearly regionally with the county and all the other cities, including the regional board. We came up with this concept of enhanced watershed management plans where we have a recognition of best faith and good faith efforts and trying to comply with deadlines and water quality objectives. And we've been given credit for some of that, but in the end, there are numerical compliance requirements by which we have to meet a certain water quality level, whether it's on heavy metals, whether it's on bacteria, nutrients, all the family of constituents that apply to TMDLs. We have obviously folks who are fully engaged and great experts in this area. We benefit from Adel Hashkalil, Maz Dojiri, and the entire sanitation family who have, frankly, we've been leaders in this area, working with the neighboring cities and trying to bring the best application of science and utilizing the derivative multi-benefits that come from some of these projects, whether it's a creation of open space. By the way, you'll be pleased to hear, Councilman corrects, that we have added biodiversity as a new overlay to our watershed compliance efforts, because indeed it is, especially in the Avarian birds population. So, Adele, you want to say more on our TMDL compliance?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing, thank you, Enrique. This is the greatest challenge we have, but also the greatest opportunity for us to transform the city, address flooding, address water quality, recharge of groundwater, while improving water quality and quality of life in neighborhoods. It's a huge cost, but it has a huge potential to really transform the city and make the city sustainable and resilient. The TMDLs, Proposition O helped us at least get some of the compliance going. The trash TMDL was done. The bacteria and the other TMDLs in the lakes, whether it's Machado Lake, Echo Park Lake, the LA River and the Santa Monica Bay, the low flow diversions has improved the water quality in our beaches and has made it into A's almost year round. So we've done great things, but more needs to be done. Enrique talked about the Bayan Creek effort that's underway right now. That's the project that we're working on. I'm glad that there is in the budget, there is actually 7 projects for water quality that are funded for the first time I've seen, which is great. Thank you. There's more that can be done and needs to be done. There is also the maintenance activities is critical. Thank you for funding maintenance laborers to go out and take care of what we already invested in. But to me, it's how we can move forward. So working with the county and our neighboring cities on a regional solution. The enhanced watershed management plans was a way to address this issue through a watershed, address water recharge and the value of stormwater. We have the plan in place, we have the monitoring in place. Now we're working with the county and our neighboring city on a funding measure to really provide us a sustainable funding that we can now invest and really address these challenges while providing, I think, a transformational opportunity for the entire region. I know the cost that we estimate is roughly about $7 billion, but that's city only for the watersheds that we have. County-wide, it could be about $12 billion. But really, if you look at what it means at the end, it can really add so much benefit to water supply, quality of life, flood protection, providing to disadvantaged communities, and at the end of the day, also providing clean water in our rivers and waterways, which is essential for the city.
Yeah, thank you for all that, and I'm excited that we've made the progress that we've made, but I mention this every year just because such a massive ticking time bomb. And I always wonder what would happen if the administration just said, all right, your time's up, $7 billion, fork it over, you know, you're not doing what you need to be doing. And what happens on the one that's currently the closest to being due? Are we actually by 2020 going to be in compliance with that one? Or could we reach that date and be told, well, we've waited long enough, you owe us $100 million or
Right.
whatever it would be to come up short?
We don't want to take a chance of inviting the unknown kind of enforcement, because regardless of how it may be interpreted at the federal level, we know that at the regional level, meaning the Regional Water Quality Control Board, will not hesitate to take enforcement action if they don't see that we are acting in best faith. So right now, our schedule is that we will reach the compliance timeline in Bayona. We are being creative and finding ways to upstart the projects, borrowing money to get the project up and running. We got 3 or 4 projects actually related to it, total of $37 million of investment to do compliance water quality improvements. And so we feel confident that we will have the projects in the ground in time of the deadline. And so we don't want to take that risk. So right now, we're not taking that risk.
And where are we in terms of calculating the county stormwater measure into that? And are we assuming that it passes? And are we doing anything as a city to encourage that?
Well, we appreciate both the mayor's office and our chair, Nuri Martinez, Councilwoman Nuri Martinez. There's a team of us that are working with the county on that. It's looking very, very good, and that's probably the extent of, as of right now. I think they're looking at bringing back a report to the County Board of Supervisors that will likely recommend that there be a ballot initiative to go on the general election this November.
And do we know what that would cover for the city of Los Angeles?
I think there's some in the order of total $300 million annual, and
We'll get 1/3.
How much of that comes to the city? It's being negotiated.
It's about 1/3 if you look at the area, but I think Enrique discussed the details are being worked out. There's a component that's a local component that will come directly to the cities. There'll be a regional component, and there's a county-wide component. But we're working through the details, how it's going to be, you know, and our position is to ensure that the city's interests are met at every level. So that's what we're working on.
Well, that sounds encouraging. I think that would be in an amount that would be helpful to us in our efforts. So hopefully it happens. One last question. I know there's 36 positions in the budget to continue to implement Recycla, whatever we're calling it exactly. And the budget says that these positions ensure that franchise haulers are complying with customer service and zero waste provisions in the franchise agreements. Despite the improvements, my office is still getting complaints, although more of them are now focused on the cost increases and unfairness of them. When we send customers to the website to submit a billing complaint, it tends to go to the vendors who are the problem in the first place. So I'd like to ask for a report back with a float chart that tells me when a customer submits a billing claim, how is it decided who gets the call from a city employee, which would be my preference, and who gets sent back to the waste hauler, which is the source of their dissatisfaction to begin with, and why those choices are made. And also related to that, I have at least one residential complex that has been asking for blue bins from their hauler for months, and I'd like a report back on how we're ensuring our zero waste goals are met and that haulers are compliant with providing the bins and other services to help increase our recycling.
Okay. Thank you very much, members, and Mr. Saldivar, thank you very much. I think everybody here has expressed to you, but I want to add our thanks to the work that you and everyone at Sanitation does. I don't think the people of Los Angeles really understand the number of areas that the Bureau of Sanitation touches that impact the quality of their lives and the quality of our environment, and we're very grateful to you for the work that you all do. So thank you very much. Members, the street lighting and Con Ed both are satisfied with their budget as it is. And I don't know if anybody has pressing questions for street lighting or Con Ed, but we could let them go if you don't. Is that all right? There is a technical correction that was requested in street lighting's letter, which I'd like to get a report back on that technical correction so that we can make that. Are there questions, or should we go to Board of Public Works?
Go to
Okay,
board.
seeing none. Thank you, street lighting. Thank you, Con Ed. Appreciate your being here. Sorry to keep you waiting. I should have done that before sanitation, but didn't realize we'd be this late with them. Thank you very much. Mr. James, welcome. On the Board of Public Works, I'd like to request a report back on each of the items requested in Mr. James' letter. And in particular, although it wasn't really spelled out, there was a kind of a passing reference in the letter to street tree superintendent, which I think is an exceptional idea. And I'd like to request a report back on adding that position with 9 months funding for professional urban forestry lead in that position that would coordinate policy development and oversight of departmental tree management. That, in addition to the specific requests that were laid out in the letter, I'd like to ask all of those as reports back. Mr. James, welcome.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief before accepting questions, of course. With us, Uduak Joe Intuck, our Petroleum Administrator, Paul Roch, Director of our Office of Community Beautification, our Executive Officer, Fernando Campos. We are obviously pleased with what is in the Blue Book, the funding for graffiti abatement, clean streets, clean and green and warehouse support for OCB, as well as continuing staff in essential accounting areas and in petroleum. And I really would just offer Dr. Campos to provide just a couple of summary items regarding the first three items in the letter. The fourth item in the letter is the important, but as you described, passing reference to the street tree superintendent. Happy to answer any questions on that, and we will get you a report back on the funding for 9 months. It's something that is in the budget, obviously not funded. We think there are just tremendous benefits to that position, but I wanted to keep the letter to 2 pages.
Sure. Thank you. And let me just say, Dr. Campos, we have all read the letter. We know everything that's in it. If there's something in addition that's not in the letter, that'd be fine.
I think the letter speaks for itself, so I will just report back and be
Very
happy
good.
for your support.
All right, members, let's go to Mr. Blumenfield.
Okay, thank you. I've been told that the Urban Forestry Division and City Plants is one of, if not the most underfunded of all departments or divisions. Since the recession of 10 years ago, it's been restored, as I understand it, only 30% to what it was. In your opinion, is this the bureau that needs the most funding restoration, or how do you feel about that?
I've been asked over the years, council member, from various members on this committee, And the answer is yes. Urban Forestry Division, if I've been given one priority, budget priority, what would it be? And it would be to continue to work to restore the Urban Forestry Division. Separate and apart and a bit different from the street tree management, the street tree coordinator that we're talking about. But talking about the Urban Forestry Division of the Bureau of Street Services, I would still put that as a priority for us, not the least of which, as we have spent more time lately, and appropriately so, looking at our bureaus from a risk management perspective. I've been doing just personally more of a deep dive in the risk management area. And when you look at, for the Department of Public Works, the damage claims that we are seeing increased payouts relate in one way or another, they all trace back to the roots of trees. And so even from a risk management perspective, beyond the fact that it's community beautification, environmental benefits, doing a better job of equitable tree canopy expansion and growth in the city, all of that is related to this important work of the Urban Forestry Division. But when you specifically look at risk management, then if you want to be creative about it, you can certainly make the arguments that it would pay for itself.
I know we're going to go through this in Public Works a lot more, but I wanted to give you the chance on this. I think it's important part of the budget discussion to talk about
if I was given one choice, that would be it.
Yeah. Now, regarding the senior management analyst over the Public Works Trust Fund, that's connected to the Nexus study that we approved last year, is that correct?
Dr. Campos can talk about that.
Yeah, that is correct. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer. That is correct, Councilman. The Nexus study, which was supported by your council, provided us a funding of about $150,000 last year. We did complete that Nexus study in February. That report was just recently released. That report identifies $5.9 million that can be utilized for your council districts, for public works projects, infrastructure projects. So we are pleased that we will be hearing that at board tomorrow, and then eventually it'll come to Budget and Finance along with the Public Works and Gang Reduction Committee. The position that is being asked for and being swapped for the existing contractual services money, that position would be a long-term position that we would see benefits from examining further deposits. Currently, we have about $6 million that needs to be identified and also examined so that we can utilize those fundings for future public works infrastructure. In addition to that, there are some other added benefits, not only reconciling the account, but also providing report backs to the Board of Public Works as a whole. Again, the senior management analyst would not only help us long-term, but it is also not temporary in nature.
And they'd have other responsibilities besides overseeing that trust fund, or would that be the primary responsibility?
That would be the primary responsibility. However, there is opportunities for other financial services that are needed with this position. For example, my office oversees 209 trust funds or funds across the entire Department of Public Works. We are a centralized accounting function for the entire departments. We process about 1.3 million transactions a year, about $850 million that goes through our offices. So this position can be leveraged not only for the fund management of the Public Works Trust Fund, but also fund management for the other 200 or so funds that we oversee under my oversight.
Okay. Regarding the end user license agreements in your technology asks, you said you'd only need $104,000 because it's a one-time ask. How is that? Wouldn't there be some ongoing costs with these end user agreements?
The end user agreements, no. So the $100,000 ask that's before you in the board letter, in the letter, it's broken up into three different components. One is to do computer replacements, which is about $65,000. We need about $20,000 for license agreements. Once we procure the license, it's assigned to that computer, to that user. Once that user vacates or attrits to the position, then we may be able to recycle. So it is a one-time expenditure for that specific PC. In addition to that, we are requesting 6 iPads so that we can deploy technology within our Board of Public Works so our commissioners can go paperless as much as we can. That cost runs us about $5,000 to $8,000. So to answer your question, Councilman, it is a one-time fee. There is no recurring or ongoing fees associated with the licenses.
And with the licenses, I assume there's also liability costs if we don't do it? Maybe that could be part of the report. I know that the chair already asked for a report back, but include in the report back if there are liability costs as well, because that would help us.
We would be happy to include that in the letter.
Okay. Couple of narrow things. The digital kiosks outside of chambers and Public Works, we use them in council, but you're not able to use them in your meetings. Is that correct?
We do not.
That's correct.
So I'd like to ask for a budget impact report on what the cost savings would be for the Board of Public Works in all commission meetings to be able to use those digital kiosks. Seems like a waste of resources to have them there and have you not be able to use them. And I can't imagine it would cost very much to enable you to use them.
More importantly, I think the infrastructure is already there. We've already invested in the infrastructure. The setup is there. We just need the actual equipment so that we can connect the whole infrastructure and actually get it to work for us. Also, we are looking at going into e-bidding processes. What that basically means is that we would open up the bids that we open up. We do anywhere from 80 to 100 bids a year that are opened up with the Board of Public Works. We are planning to go electronic so that we can actually open up these bids electronically, open it up for everyone in the room to see, and then also our commissioners at the same time. So no more manual paper opening of the envelopes, no more manual reading of the bids. We would be able to leverage that technology. And again, the infrastructure is already there. The investment has already been made. We just need that last equipment
That's
piece.
what I'm thinking. It's got to be almost de minimis. So I'll get a report back on the actual cost of that. And it's either something we can provide or maybe when we have the actual numbers, we could figure out a way to absorb it. Either way, I just think you ought to be up to date, not having the equipment there and not using it, you know.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Frustrates me every day I walk to work.
Yes. Last thing, because I'm trying to be brief here. You have staff to implement the sidewalk repair rebate program. I know a lot of this is implemented by BOE, but last year I asked this question. I want to ask it again. How many people have actually have used these rebates? And have we had an increase in participation on the rebates since last year? And if not, why not?
Paul Roch, Director of the Office of Community Beautification. Currently, 145 projects have gone completely through and been completed, sidewalk projects. There are 306 active applications at this time. In total, 2,800 applications have been submitted, but in a lot of cases, once the application's actually submitted, people find out what's being asked of them. They don't follow through, so the application ends up kind of dying at some point. But it's a cyclical thing. When the city does a little advertising about it or word of mouth gets out in some way, it spikes up. Just this morning, we had 75 requests come through all of a sudden, and before that we hadn't had any in about a week or something like that. So it ebbs and flows.
All right. Well, I won't ask for anything. I'll revisit this in Public Works. It's one of the, but it does have a budget impact. If we can, the more we get people to take advantage of this, the more we stretch our Public Works dollars, and the more service we're actually able to provide in terms of sidewalks. But in the name of brevity, I will end my questions there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Members? Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd start by just saying ditto to Mr. Blumenfield's comments about bringing our forestry efforts in-house and getting there. And I would hope that would be a relatively inexpensive effort, since I don't think we're saving much money in doing what we're doing now, and definitely getting a lot less quality out of it.
Hey, Kretz, can you
Yes.
pull your mic closer? Because it's loud outside. You're competing outside.
Okay, how's that? Better? Hopefully.
Use your outside voice.
One of my priorities this year is protecting our struggling urban forests, so I'm glad to see a position for a citywide tree coordinator in the budget, and I think we definitely need to fund it. One thing I would ask is that we look at the possibility of making it a street tree superintendent 2 rather than a 1, and giving it a little bit of a stronger title, like an urban forest administrator, so that we can actually attract the highest possible quality and capability individual to that position. I think it's critical, and I think we need to attract somebody that's really capable. So So I'd like a report back on that. Also, under the Office of Community Beautification, weed removal item, do we know if any of our contractors use Roundup or how those weeds are removed?
They're removed by hand, either with weed whackers or sidewalk scrapers. We don't use any chemicals or anything like that, or spray afterwards.
And we instruct them to
Correct.
follow those?
All the contractors have been instructed. They've even been sometimes requested maybe just use something less toxic like vinegar or something like that, but we've told them not to use anything, so.
Great. Well, that's excellent news. And lastly, I'd just like to ask that if report backs haven't already been asked, that we ask for a report back on any of the revisions that Public Works has requested in the budget. And that is it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bonin?
Everything I wanted to ask has been asked, so I have nothing to add.
Mr. Englander?
Mr. Bonin covered everything that I had.
Well, in that case, Mr. Katz.
Yes, I have one more that I forgot to note. Council President Wesson introduced a motion for a citywide oil well and facilities inspection program. And considering the permitting problems that we had the opportunity to address in Rancho Park recently in CD5 and the odorant impact and all of that, I think we should get rolling on that effort as soon as possible to protect our residents. So I'd like to ask the Petroleum Administrator for a report back on the program and the costs associated with the program potentially, and a fee study to determine the appropriate fees to be charged for citywide inspections, and any budget implications that would accompany that.
All right, very good. Anything else, members? All right, Mr. James, thank you very much.
Sir.
Thank you for
Thank you
thank you to your whole team for the great work that you do at the Board of Public Works. We appreciate it. Mr. Englander, you have my agenda.
We're done, right? Is that it? Or just another one?
All right, members, it is 7:09, regrettably, but we have concluded the day's work. This was a very comprehensive discussion of some of the weightiest issues facing the city, so it was really a good day's work. We'll be starting again tomorrow at 1 p.m., and we'll be taking up, let me make sure I know all of the ones we'll be taking up. So we'll be taking up the Department of Transportation, Street Services, the Bureau of Engineering, and ITA. The agenda had listed, in addition, the Convention Center, GSD, Clerk, and Animal Services, but I think in light of the workload that it looks like for tomorrow, it would be better if we pushed those departments off until Thursday. So that will allow us each to a little bit more time to prepare this evening and more time for a more thorough discussion of the all of those departments over the course of 2 days instead of trying to compress it into one. So, yes, Mr. Kretz.
In the interest of time, I let street lighting and contract administration go without asking questions, but I do have a couple modest report backs
Sure,
that I'd
go
like.
ahead.
So if, I don't know if I should do those or just submit them in writing to them and let them come back with them.
If you'd like to submit them tomorrow when we review the list and do it in writing, that way everybody's on the same page, I think that would be the easiest.
I think that's what we'll do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
All right.
I just wanted to make a correction to one of the report backs that we did earlier today. The number 206, the one about the safety issues at Venice Beach, just wanted to add to the list of departments to report back the city attorney's office.
Okay, very good. Everybody catch that? Okay. Anything else, members? All right, if there is nothing further then, thank you for a good day's work, members. We will be in recess until tomorrow at 1 p.m. Thank you very much.